If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, what she said, because this is Tuesday. This is Road Gang Radio, and I am hanging out with Jimmy Mack live from the Fast Sports Studios on this beautiful, lovely, not so rainy day.
Not so rainy day.
Yeah.
Not so rainy day. Yesterday was a rainy day. We could hear it yesterday in the interview we had with our friends in Baton Rouge, and not too soon after that, the rains came. And the rains came. I was talking to a friend of mine in the car, and she was listening and having the same experience we had talking to Ann Vale. Yep. Same experience. She could hear it in the background. I mean, just rumbling, bumbling, tick-a-tack, 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 tick. You could hear that rain in the background. It's going to get progressively drier as the week goes on. I don't just mean dry in the sense of less rain. I mean, it's going to feel better. You could feel it after the rain yesterday, too, that sense of just like, huh.
Yeah.
And the thing was, it wasn't hot last week. It just was too muggy for October.
Yeah.
It ain't going to be that way moving forward.
Thank the Lord.
Oh, my God. What in the wild world of trucking is going on here, guys? I mean, I know trucking is a rough business, but good God almighty. What is this business coming to when a former NFL quarterback and current professional fecal bovine bloviator, Mark Sanchez, can't harass a trucker without getting stabbed multiple times?
Come on, this is America.
Come on, man. By the way, this is America. Something to see. Today's John Mellencamp's birthday, by the way.
Ooh, okay.
Very cool stuff.
Go on.
It's also Vladimir Putin's day. I hope he has a miserable birthday. I hope John Cougar Mellencamp trolls him today. What is the freight future going to look like if Guy Fieri can't ship a little liquor on his own without getting the two-broker two-step and not even getting his blow it out on both ends product delivered? A little bit bigger and a whole lot more expensive. That's Guy's model, huh? Fieri's prices make me think he wants everyone's hair to look just like his does from simply looking at the prices that he charges for things.
Ferrari, same thing.
And more importantly, you realize because of Sanchez and because of Fieri and all these folks that we're never going to get a chance to talk today about the 3 male Asian small-clawed otter pups. And what about the gator who was staring down PGA players? And what about the water-skiing squirrel? This is just nuts.
It sounds like a bunch of nuts.
I mean, it really does, doesn't it? I mean, a water-skiing squirrel, dude. I would have loved to have talked about that.
I saw when I was a kid. Fantastic.
This is animal abuse, though. If I got to focus on the travails of celebrity sportscasters and chefs who got on the wrong side of trucking. Okay, so here's the Sanchez story. The Marion County, Indiana prosecutor has upgraded charges against NFL analyst Mark Sanchez to a felony after he allegedly attacked an elderly truck driver in Indianapolis over the weekend. And Ryan Mears, who was the prosecutor, said Monday during a press conference he upgraded charges against Sanchez to a level 5 felony battery, causing serious injury after considering the age of the victim and the seriousness of the victim's injuries. Fox 59 Indianapolis reported. Sanchez was stabbed Saturday during an altercation with a 69-year-old box truck driver after allegedly starting an argument with the victim to move his truck from a loading dock where it was parked. I do want to say this, and I'm totally down and I'm in agreement. What the heck is somebody who's, not even 40 yet, swinging haymakers at a 69-year-old? That being said...
Tell me more.
That being said, and I think a few of our friends out there on the chat, the guy who drives the Grumpy Pete, Mr. Trucker Bosun, Joan and Earl, Noble, all of our friends out there, good morning to you, by the way, on YouTube.
Hello.
They can tell you there are a couple of 69-year-old truck drivers I know put you in a hurt locker, slap the paint combination on you. Junker comes to mind.
Oh, dude, Junker 100%.
Junker hurts you, man.
And then seeing the picture of Pack Rat now?
He's not 69, though.
I know, but he's older.
Isn't it weird? It's like 64, that's still young. 69, what are you talking about? You got this, I got a Ford brunch brisk on cue.
I still don't want Candy Bass coming at me.
I don't want Candy Bass putting me in a hurt locker. I just want candy from Candy Bass. I want to go to the candy store and just enjoy the glitter that is Candy Bass.
She has really good cheese curds.
Yeah, really good cheese curds, by the way. The retired NFL quarterback who could have been a contender. Man, he came so close to being a contender, by the way. In town to call a Sunday afternoon NFL game, was initially charged on Saturday night just with misdemeanor counts of battery with injury, public intoxication, and unlawful entry of a vehicle before the prosecution's office said, wait a minute, this dude is 69 years old. We're literally talking about people fighting over a parking spot. That's what the prosecutor said. Once we were provided the additional info about the victim's current medical condition, it became clear to us that additional charges needed to be filed. Sanchez and his lawyer waived an initial hearing scheduled for October 7th, but will be in court on November 4th for a pretrial conference. The pre-trip for the trial begins on October 7th. And that's all according to the Indianapolis Star. A probable cause affidavit. Police were called to Luff Miller's Pub and Eatery around 12:35, where they found Sanchez having been stabbed several times in the torso and a 69-year-old man with cuts to his face. All right, do you know the story what happened?
Yes.
Okay, so he basically parked his box truck in an alley between.
Doing his job.
I mean, yeah, between two hotels. He was collecting cooking oil.
Yep.
It's part of his job. I mean, that's what he was doing. He's picking up cooking oil from the hotels. And they said that the man told them that Sanchez smelled of alcohol, you think? Mm-hmm. Based on video footage, after the two exited the truck, they began to struggle between the truck and a wall. Sanchez threw the man into a dumpster. According to the video, and then the man sprayed pepper spray at the retired quarterback as he continued to advance, worried that Sanchez would try to kill him. And by the way, I was just telling Madison before the show started, let me make this really clear. Quarterbacks are not small people.
No, that's a massive man.
Just because you're standing next to somebody 6'8" and 320 pounds, if you look smaller, it don't mean you small. It's like basically saying, well, Michael Jordan is, he is not the tallest person on the court. Yeah, Kobe Bryant looks small next to Shaq.
Yeah.
Mark Sanchez, I mean, have you seen that dude?
Oh, dude, 100%.
That dude's hands can wrap around your face, and you're a big guy.
I'm scared of those feet, the size of those shoes.
Oh, I mean, okay, so both of them got taken to the hospital.
Yeah.
Sanchez got stabbed numerous times, where the man was treated for cuts to his cheek and released, while Sanchez, who police called uncooperative at the scene, was hospitalized with a stab wound to the chest and in critical condition. Sanchez has been listed as stable, according to the Indianapolis Star. Good for him. What the prosecutor said during the press conference was that multiple security cameras and witnesses in a busy area of downtown Indianapolis, I know exactly the place they're talking about, the way, had helped the investigation, which had been spearheaded by the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department. And then he added, this is by no means the end of this investigation.
It's just one of those same reoccurring things where alcohol gets the best of someone decent.
Yeah, I know. It's really a shame because by all accounts, the guy, I mean, I told you a story a while back about him and the young lady outside the New York nightclub, which is a great story about him. I'm just telling you, dude, man, I'm hoping he keeps his job. I'm hoping he sobers up. I'm hoping he pays damages. I'm hoping he pays significant damages to this man. And I hope he sees this as an opportunity to get back on the straight and narrow 100%. And make a difference in people's lives. He needs to set this right. He needs to make right by this man. Let me tell you something. I didn't tell this story just because it's funny. Because it is, because everybody lived, and because Sanchez essentially messed with the wrong 69-year-old.
And the 69-year-old was just taking out waste either way.
He's doing his job, man.
Yeah.
And I bring this up, and you guys have probably guessed why we're talking about it this morning, because I am sick and tired of people not understanding how hard it is you folks work. Because the Fieri story's got some elements in there like that, too. I mean, I feel bad for Guy Fieri. I feel bad for what happened here, but we'll get to this story later on when we come back from the break and all that kind of groovy stuff. But I just want to point out that it's like, this is a rough business, man. And it's a rough business that requires brains as well. I mean, you're dealing with hijackers, you're dealing with human traffickers, you're dealing with gangsters, you're dealing with people who just don't get it, you're dealing with the worst drivers in the world. I mean, good God almighty.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is a sport that is supposed to celebrate hardworking people who, the lunch pail crowd. You might want, I got to tell you, if you work in professional football, if you work as an announcer, if you have a job like that, your job is to honor the people who pay your bills. And people like that man in that alley pay his bills. Yes. That's who pays his bills, man. And that's, by the way, everything that happens at an NFL game comes out of a truck.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, some of it comes directly out of a truck because, man, on location, like that pregame stuff and all that field setup, that's all trucks, man.
Oh, God, all day.
Look, and I know I'm stating the obvious here, guys, and it's like, look, I know a lot about what alcohol does to people. I get it. Like I said, and look, I wish them both the best. Like I said, today is National Forgiveness Day, so I hope there's some forgiveness in the truck driver's heart. If Sanchez, it's the great Jewish axiom of, I will gladly extend forgiveness if you ask for it.
Exactly. And now, we live in a country of America where it's an amusement trap now. Like, you got a tourist destination of people going where it was and taking pictures and doing videos.
They're making movies on location. They don't know what it means, by the way. Let Madison make the movies, guys. Why don't you guys go about the business of living your life? Speaking of living your life, I want you to lose your heart at iHeart. I want you to have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. I want you to yak it up on the Tube of You. Make some FaceTime with someone you love on the Book of Face. Live your best life on Live 365. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the interwebs and the newfangled technology, why don't you say that rather than going out there and engaging in a death match with somebody and screaming about the cons or the libs or anybody else you don't like, why don't you go someplace on the internet where there are people you love, your version of Cheers, a chat room where you like people. Oh, wait a minute. That's what you're doing.
Hello.
Good morning to you all. Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. And if you're listening to us later, as often our good friend Ice Princess does, good morning. I hope you are pondering the possibilities on the podcast platform of your choice, because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio.
What he said.
You can forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with their bumbling bloviator, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking. And know that this is the Tuesday edition of the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And my friends, given what we've been talking about this morning, and we can talk about Fieri too, I'll get to that story later, but if you want to weigh in on confrontational TV or confrontational moments on the dock, or what you think about what kind of unraveled there over in Indianapolis, you can be a part of it. You can mix it up in the action. You can mix it up now, or you can wait for Lindsay LaRue to arrive at 9 in the center, 10 in the east at 615-292-6366.
615-292, that spells Nemo. Give us a call.
Oh, my God. I mean, what sweet mother of pearl things are going on around here. I don't know how people get through all of this stuff. Good morning to you, Forrest. Thank you for being here. Welcome to my TED Talk. Marshall Platter is 71, and he's not backing off. By the way, Marshall has sat in a chair across from me, and I will tell you, I think ultimately, the trick with beating Marshall would be I'd have to stay up.
Yeah.
Have to wind him.
Okay.
Because if he gets a couple of in-close shots early on, I'm done, dude. Those ham hocks that he calls fists. Dude, I mean, boom, boom.
I don't want to see what happens when someone takes his cigar, is what I'm saying.
Exactly. And by the way, and Marshall stood next to us. We're not small guys over here. We're not tiny behindies. But I don't want to mix it up with 71-year-old Marshall Platter.
Dude.
Put me on a platter, man. Put an apple in my mouth. Woo! What the hell was that?
Veins in my neck.
Veins in my neck. Good morning from Dallas, Texas. Hey, Mitch, hope you're doing well. Joe J says, morning RGR. Lots of folks fooling around over there. Good morning to everybody, by the way. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. We love having you guys. I will dig into the Fieri stuff. I will dig more into some actual roadside news. I will talk about the fact that Kevin Lindsay will be our first guest, and a little bit of trucking tributes are headed your way, plus a highway to health. And then Lindsay and I are talking to the a really cool museum. When you hear what it is, it's I got veins in my neck and barbed wire in my veins. And we're also talking to a woman who's written a really terrific and fun thriller, another great book for you guys to dig into in your sleeper cab library. But we got to take a moment here. After all, it is John Cougar Mellencamp's birthday. Yeah. It is the Coug's birthday, so we got to let him, know that we love America. Get a little pledge, get a little national anthem, courtesy of our friend Lindsay. Get a good word from the pastor, bracing cup of Java, and then see where else the road takes us. Phone Master Dre, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, it is Tuesday. Isaiah chapter 41, verse 10 has a very insightful note, and it says, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Now listen, listen, listen. And now listen to what he says, fear not, which there's a great indication that God already knows that something is going on in your life that you're getting a little shaky with. But he reminds you that I'm with you. He says, I am your God. He says, I will strengthen you. I will help you. Now notice what he says, I will, which tells me God takes, listen to me, I want you to hear this, because I just got it as well. God takes you and I personally. He takes us very, 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 very seriously. Why? Because we are his own. God says, I will not give up on you. I will not walk away from you because you belong to me. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hang in there. It's Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Nicely said there, Pastor, because, Jimmy, they are important to us.
They are important to us, by the way. We are broadcasting live from the Fastport studios. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology. Most importantly, like you, they do it through people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley, and Dave Harrison, and Gina Harrison. It's always good to have them all kind of lurking over there in the chat. Brad, by the way, is going across the Atlantic Ocean and going to have himself a great little time before he actually returns. Man is always on the move, going to conferences that involve training, meeting with people who have the latest technologies. By the way, our friends at Norable have a partner over in Copenhagen. Brad is going to be meeting with them and checking out some other stuff over there as well. Wish I could have made it, but I'm a little busy these days. Got myself a little startup called Road Gang Radio at RadioNemo.com. You can also find We Should Write, right? Right. And, of course, Nemo Nation. Yesterday's show was terrific. I would recommend any of those interviews, by the way. Bridget Blitch, by the way, does a pretty terrific job. If you're thinking about becoming an owner-operator or thinking about opening your own small business, you might want to listen to that 10-minute interview. She is spot on about the necessity of making sure that you've got attorneys. And I'm going to say this right now. In regards to opening your own small business or hanging your own shingle or giving yourself your own authority, people who start with attorneys stay friends. People who end with attorneys don't. It's that simple. By the way, if you want to find out more about Fastport, you can do so at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We're taking the ride with them all the way to Arlington for their Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards. And as always, we're going to keep on reminding you guys that Charles Jones Jr., who, like Dave, served his bit in Korea, Macy Matisse, who before she was in the Army was the only female member of her high school wrestling team, or Mark Scriven, the Scriv, who seems to have every branch of service and every family member of his serving. Congratulations to all three of them. We'll be profiling them more as we get closer to that. I want you to go to readsacrossamerica.org. If you do that, you will see how you can actually help move the mission forward. Before we get to anything else, before we get to news or anything, this awareness/celebration of National Days is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since '97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown, and these days they serve 50 states, 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com, and then you can turn your attention to 4 days that actually kind of work really nicely together. One is technological, and the other really deals with the human soul. So let's shine a little light, shall we? National LED Light Day is today, celebrating the invention of the LED light. Inner Beauty Day, You Matter to Me Day, and Forgiveness Day. In other words, let's use this day to shine a light on what is best about ourselves, which is often the people we surround ourselves with, and then make sure we leave a space in our hearts to let go of the slights that have held us back. 615-292-6366. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. You're welcome to call, but I do need to pivot to some news. Dre, if you'd be so kind as to hit that right now.
Breaking news!
So our good friend Tyson Fisher came on the show yesterday, and he actually previewed what he has out today. The Supreme Court is set to resolve a long-standing legal debate over broker liability. SCOTUS is going to decide whether freight brokers can be held responsible for crashes involving motor carriers they hire. In some parts of the country, a broker may be held liable for negligent hiring if a motor carrier is contracted if, in fact, they actually had anything to do with the crash, meaning if they hired the person who crashed, they're liable. In other parts, the broker is off the hook, meaning some states cover this, some states don't. The patchwork of court ruling has left stakeholders on both sides of the debate urging the Supreme Court to settle the dispute. Without explanation, the High Court punted on the issue 3 separate times. C.H. Robinson was involved in the first major broker liability case. In 2020, the Ninth Circuit ruled in Miller v. C.H. Robinson that the broker could be held liable for negligent selection. 3 years later, the Seventh Circuit ruled in favor of broker Global Trans, creating the circuit split. Last July, the 11th Circuit aligned with the 7th Circuit by taking Total Quality Logistics, TQL, off the hook. The losing party in all 3 of those broker liability cases asked the Supreme Court to weigh in. All 3 of those requests were denied. Typically, the winning party in a circuit court case urges the Supreme Court to reject the losing party's petition. Why risk the victory? This was true for the first 2 lawsuits involving C.H. Robinson and Global Trans. But by the time the plaintiffs in the TQL case filed their Supreme Court petition, all stakeholders were expressing frustration and concerns over the uncertainty caused by the circuit splits. Basically, the Supreme Court's going to resolve it. It's 2-1, 2 circuits basically letting the brokers off the hook, and one saying, no contraire, mon frère. And by the way, it don't work like baseball. It ain't a best-of-3 series. That ain't how it works, okay? The Supreme Court's got to kind of step in now because there are multiple rulings and it's causing all kind of confusions in the space. So a lot of people are taking a hard look at this over the next couple of weeks, next couple of months. This should get resolved probably sometime next year. Supreme Court is going to kind of go over it and try to figure out what's going on here. That's what it kind of comes down to, and that's what Tyson is looking at. You guys should head over to landline.media, look it up under his byline. Big thanks to Tyson yesterday for making the time and space to be a part of the conversation. Okay, what do you say we pivot?
Pivot!
Into this Guy Fieri story. Now, had you heard any of this, Dre?
Not until you brought it up
and
this
any
morning.
of this landed. It was a big thing on 60 Minutes, and really it was 60 Minutes that kind of put this into motion. Bay Area celebrity chef and TV personality Guy Fieri says he's still trying to make sense of a tequila heist that left his company reeling. In an interview with 60 Minutes on this Sunday, Fieri detailed how 2 freight trucks carrying more than 24,000 bottles of Santos Spirits tequila, the brand he co-founded with rocker I Can't Drive 55, Sammy Hagar, vanished en route from Texas to Pennsylvania last year. The theft, investigators say, was a sophisticated cybercrime that exploited vulnerabilities in the global supply chain. You think? When the president of your company calls you and says, we lost 2 truckloads of tequila, You think it's a joke. That's what Fieri said. My mind goes straight to Goodfellas. Goodfellas isn't a joke. It's funny at first, but at the end of the day, it ain't a joke. $1 million in premium tequilas, including a couple of limited editions. The trucks were taken by criminals posing as carriers who double brokered the shipment. They even created fake trucking companies and falsified GPS data to make it appear the vehicles were still en route. Santo Spirit CEO Dan Butkus told 60 Minutes the GPS was emulated. It looked like it was where it was supposed to be. Butkus said the company initially believed the trucks were delayed by mechanical issues. Emails and tracking data appeared legitimate until both trucks failed to arrive. It wasn't a truckload of screwdrivers, Fieri said. Somebody knew what it was. Tequila is a hot commodity. Dude, any kind of consumable is a hot commodity, guy. Doesn't make any difference. Because remember, once you steal it, it's pure profit.
Yep.
You ain't got to pay no taxes. You just move it. Authorities later discovered one of the missing shipments containing 11,000 bottles in a Los Angeles warehouse. The second truck and its driver were never found. Investigators with Verisk CargoNet and the Los Angeles Police Department Cargo Theft Unit say that the heist bears the markings of an international criminal network that operates out of, you guessed it, Vladimir Putin's area, Eastern Europe. Happy birthday, Vlad, and thank you for all the joy you bring us. Part of a surge in the cyber-enabled cargo thefts have increased 1,200% over 4 years. Fieri said the loss hits his small company especially hard, forcing layoffs and straining its Mexican distillery partners. We lost all the tequila. We can't fill the shelves. It hurt bad. He decided to speak out because even though it left... This is important, by the way, because our friend Ben Wilkins talks about this all the time. If you are the victim, and I told you, remember, I was a victim of fraud, stupid fraud, greedy fraud, thought I could get a better deal on some hats that I wanted. The moment I realized what had happened, I shut down the cards and told everybody I got scammed.
Yeah.
And I'm a smart customer. I wasn't on that day. It's important that Fieri does this. I do want to know more about who they were working with, who their third-party logistics was, and why were they handling that? Why don't they have a 3PL company that handles this stuff for them? And once again, it's folks thinking they know your business who don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, you know the Russians aren't drinking it because it's not vodka.
Well said. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side with our good friend, Mr. Kevin Lindsay, as we continue to broadcast live from the Fastport Studios at the Degas House in the city of New Orleans. Less than a minute drive from the birthplace of truckin' radio, WWL 870 AM. It's Road Gang Radio.
Thank you, Dave.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Just like a good setup and a punchline, Mac and Cheese delivers the sticky goods.
Hey, Mac, did you hear about the black magic over at the pet cemetery?
You know I never go anywhere near there.
Pets were rising from the dead all over the place.
That sounds terrible.
No, their owners were thrilled to have them home. But there was one problem. They kept falling apart.
How do they fix that?
Well, luckily, Walmart's open 24 hours. #1 retailer in the country.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for mac and cheese.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are in the Road Gang, and by the way, thank you guys for joining us this morning here. Good to see so many friends and familiar voices out there on the tube of you. If you're yakking it up over there, good morning. I know our friend Rebecca Brewster is always making FaceTime on Facebook, so good morning to you as well. The Grumpy Pete stopped in. Good to actually see that he is still rolling along. And Andre and I decided we've come to a conclusion. We could take Marshall, but notice I said we could take Marshall. I don't think either one of us single-handedly could take Marshall, but together we get him.
Valid. And honestly, I'm gonna put my foot down right now. I can't be called Andre anymore. It's got to be just Dre, because that last interview from last week, man, it had me.
That's a good interview, by the way. And I got to tell you, man, if you like the booze and you like the country and Western music, that is a nice piece of content right there. That's a book worth checking out, I got to tell you right now. Andre Darlington.
Oh, dude. Awesome interview. All around, just great experience. But, man, let me tell you something. My skin was crawling because I kept thinking what? Oh, okay, I'm here. I'm good.
Pay attention. Stay in the game. Stay on target, Red Leader. Booze and Vinyl Country, 100-plus spirited drink and music pairings by Andre Darlington. Please, guys, if you have somebody in your life who likes it a country and like it a booze, that is the book for them. Maybe a Christmas gift, maybe a birthday gift if they actually have a birthday in the next couple of weeks or months or so. I mean, who knows? The possibilities are endless. The possibilities, of course, are endless here. Don't forget when Kevin Lindsay joins us, as he is actually already here to do, you can always give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, because Kevin knows how to spell that.
Yeah, and by the way, really quickly, Dre, do you think who could you take, Mark Sanchez or Guy Fieri?
Guy Fieri.
Yeah. Sanchez sober? Oh man,
nah,
done.
I
got veins. I got veins in my neck.
I was gonna say he can't catch me, but he probably could.
He'd catch you.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd catch you. Oh yeah. I mean, there's a reason that 69-year-old man stabbed him. There's a reason, dude. No, there's a reason.
Let's talk maintenance, please.
I mean, that is maintenance. They have to be doing maintenance on Mark Sanchez for the better part of the next 2 to 3 months. Yeah. Hey, Kevin Lindsay. Good morning to you. How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Well, I mean, it's like I tell people, trucking's a rough racket, man. Guy Fieri decides not to use, decides to kind of do I think he did an in-house thing and didn't get a third-party logistics provider, and instead they just brokered somebody out to do it. Bye. Why wouldn't Guy Fieri's people? I'd have fired everybody. Why wouldn't you sit down with an actual 3PL and be like, hey, so let me get your bona fides. Tell us about yourself. Who recommends you? What other celebrities use you guys? How do you do this stuff? No, they just kind of. How did they get brokered out to a Eastern European bunch of gangsters? You don't have to answer that, by the way. That's not your job.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
How was your weekend, man?
It was pretty good. Had a good weekend. Actually, took Friday off and drove over to the great state of Mississippi and had a little small family reunion get together and celebrated my mom's 90th birthday.
Oh, congratulations on that, by the way. Here's hoping that I got 7 years to wait on that from either one of my parents, so I'm going to keep my fingers crossed and hope I can have the same sort of celebration. And I'm taking it, if you're celebrating a 9-0, that mom's still all there, correct? Am I guessing correct? Kind of, sort of?
Yeah, but nobody wants to ride with her to church anymore. She still drives to church occasionally.
Oh, my God. I had an uncle that lived to 99. He was still driving across the causeway at 94, and the only way he would finally accept not being allowed to drive across the causeway is if his nephew drove across the causeway to get him, and then they drove back in his car. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Kevin Lindsay, who is the manager of
old folks doing stuff, right?
Old folks doing stuff. You know what? I've been doing it this way all my life. Why should anything change? By the way, that is kind of the foundational thought process behind Maintenance Matters. The manager of technical service, Kevin Lindsay, joins us, Travel Centers of America. It's always good to have you. And I think you sum it up best by saying it's that time of year, isn't it? It is time to have this conversation. Seasonal maintenance.
You know, it always seems like it's that time of year, doesn't it? But I mean, it kind of is, though, because, you know, seasons are always changing. I live in Tennessee, and, you know, they always say if you don't like the weather today, wait till tomorrow. So,
yeah, exactly.
And it's true.
You know what the joke in New Orleans
you
is?
You have to wait a few hours.
Yeah. You know what the joke in New Orleans is? If you don't like the weather, cross the street.
Across the street, right?
This is a really dumb question, but I'm going to ask it by way of making a point. 4 seasons, and even if your area of the world doesn't have 4 seasons, like New Orleans literally has what I call summer and a blur of everything else, it really is. If you actually did a maintenance update 4 times a year, you would be good to go for a very long time, correct?
I don't see why not, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, of course, it's going to depend on how deep of a maintenance you do 4 times a year, but that's a good
good time to check
target,
in,
right?
Yeah, good time to check in. Good
is,
target.
you know,
Good target.
Regardless, right?
All right.
Yeah.
So we're rolling towards winter. That's where we're headed. Okay, we're kind of going into the fall, coming through the fall, going towards winter. You know, these 2 areas here. So where should we just begin? I mean, where should we kind of dig into, like making sure that we've come through the summer, we talked about that, we got ourselves to the end of it, made sure that we didn't blow our AC out and all the other kind of groovy stuff that happens at the end of the summer. Where do we go from here?
Exactly, right. Well, I would personally, I always like to start with brakes because, you know, because obviously the truck's still running, engine's running, drivetrain's doing good because you're still going down the road and hauling freight, right? So you still won't need to stop when you need to, though. So hopefully brakes are okay because, you know, I think it wasn't very long ago, just a month and a half, 2 months ago, we had brake week. So hopefully you kind of look things over before that week. But, you know, it's a good time to actually, you know, dig a little deeper into things, you know. You know, is there certain things been done to the truck recently, you know? Over the summer, you know, you may have had an issue. Stop and think about, okay, well, I had this problem, you know, oh, that's right, they bypassed my air dryer. You know, you get into, I mean, I know New Orleans, it's always wet season, so in here, as it is mostly across the South, but to an extent. But, you know, we're getting into that time of year, so, you know, it's a good idea to make sure that air dryer, you know, has been, hasn't been bypassed, you know, and if everything's working properly. When's the last time I changed my filter in my air dryer, things like that, you know, have I noticed any changes, you know, in the way my dryer purges, you know, when my air pressure builds back up and I hear my, you know, that air exhaust out of my air dryer, out of that purge valve, you hear that, right? You know, am I hearing that more often? You know, those types of things, you know, something, I don't know, it's really hard to say, well, do this. I mean, you can, because obviously, you know, all the OEMs have specific intervals for checking specific items. And, you know, most of the stuff that I always talk about in any seasonal maintenance, though, are really, most of these things are technically should be done on a daily or weekly basis, you know, at minimum anyway. So, you know, hopefully if you do that properly and really pay attention to what's going on and anything you've noticed that it's changed, you know. So
Yeah, and by the way, there's a famous term they have when people want to kind of get their company straight, want to kind of get a better sense of politicians, get a better sense of their constituencies. If people have, and by the way, it's National Forgiveness Day, and one of the things they tell you about forgiveness is that it's better to go to people you've wronged and listen to them rather than talking to them. Basically what we're suggesting here to some degree is a listening session. Is to take the time to kind of move around the truck and to move around the brakes and give them a good listen. You're listening for stuff. That's basically what it is. And you kind of want to know if you're hearing the right things. Sometimes you don't want to hear anything at all. And if you hear something, you're like, that's a problem. That's where the issues are. There's the things I don't want to hear. Or not hearing the things you're supposed to hear on the flip side of that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a great way of putting it, because it truly is. Because nobody knows that truck better than you, or as a driver, or the person been operating that truck, the last, however many miles, however long you've been in that particular truck. So you kind of grow to know that the little nuances, the little noises, the little sounds that you hear. Well, when I'm on this particular stretch of highway, in Ohio or wherever, I always hear this same noise, so it must be something to do with the road. And it very well could be, but I think we all, the more you travel down the same roads over and over, you get used to hearing certain sounds from the area that you're in, whether it's the road or whether it's coming from something else. It's when you start hearing those anomalies, that, wait a minute, what was that? What was that? What could have caused that? And that's where you really need to, as you do those daily inspections and stuff, and especially for a seasonal type inspection, take a much harder look at everything. Does this look like it's going to make it through, the next few months and think about the changes that you could see in the environment. Maybe I know for the next 3 months I'm hauling this certain load to this certain location and back and things like that. So stop and think about that. All right, I'm going to be going, to Wisconsin and back for the next 3 months. I'm hearing this strange noise here. That could mean I've got something going on with my air system. I better make sure that I've got all my air tanks drained, everything's working properly. I need to make sure I've got some airline antifreeze with me, because within the next 3 months, headed up north, you're gonna need it, most likely, right? Things like that.
Okay. So let's kind of, and it's really fun. I'm gonna go once again. Let's go to left field for a second here. So Dave and Cheryl, they have Subarus. And while I'm in town, setting the studio up, getting kind of things in order, hopefully being able to get back to California at some point in my life, I've been using the other one, the older model. Before they actually bought their new one, there was a strange sound that was being produced. For the first couple of weeks of it, Kevin, we thought, this is the absolute truth, and we know cars pretty good, we thought that the alignment was off, and we were just slowly drifting towards the side of the road and hitting the side of the rumble you get.
Rumble strip.
Yeah, the rumble strip. Okay. It wasn't a rumble strip, as a matter of, we always would adjust our steering, and it would be fine. We thought, okay, we got to get the alignment looked at. The alignment was fine. It was the transmission fluid, dude. It was the transmission fluid between second and third. And literally, because of that transmission fluid leak, what was going on was every time it would go between second and third, it would get this rumble inside of it before actually clearing up and then being fine and then kind of moving forward. And so, the thing that really kind of threw us was the fact that we're driving on Louisiana roads. And there are so many thunk. I mean, it's so many places where you would do that anyway, and that's why it's so important to take the time and really, really listen. Sorry, I wanted to kind of give an example of what we're talking about here.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about air leaks in regards to brake systems, by the way, and why we should check. Let's talk about hearing for the air leaks. But what I really want to talk about is what a sluggish valve means in the long term, and like I said, there are plenty of people who know exactly what we're talking about, but just for those people who are just kind of getting new to the thing, and let's kind of tell them about what a sluggish valve now could turn into.
Well, most of your air valves, on air brake vehicles and stuff, where you really notice like a sluggishness is typically when you depress the brakes and then release them. It's like there's a delay sometimes, and that's kind of what I mean by something being sluggish. So, but really what that is that's an exhaust in those valves, and inside of those air valves, most every air valve, every air valve in an air brake system on a truck is going to have some type of exhaust that I kind of use the phrase that's normally open to the atmosphere, meaning that if the valve is not actuated, then the exhaust is just open to the atmosphere, which that also means that with the truck just sitting there, that valve not being used, brakes aren't being depressed or something. That means we just went through the summer and everything, right? Well, insects, bugs, debris things could have built up inside that exhaust part of that valve, and all of a sudden it slows down the airflow being released when that valve is actuated and it goes to exhaust. So when you run into stuff like that, and you hear those little odd things. Well, what in the world caused that? And what was that? and that's why I was kind of aiming towards that whole listening type of diagnosis for diving deeper into some of this, because when that happens, you want to really try to dive in, or have someone really dive in and look at those things. You notice anything, and that's when you've also got to stop and go back. Okay, did I have any work done anywhere on this part of the system or something? Maybe you going down the road had run over something and busted an airline or something, and had a roadside service come out and replace it. When you've got those types of things that have happened in the past, did they splice a line? They told me they spliced that, and I needed to go ahead and replace it. Did I ever do that? No, I better get that done, right? So things like that, right? You kind of got to go back and remember what you've had done, because, you're working hard delivering freight. A lot of times we get things done, and you got to get back on the road and got to go. And temporary fixes, when they turn into long-term fixes, they turn into problems. That's just the way that works.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is the fact that, remember, and it's also important when somebody does something for your truck, is to remember what they told you for the aftercare and the after instructions. The idea, look, I'm going to get you to the next checkpoint. You're going to be fine. You'll get the delivery done. You should be good for a week. Promise me before month's end you'll take care of it. Listen to those people and take care of it. That's really what it kind of comes down to. That's a really great point. There's a lot of people who will work with you, including Kevin Lindsay of Travel Centers of America, who understand that you've got to get the job done, and getting off the road soon isn't always an option. But to be able to say to somebody, look, you're going to get a 34 really soon, or this job will come to an end. You got to get your tuchus into the shop and get this taken care of for reals. Right now, you're okay. It's basically, it's the trucking equivalent of running on a donut for 6 months. It's just, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was going to throw in there as well, because when you do have, something, that happens, whether it was a breakdown or whatever, and especially, if you have a roadside repair, temporary repair done somewhere, if it was on the air brake system, or really anywhere in the air system, but on the air brake system, always ask the question, of the person that did the repair. Hey, did you have to replace any fittings or anything like that? Because you got to remember, these air brake vehicles, the fittings that were designed and engineered into that truck should only be replaced with the like fittings. Now, what I mean by that is, and this is something a lot of people don't think about, but in an air brake system, because the airlines are sitting there empty, just void of anything. There's no pressure in them, right? When you've depressed the brake pedal, you have air that has to rush through these lines, fill up the lines, go all the way back to a relay valve that actually opens another valve and allows air pressure directly from the tanks through bigger lines and more volume to go out to the brake chambers to stop the truck. Well, when you go through that process, there's a timing issue, right? From the time, as a driver, you hit the brake pedal to the time those brakes apply, and there's laws around this timing. But if some of those airlines had to be replaced and the fittings, to hold those airlines like onto the brake chambers or from a relay valve to a brake chamber or something, and somebody had to replace a fitting, the difference in fittings is if it's a straight fitting, air goes straight through it. If it's a 45-degree fitting, timing wise, that's like adding about 3 feet of airline. So now it takes it longer to travel that distance and make that bend at that 45. When you put a 90-degree fitting in place of a straight fitting, you're adding almost like 7 feet of airline as far as timing goes. So that's why it's always important. Hey, you had to replace a fitting. Did you put the same fitting back in? Was it a 45? Was it a 90? Was it a straight? Things like that. You want to make sure you've got that stuff right, because what you could notice is all of a sudden you're wearing brakes out quicker on one side than the other, and it could be because they're applying quicker, or the worst case is, and I've seen this before, where you get into those hard stops and one wheel will actually try to lock up when another one won't. Now, that can happen if you don't have ABS sensors on that axle. But here's the other flip side of that. If you do have ABS sensors, now you're going to have a modulator valve for that side that's actually overworking from what it's designed to do, because it's having, every time the brakes are depressed, it's firing on and off and holding pressure and keeping it from sliding. So by doing that, it's not going to live as long now. So
yeah,
you shortened the life of an ABS valve and didn't realize it, just putting the wrong fitting in. So.
Yeah, and by the way, let me ask you, okay, and I think this kind of got set up earlier, but let me ask you a question. That goes back to the idea that sometimes a temporary fix is a temporary fix, and sometimes people are like, well, look, all I got is this part. I got this part here. We'll get you to the next checkpoint. Please, I am begging you, get that swapped out. Do not keep running on that thing. Is that, we make the joke all the time. What ultimately killed my truck? Well, you turned it on. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all designed to kind of, and by the way, you can't, as much as people have tried, and some people have really tried, you can't ship of Theseus a semi. You just can't. In case anybody doesn't know what a ship of Theseus is, that's when you leave port with one boat and arrive with another after all the repairs you do, because every piece has been changed out. You really can't. It's almost impossible to actually do that. But some people have tried. That's the absolute truth there. And the thing of the matter, and by the way, can you just do me a favor for the sake of sanity, just define brake balance for people. Like I said, I know most of our listeners know this, and then I have a really funny question for you. But define brake balance for people really at its core, and why that's so important.
Well, in reality, brake balance is kind of what I was just describing. It's about the timing from the time the brake pedal is depressed to the time the wheel ends. All actually, let's say it's drum brakes. By the time the shoes actually make contact with the drum, start slowing the vehicle down. But the real key there is not just that, because you want them all basically to apply at the same time from side to side, right, on each axle. But when you're connected, a tractor's connected to a trailer, in reality, when the driver hits the brake pedal, you would think you would really want, air to get to where it's going to stop the vehicle as quick as possible, and you do. But timing wise, and in fractions of seconds, it really should start for everything to be in good balance, even on each side of the trailer or the truck. But it should start at the rear axle of the trailer, and then the front axle of the trailer, then the rear drive axle of the truck, and the front drive axle of the truck, all the way up to the steering. So the brakes should apply kind of in that order. Now, we're talking, less than a second all the way from the back of a 53-foot trailer to the steering axle. So, there's not a whole lot of a difference there in reality, but good balance, because that's really what it means, because you start slowing it down from the back forward, if that makes sense.
Oh, no, it makes sense. As a matter of fact, I always tell people, if somebody asks me once about brake balance, I said, you want to see what happens when you don't have brake balance? I said, watch The Dark Knight Rises. I'm sorry, The Dark Knight. Watch it. Watch the truck flip.
Yeah.
Watch the truck flip, because basically he detaches the back end brake, so when they go airborne, they go airborne. That's how they did the stunt, by the way. I don't know if you've ever seen that. They actually did the stunt with an actual truck, and all they did was cut the brakes in the back. So when the truck driver hit, it was a combination of a cable, and he hit the brakes, and there was no brakes in the back, and it just went airborne. Yeah, so it's important to kind of remember that. And by the way, that's not going to happen. If that happens to you, you're obviously a supervillain in Gotham. But you get the drift. By the way, Kevin, they're having a really terrific conversation on the chat. Just kind of wanted to point this out to you. Our good friends from Truckers Voices asked, what is the worst city to drive in? And I thought I would ask you the question. My answer, by the way, was Atlanta. Not because it's not any worse than a whole lot of other places, but I go there just enough for it to be an inconvenience when I get there, and not enough to actually understand the rhythm of the damn place. Like, I get Memphis, I get Nashville, I get Jackson. I don't know. What about you? Because you travel everywhere.
Honestly, Atlanta's rough, but Atlanta's really more about volume. There's so much volume in Atlanta. I actually had my brother was telling me over the weekend about when he was driving a truck, he got stuck on 285 and had to go around 2 or 3 times before he could finally get off. So it's like, that's a long ways around. He said, I know, I was scared I was going to run out of fuel.
Yeah, I have to tell you, and the other thing is too, when you make the adjustment, you finally get out of Atlanta, you start headed towards Charlotte. They might as well just call it a speedway. By the way, it's like the great. You go from absolute gridlock to making the jump to light speed. Which is really funny, and it's the same experience I have when you leave Nashville, Franklin, and start heading for Chattanooga. You're like, wait a minute. I mean, basically, when did the Millennium Falcon show up here? What is going on?
That I-24 corridor, I live right off of it, and I can vouch for that. From Nashville to Chattanooga, it's like everyone's trying to gain as much speed as they can to jump over Mount Eagle. It's like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, and then here's the thing that's really here's the craziest thing about it, by the way. And then you add into the mix just enough people who are tourists who can't, especially in the fall as the seasons change, just enough people who are driving who are going like, ooh, look at the pretty leaves. And I mean, it can result in some real absolute disasters. I'm surprised that, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you were asking me that, and I didn't get to this, but Cincinnati is the one that I usually dread the most going through.
Well, don't you know they're going to change Cincinnati's name? They're going to change its name to Under Construction. They're just going to change its name to Under Construction. I mean, just unbelievable. Unbelievable. By the way, Forod says, on my regular route, the worst places from Indianapolis to Ohio state line or vice versa. Forod, I can't say I disagree with you, by the way. My brother who actually has his CDL and has done a lot of work behind the wheel of a truck, often says, he basically says 75 is a state of mind, is just what he says. I mean, he kind of goes with that. Kevin, we are out of time, brother. We got so much more to talk about, but I thought we'd have a little bit of fun there. Some really great folks out there chatting. A lot of people say good morning. Big numbers, by the way. Well done. We will talk at you next week as we always do. Go have the best of weeks.
I will do my best. Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, my God, of course. One of the most informative half hours in radio is here on Road Gang Radio. Mr. Kevin Lindsay, you guys know him. You know what he does. You know what he's all about. And we're thrilled to have him all the time. He is, of course, the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America. We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I'm super stoked. And let me set this up for our listeners today. A couple of weeks ago, I interviewed a wonderful young man by the name of Richard Vanier, and he works for Stevens Trucking out of Oklahoma. And not only was he just a terrific interview, a great young man and very personable and funny and so forth, telling me about his story about being a member of our honor fleet. During that interview, he said, yeah, I was team driving. And I said, oh, cool. Who was your team driver? And he said, oh, my mother. And I said, whoa, wait a minute. You can't just get that by me. I think that is the coolest story ever. So, of course, I had to talk to Mother. So, today on Trucking Tributes, please welcome Mother, a.k.a. Tracy Vanier. And Tracy is a professional driver, and I absolutely love her story about how she decided she was going to become a professional truck driver. So Tracy, take it away. How did you make this grand decision in your life?
Well, I liked watching all the shows growing up of Smokey and the Bandit and what else? There was Convoy and all that stuff, but that's not what made me want to get into it. BJ and the Bear is another TV series that was on, but there was a spinoff from BJ and the Bear, and it's called BJ and the Seven Lady Truckers. Their theme song was Take It Easy by the Eagles. You know, 4 that want to own me, 2 that want to stone me, 1 says she's a friend of mine, there's your 7. So if those ladies could do it, I could do it too. Granted, they were actors, but that's what got me into doing it.
Yeah, okay. Do you think they were really driving those rigs, speaking of being actors?
Looking at it, when I was that younger, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I don't know.
But now you know that they were, and I just love that story, and I love the fact that you are such a marvelous female role model. But you also told me that your dad had a beautiful attitude about your desire to drive too. So what was that?
When I was about 10 years old, I told my dad I wanted to drive a truck for a living, and he said, baby, you can do anything you want if you put your mind to it. And we had a friend who had a Kenworth, and he had a delivery up in Manchester, New Hampshire at the Budweiser plant. And he came in my room, says, you want to go for a ride in a big truck? And I'm like, yeah. And he said, come on, let's go. So we got into the truck and went up and made the delivery, sitting there waiting, you know, the story about hurry up and wait.
Right.
So he says, you look tired. Why don't you go climb in the bunk and go to sleep? So I did. And the next thing I know, my dad's waking me up at the house. Come on, baby. It's time to go home. And I'm like, darn, I missed it.
Yeah, but you didn't miss it. You had that experience of what it's
Oh,
like to drive and live in that big rig. And I just love how your concept of, putting it together and becoming a professional driver was shaped in that regard. And kudos for your dad for encouraging your desire to do that because, I can tell already, Tracy, that it is not lost on you. You are a
no.
role model for other women. That's
Yep.
going to be a good feeling. Have you talked to other gals about driving?
Oh yeah, and I've encouraged them, and I've given them helpful hints on how to get started and everything. And when I first started driving, one of the people asked me, "Why do you want to drive a truck?" And I says, "Well, I have my own office space with a window ever-changing view. I listen to my own music as loud as I want. I tour the countryside on their fuel, and I get paid to do it."
It's a great gig if you can get it. And by golly, ladies out there, yes, of course you can get it. And it amazes me, especially at talking to organizations like Women in Trucking and lady drivers such as yourself, that more young people don't consider the profession of truck driving as a valid, legitimate, well-paying profession to get into. And you can really kind of choose your own path to a certain extent, as you mentioned, Tracy, of having
Yeah.
that window view. And you find the right gig and you can go long haul or you can stay short haul and stay home. I mean, you've got choices out there in this profession, and it's a great profession, and we need drivers. We absolutely
Yep.
need drivers in the industry. And of course, Wreaths Across America, we need drivers because our mission to remember, honor, and teach is growing by leaps and bounds. This year going
Yes.
season at 2025, we have well over 5,000 participating locations. And even as Tracy and I are speaking today on Trucking Tributes, our liaisons at Wreaths Across America are now signing up new locations. It's really as easy as being a volunteer who steps up and said, "Hey, I'm willing to start a participating cemetery in my community." You get permission, of course, from the cemetery because we are always their guests, but you get permission from that cemetery and you can sign up as a location coordinator and get all of this working for us. And that's when people like Tracy come in, because Tracy will go get those veterans wreaths and bring them to your participating location. So Tracy, I'm really curious. You got to tell folks on Trucking Tributes, and I want to be sure I thank the folks at RadioNemo for having us on this morning as well. You got to let our listeners know, how is it that you and Richard became a team? I love that.
I was teaming with other people, and he went and got his license, and he started with another company, and he wanted to come over and team with me. And I was, because I had the experience behind me, I was able to bring him over almost basically right out of school, the trucking school. So I got him over, and when they put it across the Qualcomm that they needed volunteers to go do the Wreaths Across America, he asked me if I wanted to put our name in. And I says, "You better put our name in." And luckily we got picked to go up to Maine to get the wreaths right from Columbia Falls.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And
And I
when
got to share with you, if you haven't had a chance to hear Richard's interview yet on Trucking Tributes.
I did.
Yeah, he was very proud of the opportunity, shared with me that he really loved being a team driver with his mom. And if he had the opportunity to do it again, he certainly would. And that's quite a testament to you, Mom. You raised a boy there.
We're looking into seeing if we can get back into a team. And once we get established as a team, we can probably go anywhere. I mean, we've done it before, so
my gosh,
we should be established as a team. But
yeah, the miles you can put on as a team is really necessary too. I learned that not long ago on Trucking Tributes. It's really quite a feat.
And not having to look for a place to park to sleep for the night because the truck keeps rolling.
Valid. And truckers, professional drivers do need parking spaces. That's a real thing, a real issue for professional drivers throughout the country, that they need safe spaces to be able to park their rigs and get off the road according to their clock and that sort of thing. So it's really an issue for our professional drivers. You are listening to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. I'm speaking with Tracy Vanier, and she is a professional driver who had the opportunity to come to Maine. Now, not all drivers have to do that. So to be clear, I have learned from our Director of Transportation and Industry Relations, Courtney George, that they have expanded their cross docks. We now have 9 operating cross docks throughout the country, so you can make a cross dock run. You don't have to come all the way to Maine. But Tracy, lay it out for our listeners on Trucking Tributes. What's awaiting them in Maine if they come that far?
Oh my God, it is so gorgeous up there. And what I do, if I have to go to Maine, I stop on 95, exit 2. There's a truck stop there, and they have an Amato's Italian restaurant there. My mother, when she was a teenager, worked for Amato's in Portland, and they're Maine grinders. I love them. I grew up eating them. Whenever we went to Maine to visit our cousins, what do you want for supper? Maine grinder. So I make sure I get Maine grinders when I go up there.
Most people are talking about the Maine lobster and the clam chowder, the lobster stew, but no, it's Amato's Maine grinder, huh?
Right.
We ought to have them advertising on Trucking Tributes.
Right. But yeah, I go up there and I get a Maine grinder. That's one of the things I love. And Richard went through there a few months ago, and he picked up the bread and the pickles and the oil that goes on the sandwiches. He brought it home, and I made myself a Maine grinder.
Well done. Give Amato's their money, girl. That's awesome.
Right.
That's awesome. So you get past that exit and you get past the Amato's restaurant, then what?
Oh, you go all the way up to Columbia Falls, and as soon as we walked in there the first year that Richard and I went in there, we walked in, and we were like, oh, this is our first time here. And it was Mason and Rick, and they said, welcome to the family. And we became part of the family right off the bat. And everything was wonderful. The food that was given by Tyson and Walmart and all them places that's donated for us truck drivers, free showers, free laundry, and free meals. So, and we were treated to a tour of the area. We saw the loading docks, and it smells like Christmas there. Oh my God.
Isn't that
smells
fur?
Oh, it smells wonderful. We were taken through the tippings. We were explained, there was a lady that brought us for a tour. We went to the cabins, the is it the Gold Star cabins?
No, it's we have a Gold Star History and Hospitality House, but it's just the cabins down that the Worcesters own down on the Tipland. Yes.
Right, and took us by Mr. Worcester's house, and it was so gorgeous. Took us to the church, showed us where the dog tags got hung on the trees. If you have a fallen relative, you can have a dog tag made up and hung up on the trees, and explained all the tipping parts and about how they tip the trees. Got to make my own wreath. Oh, that was so wonderful when I made my wreath with her. And she said that was the biggest and fullest and beautifulest wreath that she ever saw someone make.
The brush is amazing. And let me fill in a few gaps for Tracy here, because her is Diane. She is a marvelous, marvelous Diane Thompson. She and her husband, Fred, are an integral part of our trucking division at Rates Across America. And Diane, you will find almost always at the driver's check-in lounge in Columbia Falls, Maine. And she does just that. She has the branches, the tips, the balsam fir bouquets, and she teaches you how to make your own veterans wreath. And in the process, explains the symbolism and the meaning behind each of those balsam bouquets. So the veterans wreath that is placed on the headstone of our fallen, each of those wreaths is made up of 10 clusters of balsam fir tips. And as Tracy alluded to, out on the tipland, the reason why we call it the tipland, the process is known in Maine as tipping. It's a forestry process, and it is a sustainable program that we have at Wreaths Across America because those trees are not cut down. They are actually, the tops of them are tipped, and branches are trimmed off the sides of these balsam fir trees. And that's the brush that goes into making the veterans wreath that we place on the headstones every December. This year, Saturday, December 13th, is National Wreaths Across America Day. You can go on to our website at wreathsacrossamerica.org and sponsor one of those veterans wreaths to honor our fallen. We're not decorating graves at Christmas. That's not what it's about. Traditionally, for centuries, fresh evergreen has been used as a symbol of honor and remembrance, particularly during the winter months when all of our other greens and flowers are dormant. And so that is part of the process. And this is not pine, it's actually balsam fir. And it smells just luscious. So it does kind of bring back the memory of the holidays when you get
Christmas.
Yeah, when you get near these trucks, right? You open the back of your truck and that's all you can smell.
Right. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I have an uncle who's buried in Arlington Cemetery. And I have a lady friend. She's a 75-year-old Women's Army Corps veteran. I check on her every week. Every weekend when I'm off, I go check on her, make sure she's doing good. She's going to be buried in the Arlington Cemetery also.
God bless her soul. Yep. Oh,
that's what she chooses.
Meaning for you then, Tracy.
Yeah.
It really does. Really does.
And
yep. Go ahead.
My dad is buried in Dade County, Florida, in the Veterans Cemetery. And I've asked them to take pictures of these headstones with the wreath on it, and they send it to me through the chat room.
Yeah.
The Wreaths Across America chat. And down in the same cemetery my dad is buried in, we also have a close family friend that is buried there also with his wife. They were both in military. So, and I have a lot of uncles and aunts, uncles mostly, and my brothers were in the military, so a lot of family history about military. And I knew about Wreaths Across America before I even heard about it from the company that we got to go up there with.
Yeah, that is amazing. And you and your son get to participate in it together for the first time. I think that is about the coolest story. Now, tell me about your loads for those who are uninitiated with Wreaths Across America and how this works. And there are some folks sitting on the fence, even as we speak, as they listen to Trucking Tributes today. Tell them how it works. What do you do?
Well, my son did it all. I sat in the driver's lounge mostly, but he went down and he got the truck loaded, and they put a wreath on the grill of the truck. So that symbolizes that that truck has the wreath on it. It's loaded. It's ready to go. And then we went and parked it back down at the driver's lounge area, and we waited we went to the Saturday night dinner that they have for all the drivers. And after the dinner, the next morning, we all lined up, and we were fortunate to be the third truck behind the Arlington Cemetery group. And we ended up getting our truck put into some of those videos that you see from that year. And my son had a skull on there from Halloween, and then he took a Christmas hat, and put it on the skull, so it looked like Jack Skeleton on the front of the truck.
Nightmare Before Christmas, right? Yep.
Right.
Cool.
And while I was there, I got to meet Mr. Worcester, and he was very humble. He's just a wreath maker from Maine. That's all he says. And I also got to meet Tony Justice. And there was a large cars and guitars, what do you call it?
It was a concert
thing that they that they were doing for Tony.
Yeah.
And Mason actually kidnapped me that weekend. I had to do a 34 anyways, and my company that I worked for at the time had a yard right around the corner from Knoxville, and he came over and kidnapped me and took me over to the large cars and guitars concert that Tony had. and it was wonderful. And I got to hang out with Miss Courtney and everything. Got pictures with her and got all kinds of pictures of trucks and everything. But it was beautiful and it was wonderful.
So cool. Tony Justice has been such a great friend to Wreaths Across America. Of course, Courtney George, she's referring to, our Director of Transportation and Industry Relations, and just a marvelous gal that we're very, very fond of, and the whole trucking team. And you know, Tracy, it really speaks to me how Wreaths Across America is a family. We've talked about it so much on Trucking Tribute.
Very much.
That we are an extended family to one another. And God bless Mason, and may he rest in peace. He was such a passionate ambassador for the Wreaths Across America mission, and spoke to so many other drivers, professional drivers, to get them involved in hauling America's respect. That's what we call the members of our honor fleet. Those honor fleet drivers, professional drivers, just like Tracy and her son Richard, who become a member of the Wreaths Across America extended family to haul America's respect in the form of these veterans wreaths. We cannot do it without the transportation industry. Over 5,000 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery, and growing every day. Last year, over 3.1 million veterans wreaths were transported by our professional drivers. Gosh, we send them by LNG tankers, we send them by rail lines, and most of the lion's share of these wreaths are transported by trucks and their professional drivers. Tracy, you also pointed out a really good fact that a lot of folks don't know. If you happen to have a load that allows, and you're coming to Maine, not all people come to Maine, some pick up at cross docks, some drivers do key exchanges with other drivers, other companies, that sort of thing. But if you're lucky enough to come to the state of Maine and your load is destined for a location that can wait for you to get there, and we take off, the annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery takes off on a Sunday morning. If you're around and about with your load in your truck and you can haul out with us, you are welcome to haul out with us. So the annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery, that typically is really only made up of 12 to 13 tractor trailer units, becomes as much as 60 to 70 tractor trailer units, starting out at Narraguagus High School in Harrington, Maine, and traveling up the coast of the state of Maine and going to some of those first stops before you have to peel off. And you started to describe it. What was the experience like for you? What were you thinking as you were driving as part of that convoy?
It was so gorgeous to see all those people standing on the side of the road, waving their flags, the fire department having ladders up and a big flag hanging down between. They were parked on each side of the road, and the flag was hanging down over the road. And there's one gentleman that Mason pointed out to me that he stands there every year, an older gentleman. He stands there every year, white gloves in his uniform, and he salutes as the whole parade goes by and does not budge until the last truck has already passed him. And that line of trucks is anywhere from 5 miles long or longer. I don't know exactly how long.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of trucks.
We stretch out. We absolutely stretch out. And God bless our law enforcement officials and our Patriot Guard riders and all those who, you know, the song Snow at Arlington, done by Don Campbell, says it best. You know, they check the road ahead to be sure that we're okay and to be sure that we've got smooth travels ahead of us. And it really is quite extraordinary. And one of the things that gets me every year, Tracy, and I'm sure you saw some of that, is not only the folks standing on the side of the road, but sometimes, like you mentioned, this one individual, the gentleman standing there at salute, but sometimes the widow standing there with a flag in a shadow box to acknowledge her loved one who has passed. But what gets me every single time is when we get on the actual highway and the interstate and so forth, and we're traveling down, and all of a sudden you'll look up at an overpass on the highway, and the local law enforcement and first responders in that community are on the overpass. Their lights are going, they're all in full turnout gear, full dress gear and so forth, and they are saluting, and they've got flags hung on the overpass. And that is absolutely just a chilling, incredible thing to see. So the convoy was super exciting for you. What else would you say were some key takeaways for you from this whole experience, Tracy?
Oh, going to the cemeteries, we had 14 cemeteries that we delivered to in, I believe it was South Carolina and Georgia. And everyone that met us at the cemeteries or where we delivered the wreaths to, because sometimes we couldn't get into the cemetery, and they actually had us deliver to a farm. We backed up on their grass, and they said we could spend the night, and they had breakfast for us in the morning, and everybody was there to unload it. But all the cemeteries that we went to, they were all very thankful and brought us, breakfast or something. And they thanked us very much for bringing the wreaths to them so that they could get this done on the day that they designated it for laying the wreaths.
Yeah.
I don't know I forgot what it was called. I'm sorry.
National Wreaths Across America Day. And
That's
it's
it.
This year, Saturday, December 13th. And you too can receive this VIP treatment by getting involved as a member of our honor fleet. It was so funny because I was talking with Courtney on a show recently, Tracy. And, many of these cemeteries, as you mentioned, are small community cemeteries, and their rules dictate that we can't bring a great big tractor trailer rig into these cemeteries. So it takes the entire village to help us get these wreaths distributed. And there will always be volunteers there waiting to help you unload these wreath cases from your trailer. And they will come in everything from horse trailers to small construction trailers. Courtney was telling me that last year, for the first time, we even got some motorcycle trailers involved, and they didn't care. They didn't know where they were going until she got them loaded, So it might have been a quick day trip. It might have been a quick one stop or offload or what have you that we needed to fulfill. But the message really is here, and Tracy has touched on it beautifully, is if you have a will, if you want to participate in the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen, honor those who served, and teach the next generation the value of freedom, then reach out to the trucking division at Wreaths Across America. It's as easy as trucking at wreathsacrossamerica.org or wreathsacrossamerica.org/trucking. Either will get to them. Reach out and let them know that you're willing to and ready to participate. And you don't have to come all the way to Maine. We know that that's quite a haul for many of our drivers, especially owner-operators and some of our courier companies. So we do have 9 operating cross docks throughout the country. We even have some loads that just need to go from Maine to these cross docks, or from a cross dock to one location to another location. So there are open routes. We know of at least 30 or so open lanes even as we speak, and we need to get those lanes filled, because the volunteers, the boots on the ground that Tracy described, who so lovingly greet you all when you show up with their veterans wreaths, they are eager. They've been working all year long to make this happen so that they can remember the fallen in their communities. And they've gone to the trouble of getting these wreaths sponsored by individual citizens. And now it's up to the trucking and transportation industry to be sure that they actually get there and get there on time for National Wreaths Across America Day. Tracy, your story with your son is just so cool. And I hope you guys get to team drive again at some point in your lives. What are we not talking about on Trucking Tributes that you think we should touch on that we haven't hit yet?
I don't know.
Have we covered most of the ground?
Covered most of it, yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, we can't thank you enough for being a member of our honor fleet and for being such a fabulous role model to other women out there, women in trucking. They need you. Get involved. It's a great career. They have made super duper strides in the industry in making sure that our lady drivers are safe and well taken care of on the road.
Yes.
And it just, lots has progressed. A lot has progressed in the industry since women decided to start driving. And I've even been told, come on, men, hold on to your hats here, all right? I've even been told by industry experts that the lady drivers are some of the better drivers in the industry because they pay attention. They pay attention a little more to detail.
That reminds me, because when I used to deliver to some customers, working for my other companies that I worked for, they tell me where to put it and I back it right in there, and they were like, wow, You did that better than most men. I'm like, well, 8 months of yard jockeying, I learned how to back up a trailer before I came out here on the road, because I did 5 years of dump truck and 8 months of yard jockeying first before I went and got my Class A.
I would dare say
so
that you got to learn how to back that rig up if you want to go
Yep.
anywhere in life.
And I
That's
started
why
in
they don't let me into a rig.
I started in 1993 is when I got my Class B CDL.
Wow, that is
So
impressive. That is impressive. Well, thank you for being such a great role model, and thank you, frankly, for raising such a lovely young man. My interview with Richard was fun. He was engaging. He was polite. He was all the things that you would expect. So, lady, you've done a great job with your son, and you've done a great job in the industry. We really appreciate your time. He better be.
he better be polite and mannerable. I'll smack him.
Oh, see, that's where it really comes down to.
And he knows it too.
Yes, ma'am. I think he does. He does. Tracy, we really appreciate you. Thank you so much for being a member of the Honor Fleet for Wreaths Across America. Keep trucking, keep it safe, and we will be in touch soon, I'm sure. Thanks for joining Trucking Tributes.
Yes, ma'am. Trucking's in my son's blood because he got it from both parents.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I can sure do, because we just enjoyed that race across America. Now let's get to some health. Ain't that right there, Jimmy?
We're on the highway to health, one of the longest running segments on this platform, not just this platform, on RadioNemo.com. We've been doing this gig for a long time because part of making a living is making sure the most important piece of equipment in the truck actually is you, making sure that your health is where it needs to be to get you a little further down the road. And while the topic we're talking about today applies to all men, it must be pointed out that we have some special information for truckers as well. This is really important stuff, guys. You know, I am one of those people who, you know, like my father, I've been blessed with amazing health despite my best efforts, and often don't get to the doctor as much as I would like. This is one of those areas where I do get to the doctor as much as I possibly can and would advise you to. I want you guys to go to testicularcancerawarenessfoundation.org or testescancer.org. Either one of those will start the conversation pretty good for you. You can find them on YouTube at Testicular Cancers. You can find them on Facebook at tca.org, on the X, formerly known as Twitter, at Testes Cancer. And by the way, I'm going to keep on saying this, guys, because I want you guys to understand that Testes Cancer is not a good scene. Instagram.com, TikTok.com, Testicular Cancer 2009, and on LinkedIn at Testicular Cancer Awareness Foundation. Shay Roberts joins us this morning. So thrilled to have you, by the way, Director of Operations for Testicular Cancer Awareness Foundation. Good morning, and thank you for making the time.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting us on today.
Oh, you got it. And by the way, I am making a joke because I want to be serious about this. So I'm 55, which means I'm free and clear because, after all, testicular cancer is the leading cancer in men ages 15 to 44. Hold on 1 second, right? It has no discrimination, does it? It happens to be big in that area, but it is everywhere, correct?
Absolutely. It can strike men at any age, from the infants all the way up to the elderly. Our eldest survivor that we have in our group right now was diagnosed at 69, and our youngest was diagnosed at 2.5 years old.
I want to let that land on all of our listeners out there. 69, we've been talking about that number this morning because of the elderly man who got in a fight with Mark Sanchez. Turned out to be tougher than people imagined. It doesn't matter how tough you are, and it doesn't matter how innocent you are in regards to 2.5, 3 years old. It is one of the leading causes of cancer in men, and as we'll find out today, it is treatable. It is. You can get rid of it. The problem is that people let it go until it's beyond just that area. Correct?
That is true. When it is caught early in stage 1, it is a very treatable cancer. It is one of the most treatable forms at that stage. But once it advances beyond stage 1, it becomes much more difficult to treat.
So let's kind of get into the numbers here, because this is something that everybody listening, every single truck driver out there who is male, who is listening, needs to pay real close attention to, because this isn't a rare occurrence. Talk about the numbers. And like I say, people don't always have a complete grasp of what those numbers mean, but these numbers are, well, they're alarming, which means you got to stay on top of it. Take us through the numbers of the impact this has across the American male these days.
Absolutely. 1 in 250 males will develop testicular cancer during their lifetime, which means that approximately every hour a new male is diagnosed with testicular cancer. In 2025, about 9,720 new cases will be diagnosed, and an estimated 600 men will die from the disease.
I want this to land, by the way. This is really important to me, because if I told you guys that you had a 1 in 250 chance of winning the lottery, you would play it twice a day. I want that to land, because I'm not one. I'm one of the 249. Those numbers are not good in regards to not getting checked out. Those numbers are not good in regards to not getting checked out. This is a serious issue. And by the way, you said in 2025 about 9,720 new cases will be diagnosed. Diagnosed. The thing about diagnostic means somebody went and actually got checked, correct?
That is true. And unfortunately, it is very common for men to avoid going to the doctor for cases like this, just because of the sensitive nature of the topic. There is a very high rate of undiagnosed or misdiagnosed cases.
And let's kind of talk about that, by the way. Let's kind of set up, the idea that, okay, look, first of all, whether you have symptoms or not, you still should get checked. Because if you catch it before you even have symptoms, there's a really good survival rate on top of that. But let's talk a little bit about little moments where we kind of go, hey, you know what? Maybe I should get checked out down there.
Yeah, absolutely. So the testicular cancer is over 95% curable when caught early, as I stated earlier. But half of the men delay seeking treatment until the cancer has already spread beyond the testicle, unfortunately. It is very important to do a regular self-exam. They are easy to do. We recommend doing them monthly. We have instructions on our website, as well as some educational materials available. It is an easy thing to do. It takes 5 minutes in the shower, if that, and we recommend doing it once a month.
This is the thing too, and I like I said, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the numbers, but I feel like when it comes to women and breast cancer, that women in general have gotten on top of this. They have really said to themselves, you know what? There's all kinds of things that go along with this, and that there has been a culture in this country, at least, of being willing and open to talk about it among friends and family, and to do self-examinations and self-checks in a way that has not moved into. Let's be honest. Men aren't checking their testicles. They're not, and they're not doing what they should be doing. And there's a real lesson to be learned from what breast cancer survivors teach us. Check, be willing to talk to a friend, find somebody you trust. You know, the idea of there's no shame in this. And for some reason, of course, because dudes are dudes in dude town, they won't do their diligence. And I mean, we're laughing because so much of this is the comedy of being a man that can lead to tragedy, right?
Truly, that is one of our main goals here at Testicular Cancer Awareness Foundation, is to just normalize the conversation. It should not be a huge issue. It's just a part of your everyday health care. It's no different, like you said, than, examining for breast cancer on a regular basis. It should just be a part of your routine.
I want to do something here, and forgive me for doing this, but I work out a lot. I go a lot of hiking, a lot of a lot of jogging, a lot of that kind of stuff, very, very active. I came in one day from a very long walk, and let's just say I was adjusting myself because I was uncomfortable from the walk. Well, my father, by the way, who at 82 years of age is alive and well, looked at me and he goes, "Are you scratching that there because you got a little bit of swamp, below, or something going on down there, son?" And I went, no, I get where you're coming from, Pop. I understand it. But he said, "Look," he said, "I'm going to tell you again, you ever feel anything for more than a day, you need to go immediately and get checked." Just looked at me point blank. And we need more men doing that to other men. "Hey, dude, I noticed you touched yourself down there about 3 or 4 times over the course of the last 4 days. You might want to get that checked out." That's what we're talking about doing here, right?
Exactly. Just normalize the conversation, bring it to people's awareness and let them know, hey, if something feels a little weird, just go to your doctor. It's an easy test to get taken care of to check and see if something's really wrong. But, better safe than sorry.
All right, let's talk about risk factors. Okay, can you kind of talk about the risk factors? There are people who are predisposed to it. I mean, if it runs in the family, that's always been a consistent thing for cancer across the board. But talk about some of the things that might be like, hey, maybe I should get checked even more than other people.
Yeah, there are a few markers that you want to pay particular attention to. One of those being undescended testicles. You'll know if you have one. Yeah. And there are, other urological birth defects that just make you more prone to being at risk for testicular cancer. As you had mentioned, family history is a huge one as well, particularly brother to brother. I found this out last week during our testicular cancer conference that we held in Boston. It is much more likely that if you have a brother that has been affected by testicular cancer, that you are at a higher risk, as opposed to father to son. That still is a concern, obviously, father to son, but particular attention to, your brother. If you have a sibling that has been affected by it, or any other sort of germ cell tumor, so that extends back over into your sisters, not just brothers, but any sort of germ cell tumor in your family line will make you more at risk for testicular cancer.
Let me ask a really quick question, just a really quick question, because and this is a question born of ignorance because I want to know. As many men know, you don't get bald because your pop gave it to you. You get bald because your mom's dad gave it to you. Does it skip generations? Does it get passed on from the mother's father to people? I mean, do we understand any more about that in regards to tracing back family history? Because sometimes you don't have a brother, and you don't know where the warning sign is coming. Where do you look for it in family members beyond just your sibling?
Unfortunately, there's not a huge lot of information about that. It is something, though, if your uncle has it, you want to pay attention. If there is any evidence of such a tumor in your family line, you want to make sure to be particularly cognizant of that particular issue. You want to pay attention to it if it's in your family. It is not specific to one side of your family.
All right, we've talked about the internal factors, and I have a feeling that I cut you off right as you were about to pivot into the externals. So go ahead and take care of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we hear a lot about what are called forever chemicals, those PFAS. Those have a very high incidence of a relationship to testicular cancer, and it is unfortunately something that is very common. Pesticides and PFAS are very common triggers for testicular cancer. There is evidence of that, particularly in the military, in firefighters. The firefighting departments will use PFAS for fire deterrents. They're starting to kind of phase them out because they know what the relationship is now at this point. But it is something that needs to be paid particular attention to. And I feel that, with your audience, that is a particular interest.
By the way, with our audience, it's a double interest, and you're about to find out why. But I want to remind people that Shay Roberts is joining us this morning, Director of Operations for Testicular Cancer Awareness Foundation. You can find them at testiculaраwarenessfoundation.org or testiscancer.org. We got a double-barrel shotgun in regards to many of the people that are that you are talking to right now, maybe even a triple, because I actually know at least one or two, probably more than that, who are volunteer firemen, truck drivers in their community, and are veterans. And a lot of those people are trifectas that exist in this space. I wanted to ask, from a back in the day perspective, in the 1970s, anybody who grew up then knows about the bug machine that would roar through their neighborhoods, that pesticide blowing thing that would make the air stink to high heaven, but at least got rid of the mosquitoes and the chiggers for people. Can you does that count as a PFAS?
I'm not entirely sure, and I don't want to give out false information, but there has been evidence, as I said, that pesticides are linked very highly to testicular cancer. So I would, off the top of my head, say yes. But like I said, I'm not a medical expert. I don't want to give out false information. But those kinds of things do definitely raise your risk.
Better safe than sorry, by the way. If you're gonna give out a warning to say, hey, we don't know, but once again, go get tested, go take a look at this, by the way. As I told you before, a lot of our listeners, and we do a lot of stuff in the veteran space over here because there are a lot of veterans who make the move from the logistics of the military into the logistics of truck driving. It's an active service military situation as well, too, isn't it?
It is, yes. It is the most commonly diagnosed malignancy among active duty military servicemen. And like I said, it's highly related to the high PFAS exposure that our active duty military is exposed to.
All right. Let's talk about misdiagnosis because, like I said, my dad asked me that question that day, and he was like, are you sure? Are you just itching, or does something hurt? And there are a lot of confusions as to thinking you got one thing. And by the way, it's not just you thinking you got one thing. Sometimes a doctor will be like, I think it's just this, which is why it's always better to dive deep. And that's no pun intended. But it really is important to make sure that you sometimes get a second opinion. Is that what we're saying here? Talk about the misdiagnosis and what can be, it often is what gets mistaken for it, by the way. Or strike that, reverse it.
Unfortunately, misdiagnosis is very common with testicular cancer. It is sometimes mistaken for sexually transmitted diseases or infections. We hear about that a lot, and that will result in people getting, their antibiotic treatments or, a little bit of embarrassment from that kind of thing before they'll be on antibiotics for 6 months before they get a proper diagnosis. We also see people being diagnosed with varicocele or testicular torsion, as well as epididymitis. Very hard word for me to say, so I apologize.
Did a pretty good job as far as I'm concerned. Better than I would have done. Well done.
Thank you. It is really easy to test for, but it is often overlooked. So it is something that you need to be pushing for your own, you have to be your own advocate in this situation. It doesn't always come from, there's not always pain associated with this as well, as I want to point that out. Sometimes it's just a lump or a bump. So don't think that it has to hurt for you need to get it checked out.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. Can we kind of talk about that for a second before we kind of shift over, and we'll talk about the specifics of being a truck driver and why it's so important to really kind of keep up with this, particularly, and we'll get to the truck drivers in a second. Let's kind of talk about what are the symptoms. Let's get straight down to the matter, because I've already gotten questions on the chat over on YouTube. People are like, hey, let's get to the symptoms. What should people look for on self-checks?
Yeah, what you are looking for is any change in, your testicle. You are looking for lumps, any growth. You are looking also for the actual testicle to expand in size. We see that very often. It is important just to keep an eye on the general size and shape of your testicle. You need to know your body and know what's normal for you. Any change to that is cause for concern.
Yeah, and by the way, this is a typical guy thing, Shay. I just kind of literally a guy will sprain his ankle and be like, I'll just walk it off. I mean, and that's what the mentality that causes this to happen. Oh, I got an abrasion on my arm. I have no idea how I scraped my arm. I scraped my arm. I ain't got to worry about it. Just put some mercurochrome on it or some other kind of chemical and just kind of move on with the rest of my life. But I'm being glib here because this is a lot of guys are very glib about the little aches and pains and bumps and bruises they acquire along the way, particularly people getting in and out of trucks and doing all that kind of work. This is why it is so insidious because it just seems to be the acclamation of all the other kind of, bullshitski that we all kind of, develop over time. And that's one of the biggest problems. It's not so much a matter of I don't think it's shame anymore, because a lot of the people that listen to my show, they're shameless. It's a matter of, I mean, that's how they kind of roll. But it's also a matter of it ain't no big deal till it is. Talk about the connection to the lifestyle of trucking, because along with the PFAS, there's other stuff too that you kind of want to, well, not just where the PFAS come from and all that exposure.
Yeah, truckers may face an increased exposure to the diesel exhaust, road chemicals, pesticides, stuff like that through the long haul traveling, as well as the time spent near industrial and agricultural areas. Like I said, these exposures are still being studied, but they definitely could be relevant risk factors. As well as truckers tend to be moving and grooving for long hours. You're not going to be kind of, feeling yourself up, for lack of a better explanation, on a regular basis just because of where you physically are. And you might be inclined to avoid seeking healthcare right away. You're on the road, you're busy, you've got things to do. And, most men are not going to admit that there could be anything wrong, as you stated. It's very common for men to just kind of wave things away. Women too. I'm not going to say that this is uncommon, but we're not dealing with women right now. It is just really important not to ignore any sort of symptom like swelling or lump or pain if it's there. Additionally, if you experience any swelling in your lymph nodes, so up by your throat, in your groin area, those are also concerns. Those are evidence of perhaps a more advanced stage of cancer. So that's even more concerning and important to pay attention to.
I want to also point out, and our listeners know this too, that the packages that are getting bounced around while you're on the road aren't just in the back of the trailer. Sometimes they're in the cab right underneath your seat, and it's important to remember that too. That's one of the other kind of insidious ways that we don't realize what's happening. When you spend that much time on your rump operating a truck, you kind of get used to the idea that, you get glute issues, you get lower back issues. So a lot of times you're thinking, well, the whole area down there is in pain because I'm getting bounced around like crazy, even with the advent of the newfangled technologies that make the ride a lot easier. So that's the other thing too, is that what people don't realize, I think sometimes, Shay, is that often, what is the thing too? You know how when you're in pain in your overall body and that pain finally subsides after a long illness or something, you suddenly become aware of the fact that your ankle hurts, that you weren't aware of because the rest of your body was hurting so bad. And I think what happens to a lot of these guys is that they're sitting behind the wheel of a truck and so much their legs are in pain, their arms, their shoulders, the entire core of their body is suffering, that it's kind of hard to kind of localize a problem, as it were, which is why it's so important to do. You're suggesting monthly self-examinations, right?
Yes, sir. That's why it's so important to take those 5 minutes in the shower or wherever you are to do a quick self-exam. We do recommend doing it in the shower because the warmth kind of lets things relax a little bit, but it does only take 5 minutes. Like I said, we have instructions for the self-exam on our website available for review. And you just take a minute or two every time you shower. Well, not every time, obviously, but once a month, and do a little exam and pay attention to your own body cues. I know it is hard to isolate those things, like you have, like you said, a lot of kind of noise coming out of your body with issues, but pay attention. It's important.
And by the way, if somebody notices something big, once again, I know people get worried about this, but in urgent care, there's always, and by the way, a lot of these men and women, the women who support these men know that there are things that they have access to, a lot of programs through the St. Christopher Fund. There are a lot of places where help can be brought very, very rapidly. Okay, we've only got a little bit of time here left, but I want to make sure, let's say the worst case scenario comes to pass, that you are told you have testicular cancer, but let's say it gets gotten early and that 95% rate kicks in. What can we do to assure that we end up in the 95, that we come marching in the 95 percentile?
Do what your doctor tells you to do. Make sure that you are working with somebody who has had experience with testicular cancer. I would recommend kind of asking your doctor, how many cases have you seen? There's no shame in asking for a second opinion. You want someone who's an expert because they're dealing, with the family jewels there. They're sensitive, they're delicate. And follow your medical care. Follow the advice from the doctor. Don't ignore it, and don't try to wave it away.
Yeah, that's an important part. And let me ask you this too, in regards to how long. Like I said, let's go through the 95%, the people who actually, because I want to make sure that people understand they don't get that sense of dread if it gets gotten early. How and as much as you can talk about, what is the process like? I mean, how long do you know about cases and how long they take? What that process is like when it gets gotten early.
If it's caught early, it's very simple. You receive what's called an orchiectomy. They will remove the infected tumor, stitch you up. That's a very easy procedure to go through. It sounds kind of scary, I know, but it's really not that big of a deal because you still receive testosterone from your other testicle. There's no like real concerns as far as long-term side effects from that orchiectomy. And recovery is as long as it takes to recover from that surgery, which is not, it's not a very invasive one, all things considered. And you can be up and moving. They do obviously need to keep an eye on you. You will be tested regularly, scanned, blood work, etc. But if it is caught in stage 1, it's as simple as that.
By the way, thank you. Thank you for at least qualifying it, because the words minor and groin surgery, I don't think any man ever thinks should be put together in the same sentence. But I understand what you're saying. I completely dig where you're coming from, and it's really important to kind of do that. One more time with feeling, kind of tell us if people go over to the website. And by the way, I really recommend, if only for the best logo of all time, to head over to the website, by the way. But tell people what going over to the website actually can give them the information for and how it can help them down the line.
We have a variety of information on our website. Resources, we have explanations for how to perform a self-exam, what to expect if there are any issues that you see and are diagnosed with testicular cancer. In addition to that, we have several programs available for survivors, including a financial assistance program for patients currently undergoing treatment. We have testicular cancer conferences where we have survivors meet regularly. It's an annual program that we do once a year. Like I said, we just wrapped that up in Boston a week and a half ago. We also have some support groups available. We have a virtual online group that meets monthly called The Ballroom, as well as our private Facebook support group. That's a particularly popular one. It's only for survivors, and it's a great chance to talk about what your experience is like and what you're dealing with. We also have some blogs, a podcast called It Takes Balls that is led by one of our survivors and board members, and what we call the testimonials, where people talk about their experiences. And I write those and post them about once a month.
By the way, you're welcome back anytime to kind of remind people to do this. Just drop in and tell people. I would just have you come in for like 5 minutes and say, hey, it's a quick reminder, Shay here. Get yourself tested, by the way, fellas. Really quickly, our good friend Trucker Boson wrote, AFF exposure during firefighting training in the military. I mean, there's the trifecta for you right there. I mean, has PFAS and a firefighter in the military and now currently driving a truck. Trucker Boson, all we're telling you, because we love you, is just make sure you keep on checking it out. And, that's an important thing, by the way. Well said, well done. Shay, thank you so much. Go have the best of weeks. You're always welcome to Highway to Health here. Really thank you for the great information. And by the way, and a little bit of fun. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me. You have a great day, too.
You too. We're going to come back on the other side of this, of course, and that means we're going to shift here. We're going to pivot. We're going to pivot to, LaRue. Oh, look at that. Somewhere lurking in the distance is Lindsay LaRue. She's here. Double L, the branding that never stops, is on her way. We hope you guys will jump into the conversation. We got a little bit of time at 615-292-6366.
615-292, it spells Nemo.
By the way, when we come back, we may ask Lindsay her thoughts on the whole Mark Sanchez. I've been stabbed. I punched a truck driver. Why did I get stabbed? Because you punched a truck driver. That's why.
In the dark.
Or Guy Fieri and his guys being like, oh, we understand all about trucking. Scammed. I mean, Marshall asked the best question, Dre. Why didn't they go with a reputable carrier? I don't understand. Because you know why? Because they know better. Because everybody thinks you just put stuff in a truck and it goes from point A to point B.
Drinking too much tequila, man. I think
that's exactly what it is, dude. I'm telling you, man. But I got to tell you, I have limited sympathy because I've seen Guy Fieri's prices, dude. I look at those bottom lines and I go, and then my hair stands up and goes white. Oh, then it all fell out.
And then you drive 55.
Yeah, with Sammy Hagar, absolutely. So jump into the conversation there. We're gonna actually have a conversation about the Sanchez thing because this is like crazy. I'm sure Lindsay's got some stuff that she would like to vent about. I will respond. And country and western music news. A lot of great stuff. Barbed wire, bullets, everything. It's Road Gang Radio.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Blech. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Hey girl, hey, it's Tuesday. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Hey, I'm Lindsay. That's Dre and Jimmy Mack. Hey, what's going on? It is Tuesday. It is rainy and gloomy here in Franklin, Tennessee, and I don't mind it at all because it's been so hot, and I'm glad that it's a little chilly because it's fall break right now. The kids are out of school. Another story, and I'm just really glad that it's getting cozy over here in Franklin, Tennessee, because it means fires and football and festivities and sweatshirts.
We were talking about this just yesterday because we were having some rain yesterday. We had some blame it on the rain. Yeah.
Blame it on the rain. Yeah. I did sing that. I did not just lip sync that.
Yeah, by the way, that's an important point. And by the way, nice job. That's a real callback to the past. A little Milli Vanilli. Okay, so we were talking about this yesterday.
Whatever you do, don't put the blame on you. Go ahead.
It's a good song. That's the worst part about it. It's a good song.
Because the rain don't mind and the rain don't care. You got to blame it on something.
Sorry, go ahead.
Blame it on the rain. Yeah. Okay. So, are you the kind of person that gets sleepy on rainy days, or are you the kind of person that actually gets a little bit adrenalized, a little bit galvanized?
B. I mean, I would love to make space to take a nap on a rainy day, but no, it makes me feel like I want to write, I want to read, I don't want to necessarily be out running errands and stuff, but I'm inspired.
Yeah, I'm a pure Irishman, man. It gets rainy, it gets a little cool and a little rainy, and I'm like, I can even go outside. I'm like, let's go. Let's go make this happen. Let's go seize the day. Let's get a little crisp in the air. Of course, Dre's a sleeper.
Oh, dude, I'm putting on Will and Grace reruns, and I'm passing out. Yeah.
I can't. I can't.
Will and
But
Grace
I do-
reruns.
but I do
No, I'm
clean.
just thinking about it. I'm just picturing you.
I'm
picturing
snug
you.
up in there. I got some hot
All of a
cocoa.
sudden, I'm picturing you naked on the couch, sprawled out, watching Will and Grace.
Well,
Why would I picture that?
I don't know.
It's weird.
I think that's just a reoccurring thing you picture.
That's true. That might be. Maybe.
Go on.
Are we all done here? Have we wrapped this up? Okay.
We haven't seen each other.
You were saying.
So we were talking this morning, by the way, and trucking's a rough business, as Guy Fieri found out recently. We found out about it on 60 Minutes, and it's now the talk everywhere that he got ripped off to the tune of well over $1 million. He had 2 shipments double brokered and then evaporated into thin air.
But he's owning it. By the way, I love that he's owning it now that he has to.
Now that he has to own
the
it.
interview is like, it's embarrassing to say, but I got to own it. I'm like, well, no, you got to own it because everybody knows.
Everybody knows, dude. And it's like, it begs the question once again, boy, trucking is easy. We're just going to go do this ourselves. We're going to go handle this ourselves. Why didn't they hire a 3PL? Why didn't they hire third-party logistics? Why didn't they sit down and get recommendations? It isn't like Guy Fieri doesn't know other celebrities who actually have products. It isn't like, he isn't part of the supply chain. Whose idea was it, with this guy being in business this long, to hand this off to a company that nobody knew?
Well, it wasn't his, for one,
Right.
and a little bit of it's the problem, perhaps, that you get. You want to know as much as you can about your company, and then hire the best for everybody to run it, their appropriate department. But this is a scenario where he didn't have his hands or his knowledge and his mind in something that was very important. Might not have seen it at the time. Like someone else can handle that, but
that's a lot of product, man.
handled it all
That's a
right.
lot of product. We're gonna pivot away from Mr. Guy, and we're gonna go to the real fun story, which of course it's fun now because everybody's gonna live. Did you follow the Mark Sanchez story, the former NFL quarterback who is now a Fox analyst? Did you follow what happened here?
I did.
Oh my God! I just and it's.
I'm glad this happened. I mean, now that everyone's okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, I'm the same place as you, by the way. It's like there is nothing about what happened that day that put Sanchez in a good light. Nothing.
No.
He's
No.
loaded. He's loaded. He interferes with a hardworking man, probably a guy who watches football and helps pay Sanchez's salary to some degree,
Right.
and gets into an eyeball to eyeball fight with a 69-year-old man. Although that being said, we were talking about this. Dre and I have decided that we can actually take Marshall, but I'm using the word "we" in there.
Yeah, but listen, it's like truck driving years versus really like a cat is, in cat years or dog years rather. A truck driver at 69, a truck driver who's got it going on is more like a 50-year-old, I'm going to say.
I mean-
because they do hard labor and hard work, and I ain't going to mess with you.
Yeah, there is strong, and then there is old man strong. You know what I'm saying? I'll strip down to my tidy whities, and I'll pull
I got
up some
nothing to
weeds in there.
lose.
Yeah,
I don't care about my pretty face on TV.
yeah, I'm telling you, man. He put him in a hurt locker, dude. My favorite is Sanchez throws him in a dumpster, and he comes up spraying pepper spray. He just comes out of the dumpster, just in the face, and then starts working that knife on him, dude. And I got to tell you, there's nothing about this story that makes me go, "Oh, poor Mark Sanchez," other than he almost bled out to death. But it's like,
Well, yeah, that's a bummer. But like violent crime and the downtown area was down, property crime was down, all these other things were down, and then here comes Mark Sanchez just messing it up again, or not again, but messing it up.
Too many old fashions.
I mean,
And you got to watch too because the news came out first about Mark being stabbed, not the backstory of what had happened, not like, and so people just initially like, oh my God, they come to the rescue of Mark and not think, wait, something like this doesn't just happen. Let's take a step back and see if we can figure out what happened leading up to, because by the time the news about the truck driver and the incident that happened before the incident came out, people had already made their opinion. A lot of people had already made their opinions.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was, I mean, by the time we get to this, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Not only was Sanchez maybe part of the problem, Sanchez was the problem. He was
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
I mean, I am just...
Mark's new theme song.
But it's so funny that the Fieri story and the Sanchez story happen in relative close proximity in regards to the revelation. I know the Fieri thing happened a while back, but the proximity of both these stories happening together, I think, is one of those moments, a teachable moment for the American public out there. Just kind of point blank tell these guys, listen up, suckhead. This is a hard job that requires not only an immense amount of technical skill, it requires unbelievable patience. Why? Because a lot of us do our work on the back docks of hotels where morons who think they have the entitlement to park even after their careers ended. By the way, I love this. Chowder says, I'm surprised Sanchez connected with the other guy. He might be the only quarterback that throws in more interceptions and incompletions than Geno Smith. Actually, I think that's funny, but you know what Mark Sanchez did that Geno Smith never did? Get to an AFC championship game twice. But yeah, it was a bad scene, dude. And by the way, Marshall wants to know, have you ever been stabbed with a knife? I have been, and shot once. Knife was worse.
She's been both. I saw him just say that. You've been stabbed and shot. I have, luckily, knock on wood, I have neither been stabbed nor shot. The day is young, but I feel like the shot. I feel you. Shot feels. Knives scare the dickens out of me. Even when people have their little pocket knives, flapping them open, they scare the dickens out of me.
Well, the thing is, most of the time when they put a bullet in you, it either goes through you or it gets taken out a lot later. Often when you get stabbed, somebody's got to take it out in the moment if they want to put it back in you.
Ow.
Yeah,
on the record, I'd like to say I would prefer to not have either happen.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. If I think about it, by the way, I'd rather be shot. I'd rather be shot.
Sure.
I've never been stabbed, though. Never been stabbed. I can.
The day is young, Jimmy Mack. Say one more thing that pisses me off. No, I'm kidding. Let's go.
That's
to
why
the
you're
phone.
in Franklin. That's why you're in Franklin, by the way. Avoid all that from happening. We got to go to the phones, don't we, Phone Master Dre? Who do we got on?
Speaking of being pissed a little bit, hey, Walking Eagle, how you doing? And we have another caller after that.
Good morning, Walking Eagle. Thanks for calling back.
Marshall's on hold.
Hey, not a problem, guys. Not a problem. Okay. I'm calling out people in the industry that drive. Everybody is all cheering, jumping up and down like they're on the sideline of a football game because of what is happening to drivers who cannot read, write, and speak the English language proficiently so they can be understood. You're all a bunch of hypocrites, and I'm going to tell you why. When I go through a construction zone, and there's a sign like the one I saw this morning that's orange, 3.5 foot by 3.5 foot, with black lettering on it that says trucks use left lane, and I move to that left lane, if you're passing me, you need to lose your CDL just like they do, because you're not reading the damn signs.
Well said. Nicely done. And by the way, go ahead.
Well, so his point is, it's not just because there's certain people who can't read it, and then there's other people who don't read it. Either way, equally as bad. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Understood.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you can't do it, then don't complain when others can't do it. You're being disingenuous at best.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Before you wreck yourself.
Exactly.
That's not bad at all. I kind of like the logic there. And by the way, Dave Nemo has told me in passing, he said, if they decided to give an English proficiency test, he said there's a lot of people who were born here, raised here, spent their whole life here, wouldn't pass it either. And that needs to land on some people, by the way. It's like, it's a lot of people are like, yeah, that'll teach them. And it's like, it might teach you at the end of the day because they might actually get you on that as well. And they'll get you for it worse because you knew better. You knew better. Walking Eagle, thanks. I want to give you a final thought if you got one coming. Let's hear it because you got a lot of wind coming in.
I'm just getting tired of this. And the industry isn't going to get better until we as drivers remove our head from our anal orifice and follow the rules and regulations ourselves.
By the way, Ike Stevens couldn't have said it better. He said it yesterday. Thank you, Walking Eagle. Be good, be smart, and be safe. Good talking to him, Lindsay. Ike Stevens yesterday, by the way, was terrific because all he basically said was show up on time, dress nice, and be polite to people, and you might get a little further down the road.
You might. You just might. Dave Nemo, by the way, says he'd rather be shot because you never know where that knife has been. It's true. Bullets aren't reusable. Bullets aren't I don't think. I mean, I
feel like those are
can
sanitized.
I don't know.
When bullets get reused, it's usually because the person who, by the way, if you get killed by a bullet that's going to be reused, either you're in an apocalyptic society or you have been killed by somebody who is incredibly highly paid.
Or really fast. Somebody that can like shoot and then run and get that bullet and come back again and reload it. Like a superhero.
Oh, no, you mean shot twice by the same bullet? Oh, yeah. That ain't happening.
Ooh, it sneezes on it. Shoots you.
Yeah, that ain't happening, except in a couple of science fiction movies and in a post-apocalyptic society, by the way.
Let's go to the phone.
Marshall Platter is calling. What's going on?
What up?
Good morning. I can't believe I posted that. I don't like to talk about it, but I will say this. One of the reasons the knife wound was worse is because they had to cut me open from my groin up to the middle of my chest to figure out if any internal organs had been damaged. Fortunately, none. Bullet, they just kind of put a tube in there, traced it down to where the bullet was, and it was kind of a spent bullet, only a 22. And they just reached in and pulled it out, showed it to me, and they did not close the wound. They left it open. They said it needed to drain. So.
Okay, how long ago did each of these incidents happen?
It happened in the late 70s, early 80s.
Both of them.
Both of them with a short period of time.
Okay, what were you?
In a different lifestyle then.
Understood. Enough said. Enough said.
Now, I wanted to talk to you though today specifically. I was in a state of panic the other day when you were discussing your stalker because I thought it was going to be me. I was so relieved to find out it wasn't me who had proposed to you.
Oh, no, you would be very welcome, stalker.
And I wanted to mention, too, that I may be responsible for your liking Pendleton. You
really?
Probably don't remember, but years ago, you were playing on a little flatbed truck at Matt's that OIDA had set up out there. It was wicked, wicked cold. You had a light jacket and a skirt on. You finished up your set, and I knew you were freezing, so I went over to the truck and got one of my Pendleton blankets out and wrapped you up in it. You remember that? And
I do now.
Night, this is the warmest blanket I've ever had, you know, and because they are warm, because they're wool, number one. And I also have another great advantage over you.
Wait, did I give it back to you, or did I steal it?
No, you gave it back.
Oh, okay, good.
And thanked me profusely.
Good.
But I go up to Minnesota all the time, and in Eagan, Minnesota, there in the cities, they have a Pendleton outlet store. And I have learned, go there in June or July to buy your Pendleton stuff because it's a lot cheaper than it is in January.
Absolutely.
Wow, when everybody's hot. It's like buying Christmas decorations in March or on January 1st.
I have a lot of Pendletons. I have my Lucchese boots. They're in a Pendleton boot bag. I have the over-the-shoulder bag, you know, for carrying like a suit and stuff like that.
Sure.
I've got the Pendleton blanket here. My ex-wife has about $2,000 worth of Pendleton stuff. I bought her before she scooted on down the road. But anyhow, I've been a loyal Pendleton customer for 45 years.
It's so good. You know, you can buy, and I don't know if they're real though. TJ Maxx has Pendleton blankets a lot lately. Are they real?
They're real.
I mean, I bought them, but I don't know.
They're real. And by the way, we've actually had a guy on the show who's explained that economy about how TJ Maxx and all of that stuff that if we're gonna beat the prices of tariffs, it's going to be because of places like Burlington Coat Factory and TJ Maxx and Marshalls, because that's where it all kind of ends up there. The trick with Marshalls, TJ Maxx, and Burlington is to know when the deliveries are coming, because there's a group of people who literally descend that day and scoop up every medium and large they can get their hands on. And it's gross, by the way. If you're buying like 8 to 10 of those things, you're disgusting. You should stop. You should stop.
But also you don't, this is a little different, but like TJ Maxx will carry like really good hair care stuff. Some of those hair care brands are like super expensive. But one of my hairdresser friends told me you have to be careful because there are expiration dates on that stuff. And sometimes they'll get it, like the truck will, or they'll get the delivery of a TJ Maxx of something that are like, they cancel it that cheap because they're like 10 years old. And it's like old product.
That's true.
That has showed up.
That's true.
That cheap because it probably is not working as well.
Avoid the skincare products, but buy anything that you get to wear. That's
Anything
always
tangible. Okay, got it.
The tangible stuff is real. It has to be real, man. They would go out of business so fast that turned out not to be the real thing. If they were like running what I call the New York sidewalk scam, they would be in deep, deep doo doo. If they
Yeah, it reminds me of that rom-com called I think it was called Serendipity. Yeah. And it's got a Molly Shannon in it and Kate Beckinsale. And Molly, they go to New York and she gets a bag. They get fake Pradas. She goes, well, at least yours says Prada. Mine says Prado. That's what that makes me think of. Anyhow.
Marshall, what's your day look like? Go ahead. Go.
Well, it's raining here in Huntsville, but it's not too bad. I'm going to head up. I think I'm going to go to Wisconsin with the first stop, and then after that I'm taking it to the yard, and somebody else will run it up to Duluth. I don't know. I haven't heard. He hasn't said. Had a real disappointing night last night.
Oh, wait, hold that thought. Hold that thought before your disappointing night last night. But I love a truck driver. It's like, I don't know, maybe I'll go to Wisconsin today. I don't know, maybe I'll drive 10 hours that way, 10 hours this way. As opposed to, if I'm driving 10 hours, I am planning for that for a very long time personally. I love a truck driver who just does hard things so easily. Okay, why did you have a disappointing night last night?
Because the bar was closed, I didn't know it. I worked directly for the boss over here, and I couldn't make it with the hours I had and what I had to do yesterday. So called him on the phone and told him, well, I had wanted to come in, unload, grab a load, and go back out the same day. It's only about an hour up there to the Tennessean from Huntsville. But I didn't even have the hours to do that. And he said, well, why don't you just drop your trailer down there in Huntsville and bobtail up there on PC? And I said, really? You're going to let me drive 104 miles out of my way without a complaint? He said, I said to do it, didn't I? I said, okay. So that's what I did. And then I get up there and they're closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. Now, it didn't used to be. So it was kind of a wasted trip. I could have probably just taken an Uber to a Texas Roadhouse and got a steak and some Maker's Mark down here. But that's all right.
So what did you do instead?
I bobtailed up there, took my shower because I did not realize the bar was closed, and I went to go upstairs, and they told me it was closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, so I ate a disappointing steak. I like their food there, but I'm not going to spend $40 for a little tiny ribeye like they had. It was tasty, but it was thin. It wasn't a $40 ribeye.
No.
Put it that way.
No, you're better off going to Outback for their Aussie deal. To be honest with you,
just right. Let me ask you this: Do you keep a little something, Marshall, in the truck for a little nightcap before you go to sleep?
Yeah, he does. No, strictly illegal. You go to jail for that shit. So the guy suggested I just have one of those food delivery site things. Bring me a 6-pack of beer. Well, one, I don't hardly drink beer, maybe 2 at the most. And 3, I won't drink any. I won't have alcohol in the truck. It's a big, big no-no.
Attaboy.
So,
right. Just trying to catch you. You passed.
No.
You passed.
No, not this cowboy.
Yeah, not
Well
most
done,
of our
cowboy.
friends out there. Well done, Marshall.
But
Go ahead.
As far as going to Wisconsin, I don't know how he wants me to do this, whether he wants me to go get some of it off or just take it up to the yard and let somebody else go do it. So what I need to know from him is what route to take. See, where I have to go first determines which way I run. Normally, I bypass your lovely city of Nashville at all costs. But if I have to go up to Wisconsin, I'm probably going to need to go up 65 and then on over and up. But I try to avoid Nashville. That's why I'm always driving by your house on 840.
I try to avoid Nashville too, and I live here, so I get it.
Hey, and I got a guy, you were talking about food and stuff here and feeding your kid and all that. He lives just around the corner from you over by Dickinson, Dr. Ken Berry, Berry, just like the strawberry. And check him out on YouTube, The Proper Human Diet. This guy's really sharp. He's the one who changed my body. He's the one who got me to eating properly, and I lost 135 pounds and have kept it off
Boom. What's his
And
name
I don't
again?
get sick.
Ken Berry?
Ken Berry.
Ken to you.
Dr. Ken Berry. He's written a couple of books. You guys should actually try to get him on the show sometimes because, this keto carnivore diet that he pushes is easy and it's doable.
Is there any? Can I have cheese on it though?
Special. Can you what?
Can I eat cheese on the keto carnivore diet?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Keto carnivore, beef, bacon, butter, and eggs. And the cheese part is dairy is fine. Milk is not good for you. You shouldn't be drinking it as an adult. No mammal on the planet drinks milk as an adult, except for humans, and we shouldn't. But you can eat all the cheese as long as you can tolerate it. Some people can't tolerate cheese. You can tolerate it, so eat all the cheese you want. It's perfectly fine.
Come on.
So
I can eat. Cheese doesn't bother me. Cheese bother you, Jim?
What are you talking about? My dad actually has a cup made that actually has changed the lyrics of one song to make it all be about cheeses. Sweet, these cheeses.
Sweet dreams are made of cheese.
And actually, I'm gonna take a photo
Who
of it.
am I to disagree?
I mean, pretty much that's kind of how it goes, as a matter of fact. I'm actually going to go take a photo of it today and post it so that people understand my father's deep affection for cheese. It's the only thing he has left, to be honest with you. Marshall, we got to get out of here. We love you. Keep driving safe and keep playing the game the way you play it.
all right, guys. Talk to you another time. Take care.
Well said, by the way. Really fun show today. We got a little bit of barbed wire and we got a little bit of bullets coming your way. Speaking of getting shot, there's a lot of bullets flying around. This new book from Tracy. What is it? Victim Number 8. Not to mention Hometown Vendetta, which was her last book that was a really big deal and that people really enjoyed. A new book for your Sleeper Cab library is coming your way in short order. Before then, we're going to be talking to the Barbed Wire Museum. Yep. That's actually a thing, a barbed wire museum. Lindsay, how much barbed wire did you see when you were growing up, given that you were an Oklahoma, Texas gal?
None. I grew up I was in Dallas. There's not a lot of, I mean, I didn't do the cliche. Like I didn't ride a horse to school, guys, believe it or not. Although my prom was at South Fork Ranch. But not a lot of barbed wire. My sister, however, did get caught on barbed wire at camp and it ripped up her arm. She still has a scar from it all the way up her forearm because she got her arm caught on a barbed wire fence.
Think about how many people screwed around with that stuff, by the way, growing up. I mean, think about the number of people. Like hardly anybody would do it now except for the truly rural and the truly experienced. Getting through that stuff. But I got to tell you, man, it's like, I remember growing up and, spending some summers on farms in Lumberton and just crawling through barbed wire fences.
Back in my day, we crawled through barbed wire like normal children.
Well, but here's the thing. That's not normal. That's not right. I mean, that's like picking a fight with a 69-year-old truck driver with a knife and pepper spray. You shouldn't do that. You just shouldn't do it. I mean,
I have a couple of segment names for our next guest.
Go on.
Tangled Tales, Twisted History, or Hooked on History. That's what I did with my night last night. It's pretty wild around here.
I'm actually really excited to be a part of it, by the way. Let's talk about this really briefly here, Lindsay, before we actually have to hit the break and move on. Lee Ann Isbell is the curator and manager of the Devil's Rope Barbed Wire Museum in McLean, Texas. Yes, that's actually a thing, and you can find them at the Devil's Rope Barbed Wire Museum on the Book of Face and at Devil's Rope Museum on the Gram of Instant. It's a Route 66 museum. It's a barbed wire and Route 66 museum. It's been open for 30 years. It was started when barbed wire collectors wanted a central location to display their collections. And we're going to be talking to them over the next, 15 minutes or so, just kind of jumping in and doing a thing.
We wanted a center. I've got a lot of barbed wire. I've got no one to display it. I will create it myself. And so it was.
And by the way, it becomes like the greatest symbol of like World War I of all time. I mean, people forget that as well, too, that, I mean, literally World War I turned into a big, giant barbed wire field of just mud and barbed wire. And now people pay to enter competitions, well, at least, obstacle courses. I have done it myself to crawl through mud under barbed wire. That's,
I'm all set. When's the last time you did one of those?
2.5 years ago. Dre and I really want to do one. I just haven't had any time. You know what I'm saying? It's about time. There is one in Nashville. I think we're going to miss it. But I'm looking at it because I want my nephew wants to do it with me and his father wants to do it with him, and I want to drag Dre in there and I want to raise money for something. So give me a cause that Dre and I can get people to raise money for to sponsor us.
Adoption.
Really? We can do that. That would be awesome.
I'm putting all my chips in the adoption as far as causes go moving forward with my life.
Is there a real good organization that is in your neck of the woods or nationally that you are really behind, or are you still kind of searching around for the organization that speaks to you directly?
I'm searching because I'll tell you what, when we were going through, this is a longer conversation. We can circle back to this later in the show or another day, by the way. But yeah, no, I didn't. I've noticed that a lot of the adoption agencies are, first of all, are very religious and faith-based, which I myself am, but I know that can be a turnoff to some other people. Even if you are religious, like we were even sort of turned off it when you walk in and it's like, we want to put our hands over you. I'm like, I just wanted some information. So like I've yet to find one that, yeah, I think I got to get really specific, and my take is go back to exactly like my journey, what happened in our story, and either find it or create it. Maybe I create it. I mean, I have a platform. I can certainly do it. I'm very passionate about that because I think it shouldn't have to be the last option, the final straw. It could be a first idea. If you want to have kids, go find them.
It, by the way, was my aunt and my Uncle Norris's first option. They adopted their first three and had the next three.
First option, adoption. That's the name of our cause. It's Road Gang Radio here. We'll be right back. We're talking barbed wire. Don't get caught in it. But if you do, stick around.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's Tuesday.
Get your giggles going for the highway of hilarity that is the adventures of those two incredible jokesters, Mac and Cheese.
Hey Mac, if money grew on trees, my favorite season would be fall.
You could rake in the cash.
Don't be a rube of the road. Tune in next time for the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. That's Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Dre on the ones and the twos and keeping us on air. And Jimmy, are you ready to get twisted?
I'm ready to get twisted. Quick note, by the way, our friend BB the King is over in Copenhagen. Just sent me a picture he took from Nemo Land. Just sent me a photo from Nemo Land pointing at the sign above his head. I'll get that posted later on. Speaking of twisted, this barbed wire in Texas Route 66 museum has been open for over 30 years. It was started when barbed wire collectors wanted a central location to display their collections. Delbert and Ruth True, members of the Barbed Wire Association and local historians, helped them find, set up, and run the museum. I don't want to get into the history here because I want our guest to tell us about the history. I want people to go to barbedwiremuseum.com, find them on the Book of Face at Devil's Rope Barbed Wire Museum, and go to Instagram at Devil's Rope Museum. I want you to give a big old Road Gang welcome, Lindsay, to Lee Ann Isbell, curator and manager of the Devil's Rope Barbed Wire Museum in McLean, Texas. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, friend. Glad to have you. I'm from Texas as well, so I'm in Nashville, but I'm from there, so nice to have some company around here. And I'm going to give you 3 choices of what you want your segment to be called today. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
Okay. You can Tangled Tales, the barbed wire that bound the West, Twisted History, from Fences to Freedom, or Hooked on History inside the Devil's Rope Museum. So Tangled Tales, Twisted History, or Hooked on History. What you feeling?
Hooked on History. It's kind of like something we already use.
Oh, good. Well, good. Then we're playing off it. All right. Hooked on History. Well, we're glad to have you today. And I'm going to start with the dumb question, Jim.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 1.
Has anybody ever gotten hooked while they're there? Okay, I'm gonna guess that the barbed wire, because my sister did get caught on barbed wire growing up, and she has a scar to prove it on her arm. Is there tight security, so to speak, at the barbed wire museum so that dum-dums don't themselves get hooked?
Well, when you first walk in, there is a big old sign with a cowboy getting a shot, reminding you that if you do get touched and get cut, you would end up having to get a tetanus shot. So we hope that the sign kind of warns people off.
Okay, good.
I love it, by the way. And you asked about history, hooked on history. This really is, in many ways, it's Lindsay and I were talking about before you came on. You could make a case that at its most basic level, the history of barbed wire in many ways is the history of the American experience of land, of independence, of carving out your own territory, of how to protect yourself. I mean, it really is. There's a lot of history to be gleaned from the simple concept of barbed wire, but it's much more than that. Can you kind of talk about how one could actually interpret history through barbed wire? Can you do it?
Oh, I can try. Mr. True is so much better at this than I am. He always said it was the wire that tamed the West, because you had all these people out there that had free range, which there's nothing wrong with free range, but they were all traveling, trying to find, spaces for themselves to make homes. And so with the invention of the barbed wire, it kind of helped them keep their animals in place. It allowed them to settle into one section, and start building homes. And then from the farms and the homes, come the towns and the population. And, it just kind of went from there. We'd like to say that it's, something to help kind of tame the West. There's a lot of connotations. Some people like it, some people don't. But I think as far as history, it's something that's very important. They used it for many different things. It wasn't just to surround your land and claim it as your own. They used it for planting their seeds. They used it for telephone wires whenever they were doing the telegraph to get, the communication out there with people.
Crazy. I didn't realize it was used for telegraphs, Lindsay, by the way. I had no idea that it had that kind of extensive view. And by the way, it comes in all shapes and sizes. It's Lindsay, were you aware of this, by the way, that there isn't like one standard kind of barbed wire, that there's like
I'm
endless
listen,
options?
I know barbed wire history. No, of course I was aware of that. No, I did have at one point. I did see at one point little barbed wire earrings. By the way, a long time ago in Texas, they probably weren't real, but they were like a little dangle, which got me to thinking. Oh, we can cut, because you could just. Yes, it's all sizes because you could cut it as well, Jim. I guess I'm saying. But
yes.
Do you sell barbed wire jewelry? And do you have a gift shop? And do you sell barbed wire jewelry?
We do have a gift shop. There is some jewelry. We were trying to get some things in, but right now they just sell pieces of the wire, because to collect, you have to have, I think it's about 12 inches as a collector's piece. So we have a bunch of different styles of that. So they have the regular barbed wire that most people see. They have ribbon wire, which is more decorative. They have war wire, which is the razor wire, which is a little bit sharper. So we sell the wire itself for people to buy. I've been trying to get in different types of jewelry. We did have earrings at one time they were talking about. I personally have some that I had gotten from another shop that are the shape of Texas. Then I have another pair that's in the shape of a heart. So it's kind of an imitation wire to make it look like it. But we do have a couple of different things. I think we have bracelets right now, and there's big giant balls of wire that you can get. They're actually I think it's plastic, but to kind of give you something to take home with you.
Ooh, what about a giant ball that all clumps together to make a barbed wire ornament? Is that a thing?
I'm not sure. I know we have two of them outside of our museum that someone did as decor that sits on a fence in the front entrance. But I don't think anyone ever actually has wrapped any up like that. Mr. True makes plaques. He puts, he'll take different pieces of the wires and he'll put the history or the patent information on it, and he makes it on plaques so that people can buy that. And we have that now in our back 40 room, where you actually can build your own plaque by different wires that are back there that you can buy and make your own decor with it.
Jim, this sounds like a Forced Family Day of fun out here at the Barbed Wire Museum, Devil's Rope Museum.
Speaking of families, I want to actually, Lindsay, I always love a good origin story. What possessed the Trues to do it? I mean, and like I said, I don't mean like it's a dumb idea. I mean, what possessed them to say, because I've always found that sometimes the most fun ideas are like, well, nobody else is doing this, so we need to get on top of this. But what possesses them to do this? Why do they say what we need is a Devil's Rope museum? We need a barbed wire
Possessed,
museum.
pun intended. Yeah. Possessed at the Devil's Rope.
You like that? You like that? Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, all the collectors from all over the United States, and there's some even from different countries. I know we have some from Australia. They would all get together and they would have reunions, and they would share all their displays and their history with people and have them, come out to the different shows and stuff, and they wanted to share their information. But a lot of them were getting to where the displays were getting a little bit bulkier, and they didn't want it to get lost because it is a lot of history, and they didn't want it to be lost in like estate sales or people just throwing it away. And so they decided to come together to find a central location. And at that meeting, the Trues were there, and they knew that here in town, we had some buildings that, could use some love. And so they threw out the name of our town and said it would be a good place because we're kind of in the heart of Route 66. So they thought, okay, Route 66, we have people in to come see that, but also then be able to learn the history of the barbed wire. And people are really surprised when they come in because they're like, I didn't think that there was this much, history, like you said, about barbed wire. And so they're pleasantly surprised when they come in.
I like the people that wander and think they're just going in to look at some wires, and you walk out, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm a smarter person now. I went in with wires, came out with all this knowledge. But you're not just barbed wire, because you guys also have the memorabilia from the Route 66 signs, and you have Dust Bowl artifacts as well. So can you give us a brief overview of how all those worlds overlap? Because again, this is a museum. This is we're telling a story here, and you do it through multiple avenues. So tell us how those all connect.
Well, with Route 66, it does come through the Panhandle, and so one of the towns that it comes through is our town. I say it comes right through the heart of our town. So they knew they wanted to include that also. And in our Route 66 room, we have history from different buildings and stores or companies that were here on 66. We have a cash register, I believe it's from a gas station that was in Jericho. We have maps showing all the different towns that it comes through. There's an entire wall dedicated to different members along Route 66 that had some kind of history that deal with it. Either the family had a gas station and they grew up along it, and they share their stories. And then in our Dust Bowl room, the reason that we included that is because the Dust Bowl went from Kansas down, and it affected us. So we have little sections of photographs and even some dust in there. And you can learn the history of what happened and why it happened, and hopefully people can learn from it.
By the way, a couple of quick things, and then I want to ask you about the annual Barbed Wire Show, but also what your plans are for celebrating the 100th anniversary of Route 66 next year. I don't think people know this, Lindsay. One of the ways that actually barbed wire actually helped during the Dust Bowl is one of the few ways that you could tell where things began and where things ended. A lot of that barbed wire actually, allowed people to have some sense of where they were, because people have no idea what the Dust Bowl was like, why that happens, why that occurs. It's an ecological disaster on a grand scale, and barbed wire probably saved a lot of lives back then. I know people say we get caught on it, but if you have no people lost their bearings during some of those situations out there. I wanted to ask, you guys have an annual barbed wire show. Can you talk about what that is, and then tell us about what your plans are for 100 years of Route 66 next year?
The barbed wire show is an annual reunion of all of our collectors. They come from all over the United States. We set up their displays and allow people to come in for free to discuss the history of the wires. Also, it's a time for the collectors to trade or barter, or even to buy more wire that they haven't seen, or something that they want. It's basically just a big family reunion for all of us. A lot of these collectors have been collecting together and traveling together for years. So it's a fun weekend for all of us to get together. We've lost a few members, especially this year, to cancer. So it's always good for all of us to get together and share the history of it, because it is slowly dying. There's not a lot of collectors. So we're hoping that by having our reunions, we spread the word, we get maybe somebody else interested in it, and they learn something that they didn't know, or something catches their eye. Because there are lots of different tops. We have rare wires, of course, so that kind of interests people. And then we not just have the wires, we have the tools. So there's tool collectors that come as well. We also try to have some local vendors, a food truck, to try to make it a fun experience and be able to not only learn something, but have fun and maybe meet some new people.
You said Route 66, and it goes through, you said our town. Are you from McLean, Texas?
I moved here when I was 12.
Okay, so basically.
Yes, my parents moved here 30-something years ago. So.
Okay, so when you were growing up, was that like I grew up in Texas, but Route 66 did not go through my town. But you'd hear the song and you'd think of the images that it brings to mind. Would kids go when you were growing up? Would you go try to get your kicks on Route 66? Was that something the kids were doing? Is there an actual hangout space somewhere that you're not hanging out on Route 66? Is my question.
No, it's quite funny. The museum itself was a pull for me. Even when I moved away, I always came home and I would always go there. That's where I went to get, my souvenirs, and take whoever was with me at the time that would come visit my family. We had to go there. But I never really thought about Route 66, which is sad, until I started working there. And then I realized, wow, it really goes through a lot of towns, and there's a lot of people trying to share information about it, and they have fun exhibits. So this past year, I actually went with my kids. We did the coin search. So we went down 66 here in Texas and went to a couple different spots and collected our coins and, saw things. But yes, sadly, a lot of people don't really think about it. It was something that we traveled down, daily. But now it's fun. We see the people coming in. They get us excited because, they're taking pictures and they want to know information and stuff. So I think slowly, more people here in town are very, very proud of the fact that we have 66 come through here, and they're trying to bring excitement back to it.
Do you get tired of the song? Do you get tired of the reference? You can. This is a safe space.
I love it. I love it. I love when the people come in and they're singing it, or they have a story to tell about 66. So they remember traveling it when they were little. We have a lot of people that travel it during their 66th birthday because of significance. So it's fun to me. I had a gentleman from Israel came in, and he was singing Red River Valley, and he was asking me, is that anywhere near here? And I was like, well, we have the Red River Steakhouse.
That's what he meant.
It was just so funny. That he was just so excited that he was in Texas and traveling down 66, and he was talking about the old TV shows that he used to watch, and stuff. And so the Westerns. So it's kind of fun to see people's perspectives. We take this, for granted. It's our home. We go about our daily day, but then you have somebody come in and they're excited to be there and to find out why they're excited. It kind of gets you excited. And so I think it's kind of contagious.
I'm going to actually ask you a question, but it's more of an excuse for me to actually give you the answer of my own version of it. Do you have a favorite version of Route 66? Because there are a lot of different versions of it. Is there one that you love?
Oh, my gosh. I haven't traveled very many, but
You mean the song?
Oh, I meant the song. I meant the song. I meant the song.
Yeah, I mean the song on the road. I haven't really traveled very much. I just the part of it, just get your kicks on Route 66, and then when he starts naming all the cities.
Yeah, I
kind of love that part.
I have to tell you, my favorite cover of it. By the way, I don't know if you know this, Lindsay. Depeche Mode has a cover of Route 66, but my favorite version of it is still Nat King Cole's. It's so groovy.
I don't know if I've heard that one. I do know the Depeche Mode one.
Oh my God, the Nat King Cole version, Lindsay, is. I mean, I want you to listen to it. It will knock your lights out. It is just so It is the most groovy version you've ever heard before, man. You get your kicks on Route 66. By the way, one more time, tell people where they can go. Tell them your socials and all that stuff, because we love having you on.
I think it's 100 Kingsley Street in McLean at www.barbwire.com.
Thank you so much, by the way. And that was Lindsay in the background, by the way, playing Route 66 by Nat King Cole.
It's actually pretty good. We have a record of it in the song lyrics on one of our walls on the 66.
That's very cool. Everybody head on over to barbwiremuseum.com. Thank you so much, Leanne Isbell, for making time for us today. This, I feel like your title is so specific, but I like it. The curator and manager of the Devil's Rope Barbed Wire Museum in McLean, Texas. That's so specific. I know exactly what you do now, and thanks for opening our eyes to cool things to see out on the road. I know our listeners appreciate it. Have the best day, friend.
Thank you. Y'all too. Bye-bye.
Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Looking for adventure. And barbed wire comes my way. Ow!
Ow!
Help me.
Hey, man. Hey, what's going on? I got to go make it happen. Hit the world in a love embrace. Fire all of my guns at once and explode into space. Like a true nature child, I was born to be wild with Lindsay Lawler here on Road Gang Radio. Give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. I guess we're talking about all kinds of weapons today. So now we've got, would you rather be shot or stabbed? We've all decided shot. Now, shot or caught in a massive thing of barbed wire.
Shot.
Yeah, still shot.
Full stop. Full
Still
stop.
shot.
And all you have to do is go look up pictures of people in World War I getting their butts caught inside of barbed wire. It is just, I
love the Would You Rather game. We used to play this when we were out on the road, and we came to one. Would you rather, okay, Jim, would you rather be
Go on.
eaten, or attacked and eaten by a tiger,
Mm-hmm.
or a shark, or caught underwater by a shark?
Oh, a tiger. Bring it on.
Really? Why?
Because you got a fighting chance. I mean, you don't really have a fighting chance, but at least you go down swinging. I don't even know how to do damage to a shark. I mean,
Yeah, but you punch it in the nose. Doesn't it? Couldn't it drown you real quick? And then you're drowning. The idea of drowning is terrifying.
By the way, there are people who tell stories about like, yeah, once you start to drown, you go euphoric, and then the people who have actually
that can't be true.
There are people who have actually drowned who said that's not what happens at all. It is nothing but panic followed by darkness, and every once in a while you get lucky and choke for about a minute when you come back out of it. No, thank you. Don't sign me up. Bring on the tiger. Bring them on. Bring them on. Let's go down fighting. By the way, I know how to take the eye out of a tiger. I mean, well, you know, I mean, you ask a question, you're going to get answers. Okay, Lindsay, would you rather fall to your death from a cliff, or would you rather burn alive in a building?
Oh, fall from a cliff.
Instantaneous, right? Boom, done.
Isn't it? Do you hear, like, I mean, sometimes you can
It depends
die
how
from
high up you
the
are.
scare or the panic in midair, I hear. Sometimes. I don't know. Listen,
Well, here's the thing.
None of us really
Nobody's ever
know.
come back from that one to kind of confirm that, by the way. Although there is the famous story of the woman who fell 6 miles in an air accident in Poland and lived to walk again. And lived not to
Yeah, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to go through that
They
living.
explained how it happened, and when they figured out what had happened, to fall 6 miles, or however far it was, 6 miles. I don't know. I mean, fell out of an airplane during an accident. Was basically hurtled to the ground, and how that played out First of all, she passed out. That was made a big difference. Second of all, she actually went to the side of a mountain and began rolling down the tops of trees, getting bounced from tree to tree until finally she settled on the ground. There were a number of things that, quote unquote, broke the fall, as it were. It broke her. I mean, don't get me wrong. The fact that they found her was kind of remarkable. But I'm not kidding, guys. Look it up. There is a woman who fell from an airline accident who lived.
Would you rather be deaf or blind? Take out what you do for a living. Because obviously then you would say blind because then you could continue to work. But take what your job is for what you do.
I'd rather be deaf. If I had to choose, I'd rather be deaf. I'd rather be deaf. The fact of the matter is that you can still feel you can still feel the world around you. Being deaf means you can't hear. It doesn't mean
thank you.
It doesn't mean you can't feel the rhythm and the beat. You follow me?
Yep.
It's like you get back to Beethoven at that point. There are ways, especially if you used to be able to hear, that you can begin to kind of figure out ways that they look. And what we're talking about, by the way, is Lindsay means blind with no ability to have second sight and deaf with no ability to have
no surgeries are here.
Yeah, no hearing aids, none of that kind of stuff is coming your way. I'd go with deaf.
No caveats in this game.
Yeah, no caveats in this game.
Okay, one more. One more, would you rather?
Okay, so, all right, would you...
Make it really grandiose.
Okay, no, how about make it really simple? Would you rather eat glass or nails?
Isn't that the same?
No.
I mean, they're both...
Glass.
Give me a difference. Say, would you rather eat glass and nails or...
Oh, okay. Would you rather
eat...
Okay, would you rather eat glass and nails or would you rather eat septic sludge?
Oh, God. Probably the sludge because I feel like you couldn't control it. I'd immediately vomit it up. Whereas glass and nails are immediately, like, the minute one goes down, I could die. But the sludge, I could probably... I would have thrown up thinking about right now. I got to beat myself. Ugh.
By the way, I'm just thinking about this, guys. Well, you asked. You said make it grandiose.
I know.
I'm basically it's Bonnie Prince Billy. I see a darkness. There we go.
This is riveting radio, by the way.
Just staggeringly impressive radio, by the way. Always worth kind of tuning in here on Road Gang Radio. I mean, today's a little bit of a silly day. I need
it in my life. I've been too serious. Talking to my doctor later today because I've been too serious.
By the way, you are coming along really nicely with your studio, correct?
Correct.
I've
got sound panels up now too.
I noticed, and it's really groovy. That may be our next step because right now, Lindsay, we got some great stuff delivered yesterday that I actually brought in for myself, but also for the enjoyment of everybody here. We're going to be doing some work over here in a little bit because we had talked about the idea. And Dave and I had a really great talk yesterday, and I don't know if you got a chance to hear it. During Tara's Breaker Back talk, we talked about
love that segment.
I do too.
I love Tara. Can I just tell you how much I love Tara?
And she, yes, you can, by the way. And you can go on about how much you love Tara.
I love Tara.
But what's really cool is that we got into a conversation about behind the scenes stuff. About the idea that Dave said that's a big new thing, and to his everlasting credit, when I said actually it's not, and reminded him of what television and radio used to be, because in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, TV and radio showed you all the sausage. Mm-hmm. I mean, or you heard or you saw all the sausage. We were talking about the idea that up until the 80s. A lot of news shows, people weren't in coats. Those coats would come off. The tie would be loose. You'd see the entire newsroom in the background. People love behind the scenes. And one of the things that happened at some point is they turned into these slick kind of entertainment shows as opposed to being what they were, which was a news division. And suddenly you had all this production and all this production value. And I'm kind of wondering to some degree if the next great leap forward is the future was yesterday. If people start doing more and
Everything
more,
old is new again.
Yeah, if we stop doing these slickly produced shows and give people more of a sense of and look.
Then what? Great, we're way ahead of the curve then.
Well, you're right there. Well, you're right there with me. But the idea being, I mean, of course, I don't mean like sloppy mess. Right. But what I'm talking about is the idea that you see the realness of it. And that there's
especially with AI and people trying to, which AI is great for certain things, but for this. It can't mimic this. Remember when we were almost 2 years ago, Mick, 2 years ago when we were at the Women in Trucking Conference, and we had one of the keynote speakers we had on our show, or the keynote speaker we had on our show, and she was talking about AI, and she quickly put together a podcast of you and I within a couple minutes. She like gave it the prompt and was like, here, there's a podcast. Basically taking away yours and Jim's job, and we listened, and it was good, and it was clean and precise, but it's not silly, it's not stupid, it's smart in a different kind of way. It's not smart in a human kind of way, obviously, because it's not. So it'll never. I think to your point of loving the unpolished sometime, I think, and this, we're seeing this more in music as well, where people are leaving in the pops and the cracks, and that's what vinyl's getting back to. People are liking vinyl again because it's showing the real and the rawness that AI cannot do.
No, and one of the most upsetting things, if you watch Get Back, the Beatles documentary, is what Phil Spector did to Let It Be, is that he essentially stepped in and decided what you really want here, despite the fact that you wanted kind of a messy sort of rehearsal come to life as a full album. He instead overproduced the hell out of it, and it's only been recently that we've actually gotten a chance to hear what it should have been, and it completely changes the record for the absolute better. Such a cool thing. Yeah, there's just something to be said about, at the end of the day, really seeing the seams. I'm a big fan of that, and it was a really fun conversation, that we got a chance to have yesterday, and all of it was spurred by Touchdown Turtle. And like I said, you love her, and I adore her too, because she always asks those right questions, the questions you want to hear. And by the way, when kids come around, and Tara's not a kid, but I kept thinking about this with my niece, who's the same age.
Although she could be our kid.
Please. You're right.
Not ours, like, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but like when my niece Maddie, when she asks us questions about the old days and the family, it's like, take advantage of that. If a young person comes to you and asks you questions about back in the day, don't blow them off. Answer the questions. Give them information. They genuinely want to know. They want to know, man, and you should be thrilled to hear that kind of stuff. Speaking of genuinely thrilled, you'll be genuinely thrilled to know our next guest is coming up here in a minute, by the way.
Thank God.
After septic tank conversations. Really excited about this. This book is very good. It is very fun, and it continues an ongoing series that is very good and very fun.
I also love when somebody that's like seen a lot. I mean, this is a former CIA agent writing some like romance and fiction and fun. Like, that's somebody who's balanced their life out, and I'm here for that. I'm ready to dive deep on this one.
We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE-certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
we sure did, and we achieved liftoff into that last live hour of Road Gang Radio, live from Fast Sports Studios. Good morning, Lindsay and Jimmy.
By the way, Lindsay, and thank you, Phone Master Dre. By the way, Lindsay, when I got a chance to read this book, the latest book, the one that I got my advanced copy. I got a chance to read that.
Bragger.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's me. Love that reading stuff. Do you know who I pictured? A mutual friend of ours as the main character.
Ooh, who?
And we're going to D.C. soon, so now that I've given you the clue, you know who I pictured, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
David.
I'm like, why can't I think of his name all of a sudden?
Total blank.
Wait, David who?
David Cook.
Oh, no, I was thinking you were going to say Adam Rock.
Oh, Adam Rock. I talked to Adam Rock yesterday, by the way. Adam Rock would be really good in this role. He's just a little bit
But
too
David
old.
Cook, yeah, that's a good one, too.
Well, Adam would be great like 10, 15 years ago, But
Yeah.
we all forget because we have a good friend, by the way. Our next guest gets to hear about our good friends. We have a good friend, by the way, who is like 58 years old, and I swear to God, at his best, he looks like he's 41 years old. He's a retired colonel. And, hot dude. We have another friend who, by the way, is a little bit younger than me, probably about the same age as Lindsay, who is also an incredibly dapper, well-dressed man, and done a lot.
Hot.
Yeah, and both of them can handle themselves around small tactics and weapons, by the way. Lindsay, would you care to do the honor of speaking to small tactics and weapons?
I would. Tracy's probably like, get to the point, you silly people. So we will. Because our next guest, Jim, this is so cool. She's lived one of those like truth is stranger than fiction lives and then made a career of turning that into fiction, which is super cool. Super #balance. I'm here for it. Tracy Hunter Abramson. She's a former CIA officer, badass, turned best-selling novelist with with over 45 thrillers to her name. Good Lord.
Trifecta badass.
Come on, her new book, Victim Number 8, it's already being called taut, electrified, and emotionally rich by people like Brad Thor. I agree. She's been on both sides of the fence, and maybe the barbed wire too, to call back to our last guest, I don't know. The classified role of intelligence and the deeply personal, imaginative world of writing. You know, I love to talk about writing. And somehow she manages to merge them with real heart and humanity, which is a good balance that
She likes people.
She likes people. She knows people. Let's talk about that. I'm fascinated by people who can dance, between the logic and intuition here. And storytelling. So we're going to dive deep. Can't wait to see where this conversation goes. Please make welcome to the show our new friend, soon to be yours, Tracy Hunter Abramson. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Don't you just want to be her friend? Tracy's somebody I want to be like I want to introduce to, and at every dinner party, I would like Tracy to be invited. So if you could.
Hey, I'm all there.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
One of the things I loved about Victim Number 8, and so much I loved about this book, so much fun, by the way, and just to kind of give people a heads up, if you have any teens who are into spy thrillers, who are into action novels, this actually falls right into their wheelhouse as well, too. It is really exciting, it is really fun, and it is for all ages who can read a book at this level. It's really accessible, and a great book to have if you are a father with a daughter or a mother with a son who want to read a book together and really kind of dig into both the international issues and the personal issues that are taken through this book. Wanted to kind of make sure that was said at the top of this, by the way. It's a great book to kind of spur somebody's love of reading for simple pleasures later on in life. Is when I wanted to establish that. But what I wanted to ask you is, at the beginning of the book, the whole thing about the whole will they, won't they Christmas story, the invitation to the Christmas thing and all that kind of stuff. What really separates this from a lot of the techno thrillers that people often read is it's got a deep love of human relationships, of the kind of awkward, for as tough as these people are and they're tough as nails, they're a bunch of everybody at the end of the day when they're looking for love turns into a goofy teenager. How do you balance that sense of like, has she asked you out? No, we're just friends. I'm not sure. While at the same time, literally assassinating people and trying to make it look like a serial killer. So begin there.
Well, I think a lot of it is just, we're all human. And a lot of times, like a lot of my friends who are writing thrillers, they're kind of creating some of these superhuman characters, which is great. But there's a lot of room for, like you said, at the end of the day, we're all looking for those human relationships and the connections and things like that. And when you're in I mean, I was already married by the time I started with the CIA, but seeing how people who were single had to navigate the challenges. Like if somebody's undercover, they can't tell somebody where they work, or even people within the agency. It's like, all right, we're interested in each other, but if things go south, can we still work together? Is somebody looking at, oh my gosh, there's a transfer or things like that. So I think it was just diving into some of those experiences, but then also, like, I coached high school swimming for 26 years, and so that teenage mindset, seeing how they work, and their interactions and stuff. I mean, you take it to an adult level of like, oh my gosh, there's not much difference. I mean, we have new adult problems, but so much of it's the same. Those insecurities just don't go away.
There's so much I want to know about you, which is cool because this book is fiction, so we can't dive in too much about the books. We want people to read it, but I do love people getting to know the author because I personally want to read books of people that I like, and so I want people understanding. But just a little further on that, I mean, I'm going to be super cliche, but you said you were already married when you started in the CIA, so you're they knew what you were stepping into. But how much of it really is from what we see in this is a dumb question.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 2.
Thank you. But like, how much of that is real of like what you can and can't say, and how often do you get sort of confused? Because, okay, let me back up, because here's the question. You've spent, years in a world where silence was such a big part of the job, and now you're spending your days telling stories. I'm just interested how that like energetically shifted or felt for you, moving from like secrecy to expression when you're able to talk now and towing that line of what am I able to talk about, what am I not, I guess is what I'm saying.
How can we prevent the boys from Foggy Bottom from having a conversation with you, I guess is the biggest
exactly.
question.
Right. I mean, I've already convinced them on all of their lists anyway. They all know who I am.
Yeah.
I mean, because part of it was when I was in the agency, I was there 2 of my years, I was a liaison officer. So basically what I did was I was working with different agencies to make sure that we were all talking to each other. And this was pre 9/11, so it was like actually as the Soviet Union was breaking up during the first Gulf War, things like that. And so I'm very familiar with all the different government agencies, what they do, how they interact, and things like that. But I don't know. I started, even when I started, my mom, she has a local television show in Phoenix. It's actually now my sister. And my sister was, when I was CIA, she was the personal assistant for Bill Murray. And so I always had to walk that line of, I was always on the edge of people who might be, have their cameras out and, okay, I don't want to be noticed. And so I remember like in a very first week of an orientation at the CIA, there was somebody made the comment of, hey, you need to let us know, you need to inform us if you're ever caught in media, even if you're not undercover, which I wasn't. And so I kind of raised my hand. I was like, it was a pretty good sized group. And I said, okay, what happens if you're not sure? Like, if you might have been in the space where other people could be noticed, do you need to report that? If your name's not mentioned, like, what are the parameters?
Gosh,
and somebody came up, so they're kind of like, well, talk to us afterwards. And they answered some generic question. And somebody came up after me and they said, so who is, because I had said, hey, my mom's on television. I have some associations with the entertainment industry. And somebody came up and they're like, is your mom Liz Taylor? And I was like, okay, no, apparently at the time I had very dark hair. They're like, they just assumed. I said, no, this is very much smaller, group of that. But I've always had to walk that line. So, you're always on the promotion side, but then trying not to be noticed. So,
but like, we couldn't have been married, right? Like you couldn't have been married to a person in radio or TV. Could they put stipulations like that on it?
Technically you could. It's just a matter of knowing which lines to draw. So,
gotcha.
It's like if somebody's an overt employee, you just wouldn't necessarily be bringing that up in conversation. If we're out and about. And like the first time I traveled, they were like, on public transit, you do not want to be saying, hey, I'm CIA. That's just not a really smart thing to do. And so I already know I am the world's worst liar, believe it or not. And So I went in and they had this little debriefing thing, and they said, okay. I said, look, I can't lie. And this is back before people had their cell phones and everything. People, you get on the plane and everyone's like, hey, so where are you going? You heading home? And what do you do for a living? And, conversation was very common on planes. And I said, what do I do? That person is going to sit next to me. And they said, okay, just say you're a college student, a grad student, because I was in a graduate program at the time.
What are you studying?
And I said, okay, everyone, right. I'm like, okay, I could do that. And they said, look, you've got the easiest out of everybody. They said, say you're a housewife. I said, you are absolutely a housewife. You have a house, you're a wife, you have kids, like you absolutely can do this. And I said, oh my gosh. I think it was before I had kids, but I was like, that's true. Because everyone just assumes if I say I'm a housewife, that's all I am. And so I learned how to tell the truth and let people redirect what the truth was.
You're not lying. It's not lying if you're just omitting. Understood. Okay.
Well, and the other thing, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Oh, I was going to say, and believe me, that was really helpful raising teenagers and coaching teenagers, because they couldn't do that to me because I could see it coming. So
I wanted to ask you this too. It's a great reminder that sometimes being somebody who absolutely can't lie and absolutely is committed to the truth often will give you a cachet, because there are moments in time and space where you need somebody who will walk in and say, this is what's happening, this is why it's happening, and have every single person in the room believe you. And that has a certain gravity and weight to it, that there has to be somebody, just like the Israelis have their 10th man, or, the idea there has to be a voice that goes, this is the absolute truth, so that nobody says, am I getting double speaked here? Am I getting triple speaked here? Am I just being lied to outright? And having a certain commitment to the truth can often make a difference in very kind of tense situations, whether it's family, romance, or in fact, with the fate of the world on the line, right?
Yeah. Well, and it was interesting at the when I was in the agency, by my last assignment, I'd actually kind of gotten this reputation. I didn't even realize it until about the time I was getting ready to leave, that if there was anything that was kind of questionable, like, okay, we need to get this done, we have something that needs to happen, but we're not sure regulation-wise, how do we not basically break our regulations, our little law in the CIA. And apparently the people, I was working for some pretty high up individuals in the agency, and they would just say, go ask Tracy. If she can tell you how you can make it work and without breaking any rules, then we know we can do it. And they said, if Tracy says no, then you can't do it. You have to find something else. And I had no idea that this was like a senior intelligence staffer telling my, some of their senior staff, like, hey, ask Tracy, she'll figure it out. But it was because I had that core integrity that I just couldn't deviate from. They knew that I would never put anyone in jeopardy of, like, if we ever got an audit, it was going to be clean. Like, I was never going to have anyone in jeopardy and stuff. So, and I think that's one of the things, like, every author has certain pieces of themselves that go into their book. And I think that integrity, honesty, patriotism, all that just typically hits my characters just because that's part of who I am. And so that kind of bleeds in.
And you say it's fascinating to me what, especially somebody in your position, what they bring into their writing, even if it's a story that's not based on your own personal experiences. We've had a guy named Jeremy D. Baker on our show who actually wrote a book. He also was in the CIA. He's an Army combat veteran, and he actually wrote a book. It's a fictional book, but he helped heal his PTSD. I don't know if that ever fully heals, but he's worked through it through a character in one of his books. So I love that you're writing kind of, a lot of your characters seem to wrestle with identity, who they are behind the job or the mission. And so I would love for you to expand on that a little more, if that's something you've explored personally too, leaving such a specific role like the CIA, figuring out like sort of how to continue that role. You can still sort of live vicariously through the characters. Do you follow that ever in your writing?
I definitely think I do. One of the hardest days of my life, honestly, was the day I left the agency and knowing that I had turned in my badge and I couldn't turn around and go back in. That was really traumatic because you've been on this inner circle. You know that, everything you do, you have a backup plan and a backup plan to the backup plan and then a backup plan to the backup plan to the backup plan, and it just keeps going.
Contingencies.
Because you know that contingencies are all our whole life because you just don't know who might be in jeopardy if every little piece of your job could impact somebody's life, literally their life.
Oof.
And so, and it's for every aspect of the agency. I was actually in the admin side, but there were times when somebody didn't do their job properly and somebody was literally in mortal danger because something got dropped. And when I was a liaison officer, I actually had a moment where there was somebody with a different agency that they would not do what I needed them to do in order to keep something legal, and somebody was put in danger. And I ultimately talked to my boss, said, okay, I need to talk to their boss, find out who it is, because this person can't be in this position. And that was the last I ever heard of that guy. Like he was removed from post because it was the person wasn't understanding the gravity of the job. He was like, oh, I'm just, I'm a pencil pusher kind of thing. And it's like, not in this situation. You're not. This is seriously like somebody's life is in danger. So, and I think that pressure, we go through one of the biggest things they do before you go into the agency is you have a lot of psychological evaluations because they want to know what are you going to do, when that pressure cooker hits, because it's going to. There's never a time, there's never a career in the agency where something is not going to hit that intense moment. And you just don't know what it is. I remember, and I even use this in backstory for some, and it played into my first book in the series, Hometown Vendetta, was when the Oklahoma City bombing happened. I remember all of us standing in this big, office area watching the television and saying, oh my gosh, what did we miss? Who screwed up? What did we do wrong? And it was a domestic terrorist situation, but the FBI was doing the same thing. They're like, what did we miss? What did we do wrong? And every time something like that happens, we're self-analyzing to say, what could we have done better? Obviously, one of the things that kind of traumatized me was having worked in that situation where you're working back and forth with different agencies and knowing that making them work well together is integral to the nation's safety. I left in the December of 95, and in the spring of 96 was the first intel that dropped for 9/11. And knowing that, oh my gosh, could I have made a difference? And you kind of know the Lord has a plan and that everything happens for a reason, but it's still traumatic to think, could I have done something differently, had I stayed in, that might have made a difference.
I would think that you would have to have some sort of faith, or else it could just all be for naught, or else you'd be, because I would think every single second you were questioning what you do. And I'm going to say something, Tracy. We're talking with Tracy Abramson. You can head on over to Tracy, TRACI, Abramson.com to find all her 45 and counting books, but particularly Victim Number 8 we're talking about today. But Tracy, I'm going to say something just so everybody listening can feel a connection to what you've done. All these things you're saying, like every move you make can affect somebody's life. Well, yeah. Everybody listening can feel that. Like, I want everyone to start thinking like a CIA agent now moving forward and realize that everything you do affects people around you. I talk about that a lot in here just because I think it's important to remember. We're always like, well, how could I change the world? How could I do anything as big as somebody like Tracy? Well, I think you can by just being very aware of your actions, that everything you do affects those around you. And remember, everybody is also a human, and we're all just trying to take care of our families, just get home safe, all those things. So I'm not equating by any means what I do to what you've done and seen, but I can, from a relatability standpoint, say, the idea of realizing that all of our actions have counter reactions for everything around us, whether it's all relative, whether it's I'm in the CIA trying to save the world or just trying to save my family and the people around me. And I don't know if you feel that now coming out of it back onto the civil side of things, the weight of still your actions, everything is kind of is all connected. Do you feel that still?
Well, absolutely, because we are, whether it's you're looking at your individual community, your family, our nation as a whole, the world as a whole, we all matter. Every person matters, and when we treat everyone with that respect, it can totally expand. And, you know, if somebody's kind to you, then you want to be kind to the next person. You know, like, for example, I was in Oklahoma a couple of years ago trying to buy a couple of things for my daughter, and my wallet had fallen onto the floor in my car, and I got to the checkout before I realized it was missing. And I was like, oh my gosh, could you just set this aside? You know, let me run out to the car. I'm sure my wallet's probably out there. And a gentleman behind me says, oh no, I've got this. And he came and he paid for my order. And it was like $100.
Oh, wow.
I was like, no, I do not need all this. Please don't. He says, no, ma'am. He goes, you can pay it forward. I know you will. And sure enough, what am I looking at? Yesterday, I'm walking along the street, and a gentleman, clearly homeless, was like, I'm just trying to get some money for a room tonight. I said, you know what? I don't carry cash. But one thing I do, I have a good friend, Jason Wright, he's the best-selling author of Christmas Jars and Wednesday Letters from years ago. But he has something called kindness cards, and he just carries gift cards to different, like, little grocery stores or McDonald's or things like that he will give to people who are homeless just to make sure they can get a meal. And so because I had seen him and I had been helping collect some, I had one of those cards in my pocket. I said, you know what? I don't have any cash, but here, this will at least get you some food. And he was just thrilled. But it's like, you don't need somebody to see you doing that to feel good about yourself. And every time we do something kind, we feel like we're a better person. And it just expands. It makes our world better.
Yeah.
I want to get back to some more human questions here in just a minute with Tracy Hunter Abramson, but I also want to let people know that victim number 8 is actually book number 2 in a series of books. Luke Steele, of course, is at the center of it, and FBI Special Agent Amberlynn Reiner, and their undercover activities throughout the course of this. I also want to point out, and I don't think I'm wrong in saying this, having read victim number 8 first, of course, I want people to read both books. You can read victim number 8 without having read the first book, because I think you do a darn good job of kind of laying out the backstory and the exposition that kind of brings these people together in their second incarnation. That's fair, right? I mean, I was able to kind of pick up pretty quickly of what was going on between these two people and kind of rush headway into the second book, right? I mean, we want people to read both books. We really do. But then you can go back and read the first book again, and it won't be ruined, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And I try to write all of my books that way, so that I hate, picking up book 6 in a series and say, oh no, I now have to go by 5. So I always try to write my books in a way that you can read one, and you can read at the end of the series, and it won't matter if you've read the first ones. Most likely you may want, if you enjoy the characters, you'll want to go back and read them, but it's not going to spoil anything.
Do you? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
No. I wanted you to get back to. I'm having a great time listening to you guys talk about the human factor here. I
want to see if Luke has a walkout song. Music is very important
Lindsay's
around
favorite
here.
thing.
I'm wondering if you. We asked our good friend Mark, our good friend, a guest of the show, Mark Graney.
No, he's a good friend of ours. He actually was the first guest to appear on the show. Yeah.
Mark's wonderful and comes on the show quite a bit. But we asked him one day about how he writes and setting the scene. I said I have, especially as someone who has a 6-year-old, I have as a songwriter and someone with a 6-year-old, I have these fantasies of going to a cabin far away for a long time and being alone and writing. And he was like, yeah, that's not as glamorous as it sounds. You'd be really lonely and you'd probably get nothing done. And so he talks about how he likes to go into a coffee shop, put on his headphones with rain playing, and get out the computer and just type. I actually like to write music with other music on, oddly enough. But so I'm curious how if music plays into your writing. And then the other question, to buy you some time, if Luke had a walkout song, what would it be?
So I love music, and so every time I'm in the car, that's usually what that's what I'm listening to. But I have to say, probably Can't Stop, by Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Nice.
It just kind of just the alone, and you just can't stop. In this world, you can't. So anyway, I think that's probably what I would go with.
Didn't see that coming, but you're cooler now for making it a Red Hot Chili Pepper song. Well done. How do you like to write then? Is it when the spirit moves you, or do you have a set the scene with a candle and a window and whatever?
Okay, so I know this sounds crazy, but my best place to write, ideally first thing in the morning, I get up, throw on my workout clothes, and I hit the treadmill. and I have an old word processor that I put on where you'd normally put a book on your treadmill, and I just start writing there. So I do about an hour on the treadmill, and then I have an exercise bike that has a desk on it, and so usually I'll do like another 45 minutes on that. And I will get more writing done in those 2 hours than I will for the rest of the day.
Oh my
Like,
gosh. Overachiever. That's how somebody writes 45 books. They do it while they're on the treadmill. That's how it happens.
All right, Tracy, you get the movie deal. You get the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. You get actually not only to get the movie deal, but you also get the right to have first refusal on who gets cast to play, Mr. Steele. Who are you picking?
oh my gosh, I just don't even know. That would be really, I don't know if I have an answer for that one.
Who's the first that comes to mind, even if it's not right? He doesn't have to actually do it, by the way.
Like a younger Matt Damon would be great.
Yeah.
But yeah, like most of the people I would think of are probably too old for it now. So, but
that's why I asked, by the way. That's why I asked, because this is the kind of thing that would probably end up making somebody a star rather than already getting the star attached, because Chris Pine is no longer 25 years old. He's just not.
Right. I mean, like, one of the actresses that's an up-and-coming that I would absolutely love, I mean, she doesn't have the right hair color, but I still adore her, and I would be like, we can change the hair, it doesn't matter, is Ryan Bailey. She's had a couple of smaller parts, or like made-for-TV movies and such, but she's somebody who's just so versatile. I could totally see her in that lead role. So.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She'd be great. She'd be great. That's a good choice.
She's adorable.
That's a good choice. Guess what? We're out of time. Can you believe
it?
Went that fast.
No. Tracy, will you be my best friend?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there we go. Now
Thanks for letting me hang out. It's been fun.
Where are you remind me where you're based, if you don't mind.
So I'm based out of Virginia. So I'm
Virginia.
just south of Quantico Marine Base.
Oh, fantastic. We actually come up there for a week every December. Maybe we'll actually force the issue and make you come down to D.C. and have lunch with us or something.
Well,
gosh,
a broadcast. Have her on the show. We broadcast from the Lane of the Wreaths
that'd be fun.
at Arlington
We
Cemetery.
could actually also
we
could ever at the Chamber of Commerce or the ATA as well too. We could do all of them. Let's just do it.
Love it.
Tracy.
Oh, yeah.
Tracy Abramson.com is where I want you to go. And Hometown Vendetta is the first book, but the one we're talking about is Victim Number 8. Continued success on your Luke Steele series. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Badass.
We'll come back on the other side of this, guys, and talk about a little country and Western music news. We celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds?
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Hold on tight.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes From the with a wee donation small hours at of the morning to the crack of dawn.
truckersfund.org.
Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself. That's me, Lindsay Lawler.
Sure is. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Well, hey, boys and girls. Welcome to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Dolly Parton kinds. Always. She comes up all the time because she is everywhere except for right now. I don't know if she's just brokenhearted, but everyone's worried about Dolly. And, you know, her husband, Carlene, did pass away earlier this year. Maybe that's it, Jim. Maybe she got back into it too quickly and didn't give herself time to properly grieve someone. I mean, they'd been married like 60 years or something. He was everything to her, and people had their own speculation about it. But it could have just, I mean, he was, I don't know them personally, but from everything I know and read and people I know that work with him, he was such a safe space for her. And in the crazy rhinestone and plastic surgery world she lived in, he was that place where they would ride around on their property. They would go to Taco Bell. They would cook. They would camp on their own property. Like, he was a haven for her. When you're with somebody long enough and they're that safe space, you know, we sometimes joke about, oh, she died of a broken heart. Dolly is not dead, and I don't believe she's dying. But sometimes that can happen, Jim. That is truth.
The thing is, too, is I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and what this friend said to me was that sometimes they become untethered, meaning that, you know, they live so much in the public sphere that often they find themselves drifting off their moorings, and they have one or two people in their life who actually return them to planet Earth, who allow them to re-enter the atmosphere and come out of the stars and just put their feet on the ground and feel like they're human again. And it's a really good possibility that there's nobody to ground Dolly, but she's so smart that she knows that, and that maybe she's trying to maybe touch some earth, you know, to sit upon the ground and tell the sad stories of the death of kings. It just that's the reality of it. When you get that famous, you've got to have some place where you feel real. And
I think not even just the huge fame, Jim. I mean, Seamus certainly does. I'm not on a Dolly level by any means, but Seamus does that for me when I get all in my head, or you know, I would like to think anybody who's with somebody for a long time, there's qualities in that person that are. I mean, Seamus keeps me grounded because he doesn't really care what I do. He doesn't give a crap. And sometimes that used to bother me. I'm like, why is he not asking questions about my day and what I do? And it's interesting because he doesn't care, because that's not why he's with me. He's with me because he likes me, I guess. I don't know, or at least he used to.
Oh, no. Can I tell you
what
something?
I mean?
By the way, he likes you.
Yeah, I know.
And just love you. I know he loves you. He likes you, Lindsay. And something else, by the way, I don't know if you know this, today is You Matter to Me Day.
Oh, that's sweet.
That really is what today is. It's You Matter to Me Day, and it's just basically go out and find somebody and tell them you matter to me.
Do it. Do it. It could change their whole day. It could change your whole day.
It could change their whole day. It's also Inner Beauty Day and Forgiveness Day, which for Dolly, that feels like a trifecta of just Dolly right there.
It's a lot of loving going around. Well, Dolly Parton, as to bring up why we were talking about this. So as we mentioned, last week she's been forced to postpone her Las Vegas residency. Now we've been talking about this coming up. They announced this months ago, this residency, because the tickets were insane. It sold out, of course, right away. People were reselling them for stupid amounts of money. She was going to be playing at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace. She's had to postpone due to quote unquote health challenges, and she's playing there December 4th through the 13th, or was. She's saying they're rescheduling it until this time next year. We will see. That is a temporary hold, by the way. But somebody is stepping in, Jim. And I'm not even going to say stepping in. It's filling the slot. We're not stepping into Dolly's shoes, and I'll tell you by how he made that announcement. But country superstar Tim McGraw is stepping in. I actually called my friend Sandy, who is Tim's sister, and just confirmed this, because sometimes we see things and they're not right. I confirmed it. I was like, hey, are you going? I saw your brother stepping in doing Vegas. And she's like, yeah, we're talking about the whole family going. Tim announced this on his social media, and I like what he said. I'm curious on the phrase, because there's so much PR, Jim, that goes into every even the tiniest announcement when you're someone of this level of a Tim McGraw or of course a Dolly. But he just said on social media, he said, Vegas, I'm coming to the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace this December 4th to 13th. That was it. There was no mention of replacing Dolly. It's just that I'm doing the show. And there had to be some conversation behind that, to not say I'm stepping in for, because Tim McGraw would never. He's a good man. He respects all those around him. He is a very talented human, but no one's going to try to say I'm stepping in for Dolly. That would be, I'm sure that would be the hell to pay for Dolly fans. And that had to be a very careful line to walk. So it's like, I'm just doing the show. She'll be here later. It's just a whole separate show. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. There's a thing where there is a way to do this kind of thing. And what I read when you kind of tipped me off to where we were going with this, it just seems like this is being handled by the most professional of people and the most best of friends, because it just feels right. It feels like if you have to handle something like this is the way to handle it. And that's kind of a spot on way. I don't claim to fill anybody's shoes. I'm just simply saying I will be there. So for those of you who have to wait for Dolly, this is something you might enjoy as well. And I kind of love that.
And also how Dolly's handling it, because she says, she understands this. There's a lot of people who might phone it in, but Dolly said, and I quote, you guys pay good money to see me perform, and I want to be at my best for you. And she saw what those ticket prices were going for. She's no dummy. I think I don't know. I'm going to say I think I'd rather see Dolly at her best than pay a lot of money and just see her to see her, because that's kind of sad and depressing. I haven't seen Dolly like perform an actual show, but I've seen her in small places like interviews and stuff. And the magic of Dolly is Dolly. She's great no matter what, but you don't want to pay thousands of dollars and have Dolly sitting on a stool not being able to sing, or even worse, something bad happened during the show. She recognized that, and she says, I believe God is telling me to slow down right now so I can be ready for more adventures with all of you. Thank you for understanding. So she wants to be in it for the long haul. She's 79. Dolly could live 20 more years, and God willing and the creek don't rise, I sure as hell hope she does.
Yeah, I do too. And by the way,
I'm
going to tell you something. I have a feeling that Dolly's out there, charging herself from both the earth and the air and the stars and the skies and the lightning and the thunder. And when Dolly comes back, I promise you this: if in fact she does return to that stage, it will be to turn that stage into a lake of fire.
Woo! Dolly went down in a lake of fire.
In a lake of fire, you know what I'm saying? Just kind of like...
Speaking of charging, because it was a full moon last night, and I like to charge my stuff under the full moon. Completely not what we're talking about, but you said charge. Our TV died, so we had to get a new TV. 0% interest at Best Buy for a year.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, thank you for paying tribute.
Thank you for your service, TV.
Thank you for your service, TV. It had been going green for about a year, and I don't mean eco-friendly, just turning green whenever it felt like it. So, and it wasn't. I don't think it's because it was celebrating Wicked. I think it was just losing it. So of course, Seamus, it went out like at 5:00, and there was a game that was going to be on. So Seamus is like, I should go to Best Buy now, right? And he's like, I should get that credit card with 0%, so it's actually free. I understand how credit works, by the way. I know that's not true. Anyway, got a new TV. So all that to be said, we found out yesterday that the remote control, you put it outside and it charges under the sun. The remote control of our new TV. How cool is that?
Welcome to the new age where everything old is new again and the power of
Right.
the sun restores righteousness.
Right. I'm like, this new thing that's been happening since the dawn of day. But it was still so
It's
cool.
amazing. It's amazing. I love the fact that we're figuring out, it's like, along with all the new stuff we're doing, maybe some of the old stuff works kind of well too. This has been your mac and cheese moment. Sorry, I went to that voice. Sorry about that. My apologies.
Hey, so moving on. Have you heard of Earth Roamer, these RVs?
I have actually, but please go
Holy
on.
crap, they're badass. If Earth Roamer, if you're listening, or sales team, RadioNemo sales team, if you're listening, call Earth Roamer.
We don't even need you to sponsor us. We would just like one.
Yes, that we can broadcast from on the road. If it's good enough for Post Malone, it's good enough for us, guys. If you're posty, you got to travel in style. And so Post Malone just bought himself $1 million luxury Earth Roamer to use in his travels across the country. These things are badass. You can go to earthroamer.com, by the way. They are not sponsoring us yet. Post Malone, he posted a picture. He posted a picture. Post Malone posted, you get it, a picture of his new Earth Roamer. It's a massive vehicle. It came with a key ring with what looks to be like 7 keys on it and a battery key fob just to operate this bad boy. 7 keys just to work this thing. I don't know what they all go to, but
One
I'm
of them
very
goes
curious.
to Foggy Bottom, which is the CIA headquarters. I just wanna let
Probably,
people know.
probably
Okay, yeah.
must. If you can get a look at the inside of the Earth Roamer, you're gonna want one as well. Just trust me, assuming you can afford it. $1 million price tag, the one this guy got. So Earth Roamer also posted a picture over on their Facebook saying that Post Malone and his new tank-like purchase really does look like a tank, and he has a few extra details, of course. That says he got the keys to the Earth Roamer. They say welcome to the family post. This thing. Some celebrities would use this privacy veil excuse to skirt, having to talk to people about at a vehicle dealership, but he didn't. He walked in, he was talking with all the associates. He's one with the Earth Roamer family now. You got to go check it out. These things are very cool, and they literally do look like a tank, but they're badass inside. Earthroamer.com. Earthroamer.com. Call us, Jim.
Oh, yeah, I'm all over it, by the way. That's like one of my, and I don't know if you know this, Mike Roth, who does the show with us, spends most of his time on the road in an RV. That one of our regular contributors over the last 3 months has just been on the road on an RV, and I'm just thinking about anything that can kind of get us out there doing stuff that's fun. I'm just obsessed with it now. I'm obsessed with it now that I've started thinking about once we've gotten things settled here, over there in Franklin, and over here down in at the Degas house. I am now obsessed with how do we get out of here. Now that I've got things set, let's leave. Are you with me?
Story of my life. Sagittarius. Story of my life. Yep, I get it.
What
now
second,
now that
Dave?
this is all good, let's get out of here.
We got we took care of this. Done. We proved we can do it. Let's do something else now. Let's get a little bit further
Bye
out.
now.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Now.
Get
All
me
right,
out there.
earthroamer.com. Call us. All right. So we talked last week as well about Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman separating. Now, I'm not just talking about the divorce. I want to talk about what this means for a singer's career. Because think about it. Keith Urban, Nicole Kidman separate. Keith Urban has a lot of songs about Nicole Kidman. Obviously, they're married, or not obviously, because by the way, I don't write about my husband, but Keith Urban does. In particular, his song "The Fighter." That is definitely about her. There's been videos in the past of her singing it. She loves it. She stands up and sings. It's not even that great of a song, by the way. It's sort of cheesy, but that's okay. It makes them happy. Great. So it was not business as usual for Keith Urban when he took the stage during his current tour. It's his first post-breakup concert that happened last week in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Post-breakup first show. This is a big deal. That might not sound a big deal, but if you make some of your career around they're as in the public eye as you can get. So there were 3 changes at his show that were different from pre-separation to post-separation. And fans caught all of them, of course. Fans are diehards. They notice everything. So his set list normally has the song "The Fighter" that I told you about. And he actually has a friend of mine, Natalie Stovall, who will be on our show sometime. this is reminding me to call her, but Natalie Stofall, she's in the band Runaway June. She plays for him sometime. And also Maggie Bra, this has been a whole thing of them, everybody questioning if Keith and Maggie are together because he kind of goes back and forth, whichever female is sitting in his band that night.
Mm-hmm.
And they sing the song. So they pulled the song though completely from the set this week. That was number one. It is his, it's a very played song of his in the show. They pulled it, didn't even do it. Also, and he scrapped it for a song and played Wild Hearts instead. I don't even know what that song is. Also, Maggie was not at the show. She had been in the run leading up. They pulled her. I don't know if they pulled her or if it just coincidentally she was not at the show that night, but she was not playing at the show that night. I don't know if that's smart or not smart, Jim. Because here's the thing. Let me tell real quickly, and then you can give your thoughts. Supposedly, like right before the separation announcement came out, Maggie had posted a video of the fight of them doing the fight or singing together. And you have to have chemistry on stage. No one wants to see two people who aren't into each other. Just because you have chemistry on stage does not mean you're in love or having sex. Come on. But he says,
by the way, you and I have great chemistry on stage. You and I in a room together. I'm going to say this right straight up. You and I in a room together. Everybody agrees. Everybody that sits down at an interview with us when we are actually doing a show together agrees. It's like, how fast can I come back? And it's got nothing
going on.
Absolutely nothing going on.
Nothing going on.
Nothing going on.
I would sing a song to you. It's fine. Yeah. And he says in the song, "I'll be your guitar player." She just happened to post it the day before the divorce announcement came out, or the separation. She happens to post that video of them having a moment. She's like, did he just say that? Listen, it's probably her just, I don't think, what do I know? But I don't think I don't think that was her way of saying we're together. If you're sleeping with Keith Urban, I don't think you're going to try to post that online. She posted it. And then just so happened that the next day they have the divorce announcement or the separation announcement. So anyway, and he also, the last thing, and then Jim, your thoughts. Also, the song "You'll Think of Me." Here's the third thing he did in the show. Take your records, take your freedom, take your memories, I don't need them. That song. So he changed the lyrics to take your space and take your reasons. Instead, he said, take your space and your BS, but he said the word reasons. But you'll think of me. He changed that in live. So, my point of bringing all this up, again, I'm not trying to get salacious, but think about it. It's not just a separation where you're losing your partner and your spouse. Now you got to figure out how your work looks differently. How you're right in the middle of a tour when this happens. How you now approach it for your fans and for yourself.
I'm going to say I think it was the right call.
Which one?
The pulling. All the pulling
the song, pulling the girl.
Pulling the song and pulling the girl. I think for the moment it's and it's one of those things where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because it's going to get read either way. But it's also one of those things too where if Maggie's not there doing that song, if that's not happening there, then nobody's reading that. They might read the absence, but there's nothing to read if there's nothing going on. And I mean that literally. I don't mean that in regards to nothing going on. I mean that literally. If there's nothing to read, it means that there's lots of people not focused on an incredibly talented woman doing her thing and having a bunch of, paparazzi speculating on what they saw on stage and breaking down every single last look, glance, all of it, all that kind of stuff. I think it's the right call, and I also think that this is the most important part of the right call. He has got to perform, and he has got to be the one on stage doing the thing. And tell me if I'm getting any of this wrong, or if you disagree. Of course, I want to hear this because it's a tough call. But at the end of the day, he's got to give, just like Dolly has got to make sure that her fans get the best show from her they can. Whatever he has to do to ensure a good show happens, he needs to do. And if he feels that is what's going to give his fans the best show, then good for him.
Yeah, I agree. And the bummer here a little bit, like Maggie, I wanted to have Maggie on We Should Write. She's got new music coming out. And she's an incredible instrumentalist and songwriter and singer. Like she's badass at 25 years old. Somewhat newer here in Nashville. And I wanted to have her on We Should Write. But now she's blown up for the wrong reason. And I don't know. I'm going to reach out anyway and we'll see if she'll come do it, because now she's going to be questioning. I mean, she posted a So I think it was yesterday. She posted just a picture, just a black screen, and said, "Big announcement coming soon." I think it's new music. She has a new song out. But regardless, now she's got to speculate. Are you trying to trap me? Are you going to be? I mean, I don't care if she's dating Keith Urban or not. I want to talk about your music and writing this record. So
that's
we'll
why
see if
you
we
should
can
reach
still get
out.
her.
That's why you should reach out, because you basically should tell her and her people, listen, all we're going to talk about is you. This is about writing, the healing power of writing. And that's really kind of a great thing, too. And at the end of the day, Lindsay, you really haven't invaded anybody's space. A lot of people have decided
They've invaded their own.
Yeah.
Everybody said stuff on their own.
Everybody has literally, without any prompting from you other than creating a space in which they feel comfortable and happy to be there, has pretty much gone places where nobody thought they would go, but at no point were you like, okay, let's skip talking about the healing power of writing. Get to the good stuff. Yeah. Let's get to the juicy bits here. You have not done that. And I would defy anybody, for those who haven't listened, go back and listen to every single episode of We Should Write. You should do that. Make sure you download it as well. Go back and listen to those episodes. And you find that moment where Lindsay's like, you know what, let's just skip all the great stuff that I want to talk about and get right down to something salacious, important, soul-searching, hard-hitting. Nope. Everybody's just kind of been like, I like you, Lindsay. I'm going to tell you something. And that's what's happening.
I like you. Here's my deepest, darkest secret. Not even secret, just like here's something I went through. But it does make it human. It makes these people making music. I mean, listen, they put their pants on one pant leg at a time, just like all of us. That is the simplest thing, and that couldn't be more true. It's like, just put yourself in that person's position. So anyway, Maggie, if you're listening, I would love to have you on We Should Write. I will reach out. All right, Jim, coming up, we do have a Trucking a Whiteout today, coming up in just about 9 minutes. Jim?
Yeah, we're going to do a replay of Friday's episode where the president recently identified another targets for tariffs. The conversation with Jason Miller, Eli Broad, professor of supply chain management at Michigan State, is going to be about the heavy trucks built overseas. He's going to break down the possible implications of what tariffs on those things is going to mean. If you haven't heard that episode, Professor Miller doesn't hold any punches and doesn't care what you think. He cares about the numbers, the data, and the facts, and he lays out why he believes the U.S. economy might already be in recession. And they're also going to, once again, as they did on Friday, revisit the Guilty by Association truck show, all on Trucking with a Whiteout. Replay coming up here immediately after Road Gang Radio.
So nice. We played it twice. You will want, if you missed it, you do want to hear what he has to say, because I do love, he's like, I don't care. I'm telling you the facts. Get out the way. I do like that. Okay, Jim, Jamie Johnson. Okay, so he had something that he didn't even realize. I guess, I mean, this is technically considered a disability, but I find it interesting. He didn't realize until he was 19 years old, when he was enlisting in the Marine Corps, that he was colorblind. He'd been colorblind all of his, in theory, they think he had been all his life. There's nothing that happened. And it was not till he was 19 years old enlisting in the Marine Corps that he realized it. He talked about this recently on another radio show, the Big D and Bubba Show, which is fine. Shout out. They're lovely people. He said, I never knew I was colorblind until I went to get into the Marine Corps. They handed me that test with all the little dots on it, and it asked, what number do you see? And he said, these some bees this fast? I don't know what that means. Anyway, calmly, though, he kind of laughed, and he said, the doctor said, did anyone ever tell you that you're colorblind? He said, no. He said, you don't care, do you? And they said, no, we're still going to get you in the Marine Corps. I don't know about their color test, but I don't know how important that is, Jim. I've never really thought really deeply about being colorblind or what it actually entails. I know that you're going to tell me, because I know that you know about it. Yeah. What that really means. But it is considered a disability. I don't know what it hinders in life.
Okay, well, I'll give you an example. You shouldn't go hunting if you're colorblind.
Yeah.
I mean, you should not go hunting. There are things you might not be able to see.
Well, let's talk about a truck driver. Just earlier, the phone call earlier, Walking Eagle, talking about the big orange signs.
Right.
How does being colorblind play into a truck driver having his vision test approved?
Well, I mean, the thing is that being colorblind as a truck driver actually, you can actually get through that because of the shapes of signs. I mean, one of the things that, it's really about recognizing shapes as well. And also a lot of stuff has stuff written on it. But there are issues. I'll tell you right now, the world is a very different place to see in regards to people's blinkers being on. A lot of the times, especially when it's like really on a bright day, not being able to see that kind of stuff, not being able to see. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. It takes on a lot of forms and fashions. But the big thing for the military, by the way, is they actually have. We've learned a lot about it, and we've learned a lot of cognitive skills that you can pick up. And by the way, if he got to the age of 19 and didn't know he was colorblind, he's probably got a lot of other skill sets that are much highly developed. But
well, he thinks. I mean, he thinks in his brain does see notes.
Yeah,
I mean, I know some people that work with him. It's amazing. You see him, he just kind of goes into a trance, and he has that ability to see music, and so it probably never. It didn't realize it because it was leaning on other things.
But remember, sometimes colorblind means you can't see certain words on top of certain colors. Everything blends. I mean, people think it's like just seeing in black and white. That's not what it is. Colorblind is not seeing the world in black and white, or it's not seeing like just the green's not there.
And as Trucker Boson said, mainly it's an issue for pilots in the military with runway lights. Also, it does say that for key requirements for CDL vision, you do have to have at least 20/40 vision in each eye, with or without corrective lenses. And it is an issue, but because you have to see, of course, colors and traffic signals, the red, the green, whatever. But it's I think to what extent it looks like if you don't pass that, then maybe there's an additional vision test. But feel free to comment on anybody who's had this issue over in the chat or give us a call and we can talk about it maybe tomorrow. But anyway, super interesting. It has not affected his music. It's funny that actually his biggest song of all time, Jim, is In Color. I just thought about that right now.
Does he have synesthesia? I think that's what it's called.
I don't know if he specifically has that, because I think that's what our general manager, Nick DeMeo, has. I think he's said that before, that he has that. But it's really funny that his biggest song is In Color. He said, when I was little, I remember watching the color TV for the first time and seeing The Wizard of Oz. They had, the big slogan, "See it in color," and that always stuck with me. Not because he was seen in color, just because he was seen in color. Okay, real quick. Finally, the Nashville Big Bash at New Year's Eve. It's always a big thing around here on New Year's Eve. They play the one from New York, LA, in Nashville on the New Year's Eve ceremony. And they have announced this week who the big performers will be, and they are big. Performing at the Nashville Big Bash is Jason Aldean and Lainey Wilson, Bailey Zimmerman, and CeCe Winans. Throw a little gospel in there. They will also take the stage December 31st. It will air on CBS. And you can watch it. You can actually be here, come here live, be a part of it. It is quite the big ordeal. So that will be happening New Year's Eve here. Finally, on this day in country and Western music history, I wanted to throw this in because it's a friend. Back in 1981, Step by Step was the 7th studio album by the country music artist, of course, Eddie Rabbitt. It was number 1 on the country chart. 3 singles came off that record, including the title track, Step by Step, written by my friend David Malloy, who has been on this show before. We will have him back for We Should Write sometime soon.
Wonderful song.
Congratulations to Staying Afloat. He's still singing that song. He and I just sang it together not very long ago. That came out in 1981, still doing it. So happy day to you. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio.
Tell her that you'll treat her like a lady. Step by step, you'll know you're in love. Hey, guys, we love you. Tune in tomorrow. We Should Write, by the way. What's that about?
The Healing Power of Writing. Sandy Knox joining me. She wrote so many hits for Reba, including Why Haven't I Heard From You? She got new music. She got a new book. She's deep. She's a badass.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
And that seems to be where we're at right now, is basically spot rates are blah, for lack of a better term. And I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Not the cheeriest way to start the show, but an important topic nonetheless. Scott Thompson here. Welcome to the show.
And I'm Ashley Blackford. That voice you heard off the top was from Jason Miller, Eli Broad Professor in Supply Chain Management at Michigan State University. We're going to pick his brain about the recent announcement from President Trump related to a 25% tariff on heavy trucks made outside the United States. We'll also find out how the freight recovery is going.
Always a good talk there with Jason about tariffs and the freight market. Looking forward to that. Then after that, I finally had a chance to sit down and go through all the sound that I captured from my conversations at this past weekend's Guilty by Association truck show in Joplin, Missouri. So we've got that to look forward to as well. Jason Miller is up next, though. So first things first, let's talk tariffs and the freight recession with Mr. Miller.
So the president last week taking to Truth Social to announce a 25% tariff on heavy trucks made in other parts of the world, adding it's in order to protect heavy truck manufacturers from unfair outside competition.
And those went into effect on Wednesday, we think. And joining us with some analysis is Jason Miller, Eli Broad Professor in Supply Chain Management at Michigan State University. Professor Miller, Dr. Miller, what do you prefer?
Just call me Jason.
Dr. Jason, got it. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it as always.
No, happy to be on.
So first off, and I kind of alluded to it there, I personally have seen nothing official from the White House about this new tariff on heavy trucks. Again, aside, as Ashley mentioned there, from that Truth Social post the president put out last week. I just want to start there. Have you seen anything official about this taking effect, or anything rather, for that matter?
So I have not, and then that, of course, raises the question of whether this is in effect, because we are waiting for, official documentation of this, because otherwise customs brokers can't update their systems, and CBP as well getting systems updated. So this is one, again, sort of the challenge with a lot of this is it seems things are, how shall we say, a little haphazardly initiated.
Yeah. So we don't know if these are actually technically in effect right now.
Yes, that is correct. And this is probably the most significant challenge that we've seen with these tariffs beyond their magnitude is simply the fact we don't know what's going on. And especially with this, the one piece of clarity we're really waiting on is whether USMCA exemptions apply or not. Because if the USMCA exemptions would apply, then this is essentially a null issue, because the vast majority of imported heavy trucks come from Mexico, followed by Canada.
Yeah, and we also don't know either whether these are sort of stacked on top of, and this kind of is, in relation to what you're talking about there. We don't know if these are stacked on top of the other Section 232 tariffs as well as the reciprocal tariffs either, and whether there is any overlap or whether there will be any overlap too. Again, just kind of adding to this uncertainty, I think, right, about what this is going to look like if and when it is in effect.
Exactly. No, I would assume with these that they are not going to stack, that they would be separate, just like the auto tariffs are. So they would be their own, essentially, 25% thing.
Gotcha.
What is your take on the rationale for these tariffs on heavy trucks? Is there some merit to what the president is saying?
In general, I don't believe so, from the simple fact that the majority of heavy trucks consumed in the United States are produced in the United States. We know that just looking at the value of shipments from our domestic heavy truck plants in comparison with the value of imports that are coming from, again, primarily Mexico. It's about 72% of our imports. And then Canada's over another 20%. And so when you look at the fact that essentially the vast majority of heavy trucks consumed in the U.S. come from North America, and we export a lot of parts to those assemblers in Mexico and Canada, it just isn't, to me, very concerning when we really think of this more as factory North America rather than factory United States.
Are domestic OEMs facing an uphill battle in the current environment, would you say?
Well, I would say right now, I mean, the trucking industry has been in a freight recession from a volume standpoint since, mid-2022. My belief is that volume this year has been a little stronger in terms of overall freight, but pricing has not substantively improved. And so when we look at it right now, new orders have been muted. Haven't seen what the September numbers will be. That's usually kind of on a seasonal basis. We see these big bumps when the next year's order books get opened up, so we're kind of waiting to see that. But it's not been a good time period for any heavy truck manufacturer over this last year, really, to year and a half. Certainly if you compare it to 2023, where production was incredibly strong because we had such a backlog of orders that needed fulfilled from the 21 and 2022 market period.
And I think that's maybe the most direct question about this. And I've seen some estimates out there, and I don't have them in front of me right now. But when you look at if and when, again, if and when are doing a lot of heavy lifting here, but if and when this 25% tariff on heavy-duty trucks goes into effect, do we have an idea of what effect that would have on prices, not just on new trucks, but as we have seen and as we know, there is a trickle-down effect on used trucks as well when you sort of put all these things into place. Do we have an idea of what that might look like here in the months to come, again, if and when this 25% tariff goes into full effect?
So I think it's very difficult to put a number on things, precisely as you mentioned, and that demand right now is rather weak. And so it's difficult to know how confident the dealers here in the U.S. would be about raising their prices. This said, heavy truck manufacturing is an incredibly oligopolistic market. I believe the top 4 manufacturers account for something like 76% of shipments by value based on the 2022 economic census. And so given that aspect, you would expect any type of pricing moves can be read quite clearly. The challenge is even for, the OEMs like PACCAR, I believe, is mostly domestically produced. But they're facing higher prices in terms of steel and aluminum and imported parts and all of these things. And so essentially, it's not like these tariffs are giving the domestic producers a huge advantage because they're paying more for their inputs. And so there's no doubt in my mind that costs will go up. Is it going to be 5%? Is it going to be 10%? That's where it's a little too early to tell.
Sure. Makes sense.
Let's look at the two sides of the coin right now with regard to the 25% tariffs on heavy trucks. Option A, the president's desired results happen. Option B, the president's desired results does not happen. What do both of those look like, starting if this does go through and it does happen?
So what I would say is, again, the argument that desired results would be a shifting of market share over to U.S. production entirely depends on, where pricing's at with things. I tend to think that when you look at what the tariffs are doing to input costs, I think that this is going to be not a complete wash, but it will be close to a wash. So I don't see there being that much of a shift in terms of where sales are coming from. I think the other big problem that we're going to see, folks run into as we think about, equipment purchasing is it's not just the trucks are more expensive. The truck trailers are now more expensive.
Yeah.
So you're going to see capital investment. On the one hand, the bonus depreciation from the triple B does give carriers more incentive to buy equipment. On the other hand, that equipment is going to be more expensive. And so those are going to be sort of two countervailing forces. But I think the big thing right now is just I don't see much, demand for new equipment next year. 2025 has not been a good year for carriers from a profitability standpoint. And 2026, at least the first half, isn't shaping up to be much better right now, given all the economic data that we're seeing.
Yeah, and to that point, I think you had a social media post recently that essentially said, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I don't have this right in front of me either, but you essentially said that you believed and that there are signs that the U.S. economy might already be in a recession, I believe is how you kind of put it there. We just may not quite know it yet. What are you seeing out there in terms of numbers, data, stories, whatever it may be, that kind of makes you think that we're headed down that path?
Well, certainly the manufacturing sector, broadly defined, right now appears to be back into a recession. Simple reason being is that both the Institute for Supply Management and 5 Federal Reserve Board regional manufacturing surveys, both sort of sets of those have shown that since February of 2025, manufacturers' new orders, which had been strongly in expansion in January, have shifted back into contraction. And with the 1 month that was positive, showing some strengthening was August. And the September data that's been released, again, showed new orders becoming negative again. And so that in and of itself is very troubling, especially when you account for the fact that manufacturers generate most of the freight that for-hire carriers move. Right now, with the government shutdown ongoing, we're going to be flying a little bit blind for data from, let's say, the wholesale trade sector. So we're not going to have good visibility on what's going on. But the key thing to think about is we just saw much higher tariffs go into effect on things like furniture. Furniture is the biggest containerized import category by far. No one's expecting to see furniture imports increasing. Housing activity in the United States is very weak this year. Builders are not building as much because of all the uncertainty. Pending home sales are at levels below where they were during the global financial crisis, if you can believe that. And so we just have an economy where a lot of the freight generating side of things is not doing well. And the Dallas Fed does a quarterly survey of oil and gas company executives. And that was definitely not much positive feedback in terms of the tariff policies. A lot of discussion of capital investment drying up and whatnot. And so we're just in a situation right now where all of this uncertainty is causing a lot of companies outside of the AI space to sort of hit the pause button on capital investment. This is one of the challenges, is that from a macro level standpoint, because the investments in AI are so large right now, they're essentially pulling up our overall economic data. But when we look at it more from a freight standpoint, it's just hard to be very encouraged right now.
Let me tackle this from maybe the other perspective. And you can kind of talk about, I think, GDP and how it may not be a great barometer for where we are in trucking. But the second quarter GDP was revised upward recently to 3.8%. That beat expectations. So we are, again, you raised a lot of red flags there. We're seeing other indicators that kind of explain, or at least tell a different story, at least maybe that we're heading down a different path. Can you kind of explain for us why that GDP was revised upward, but also, again, why GDP might not be a real good barometer for what we're seeing in the trucking industry?
Yeah, so GDP in general is just, it's in no way, shape, or form weighted by freight activity. And so, for example, the sectors that generate the most freight are things like food manufacturing, paper manufacturing, drilling of oil and gas wells and the resulting quarrying activity, and whatnot. And those things don't contribute very much to GDP at the end of the day. And so there's just a disconnect that we have from that. And this is where people are increasingly turning to what I'm going to say sort of alternative indicators. A good example of this is, both Bloomberg and the Wall Street Journal have written articles talking about how box shipments, so cardboard boxes, have been at incredibly low levels so far in 2025. And those box shipments are essentially used as a proxy for consumer demand. And so that's where you start to get a different sort of narrative. But what I would say to folks is that box shipments were at incredibly strong levels in the back half of 2020 and through about the first quarter of 2022, which corresponds to the strongest trucking environment we've ever had. And they've subsequently fallen down since then. And so to me, that is sort of a more indicative indicator of where, trucking is actually going to be at in terms of demand.
How is the freight recovery looking? If you could give us a summary.
So it depends on whose indices you look at. Cash shipments was down over 9% year over year as of August. I believe FreightWave's tender volume data has been down double digits, like 10, 12% year over year. The trucking ton mile index that I produce, was actually up about 1% year over year in the second quarter and about roughly 1% as well so far in the third quarter. The 1% year over year gain is not great. That's less than a third of what we were seeing in 2017 from 2016. And so depending on the indicator you get, you either get down or up. And what I would say is the up readings, which I think are probably the closest to accurate, because it's just the index I produce captures every sector with population representative data. Up 1% just is not that great of a reading. And that up 1% is really being driven by investments in that AI infrastructure space. And so to the extent that you're not hauling, freight to the construction sites for the Stargate project, you're probably not seeing that much of an increase in demand.
Throw the numbers out, Jason, and let's pretend they're off in a corner somewhere. Just your kind of gut feeling where you're at right now with everything you're seeing and obviously taking everything that you're hearing into account as well. Where are we? Where are we right now? Because, again, you mentioned it. We've been in this recession, this freight recession. Different people may say that we're inching out of it or what have you, but it's been more than 3 years now, essentially. What's your gut feeling about where we are right now? Again, throw all the numbers out, but just your sense of everything.
My gut is that we're continuing to move along basically in equilibrium, and equilibrium is not necessarily what carriers want because that means generally plentiful capacity other than for seasonal tightening, and it means that the rate environment is blah. And that seems to be where we're at right now, is basically spot rates are blah, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And I don't see that changing anytime soon. We'll have our normal holiday tightening here in a couple months. And then depending on what the weather is in January, February, you may have some, some movement. But right now, until we can get the housing complex thought out and we can get some type of certainty taking place, it is going to be very difficult to see any type of true sustained capital investment. The concern is we keep adding more and more and more things to the list of tariff products. And that as we keep adding more and more and more, that makes companies less and less and less willing to actually invest because they just don't know what their costs are going to be. They don't know what demand is going to be in a few years. And this is the thing to remember, because all of these tariffs are being done by executive order. They could be reversed on January 20th of 2029. And the challenge is manufacturing investments, you want them to last for 20, 30 years. And it's very difficult to make investments if you can't trust that, the policy that would support it could be eliminated in just 3.5 years.
Yeah. I don't think we're breaking news by saying you're not a fan of these tariffs. And we've talked to you before about this and all the reasons for it. With that said, is it too far to go out? And I've seen people say this, and I think maybe I know what you're going to say, but I'm just curious to hear you say it. If not for this tariff uncertainty, and again, it's hard to predict, but would we be in a better place in your opinion, and what might that look like?
Oh, yeah. In a counterfactual world where these tariffs don't happen, we would have a much, much, much stronger economy at the moment, because we had 100 basis points of interest rate cuts that took place in late 2024. Those would really be percolating their way through the economy right now. We would have very few concerns about inflation at the moment. And so we would have had more interest rate cuts. You would have had the housing market essentially starting to unlock itself. And you would have had companies being much more willing to engage in capital investment. It wouldn't have been quite as good of a boom as we saw in 2017, and that's simply because the fracking industrial complex is not as elastic to oil prices as it used to be. We will never drill like we did back in those days, and certainly we will never drill like we did in 2012 through 2014 because the underlying economics differ. But had the tariffs not happened, there would be no conversation whatsoever of, are we near a recession? And instead, I think we would be looking at a market that would be very favorable for carriers. When I did my forecast for where I thought things would be at this time of the year last December, I was predicting spot rates going up potentially 20% year over year, which would be a very nice market cycle for carriers. And right now we are pretty much practically unchanged.
Yeah. And I suppose, if the president were here, he would say, yeah, there's going to be some short-term losses and some short-term pain, but ultimately in the long term, this is for the good of the U.S. economy and the good of the U.S. worker. And I don't know what you would say to that, but I think that's the counter that he and supporters would have, right?
That's a counter, and it's easy to say. Why was 2019 a bad year for freight then? And the answer to that is because of the tariffs. Yeah. And in part. And so the reality is this idea that there's short-term pain for long-term gain is utterly silly and a complete anathema to understanding how basic economics, because I've never heard a situation where somebody would say, well, capital investment intention's falling right now. Well, that's a good thing because in the future, we're going to start investing more in making generic furniture again in North Carolina. No offense, North Carolina's largely moved on from making furniture. They're a biopharmaceutical manufacturing hub right now. And so this is the problem, is a lot of these tariffs are aimed at reviving industries in areas that have moved on from them. And again, what bank is going to go out and actually have to put real money up for some firm to say we're going to produce generic furniture that is only cost competitive because of onerous tariffs when those tariffs could be removed here in, just a few years? And the answer is no bank is going to give that loan out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you see this all playing out, with so much uncertainty and confusion? Do you think there'll be a point where these disruptions become the norm or set a new baseline, so there can be some sort of trucking recovery? And if so, how long do you think that'll happen?
So right now, my general sense is we will not get a meaningful recovery in the dry van truckload space. The soonest it could happen is Q2 of 2026. And the reason being, we'll get our normal holiday tightening here in November and December. But then freight volumes really fall in February, a later part of January, and then much of February, just because housing construction is in general weak because it's so cold up here in the north. And so basically that means Q1 is not going to be your quarter for recovery, barring some type of cataclysmic weather event. So then that puts us out to Q2. We start getting the home building season kicking off. And then we have to see where things are overall at. The biggest concern I have is that if uncertainty keeps staying as high as it is that we don't see housing activity really pick up next year. And if that happens, we're going to be again in for another rough patch because we need more people moving around. The challenge with that is companies aren't hiring very much. And they're not hiring in part because of uncertainty. People are bringing up AI. I think that's part of it, but I think it's more just in general. It's a lot of uncertainty. And number one rule in economics is the more uncertainty there is, the more you reduce and postpone hard to reduce investments or hard to reverse investments. And hiring people is hard to reverse because you pay fixed costs even if you then let them go.
Yeah. Jason, you don't always come bearing good news, but you come bearing good information. And I think we both and everybody here learn something every time we talk to you. So thank you so much for your time. I'm sure we will bother you again here in the near future when something else pops up. But thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yep. No, thank you for having me. I'm hoping in the future the news will be a little more positive.
As are we all. That was Jason Miller, Eli Broad, professor in supply chain management. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Get your giggles going for the highway of hilarity that is the adventures of those two incredible jokesters, Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac, my knife slipped carving a jack-o'-lantern, but I was able to fix it.
How?
With a pumpkin patch.
I thought that was for when Jack wanted to quit smoking.
They have many uses.
I guess it's a jack of all lanterns.
Hold the hilarity in your hearts until next time with Mac and Cheese.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Welcome back to Trucking with OID. Great conversation with Jason Miller. As we said, not always the best feeling.
No, but he explains
information.
things well, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely, indeed. As I mentioned earlier, finally had a chance to sit down. I got so much sound, talked to a lot of people at the Guilty by Association Truck Show in Joplin, Missouri this past weekend. You have been before.
Yes,
I
love
had
it.
been before. This is actually my second time going, and enjoyed it a bit more because I think the first time I went was kind of in the middle of the pandemic and things were a little weird.
And you were new. You probably didn't have a clue what was going on.
And come on, Ashley. Of course I had a clue. That's also true there as well. But anyway, great conversations and got a little bit taste of that right here from all the conversations. Let's have a listen. There are plenty of truck shows out there, but only one Guilty by Association truck show.
There's a whole lot going on here, man. You go over there and see something, you go over there and see something. It's cool, it really is.
You're just here to have fun and enjoy yourself. Show off your truck.
This show, the best thing about it is really no pressure. The only pressure is on yourself.
It's like a grown man died and went to heaven here, and this is heaven, and there are all kinds of angels around.
The angels in this case are the trucks, lots of them, more than 700 to be exact at this year's GBATs in Joplin, Missouri. Like any other truck show out there, there is no shortage of things to do. From big rig burnouts and a demolition derby,
Gentlemen, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
to a United FMX motocross stunt show.
This is what GBATS is all about, man.
And truck and tractor pull. The schedule of events over the 3-day show in Joplin, Missouri is always full, but there's one thing that sets GBATs apart. It's simple, really. It's the trucks and it's the people. That's the main focus of GBATs, and it's designed that way, a truck show that feels more like a neighborhood block party than anything else. To a person, all told me they appreciated that GBATs is low pressure. You show up with your truck, park it, and spend the day walking, talking, and gawking at some beautiful trucks. Hundreds registered for GBATs 2025, and many more showed up. Let's meet some of the men and women responsible for them. We'll start with Jamie Johnson, whose truck was parked a stone's throw from the GBATs merchandise tent and turned heads all weekend.
Okay, it's a 55 needle nose Peterbilt. And I found this in a salvage yard, a combine salvage yard in Verona, Missouri, from a gentleman named Rooster. It was his nickname, I guess. And it'd been sitting there since 71, and it was orange. And it is a full-size truck, originally. And when I bought it from him, it had trees growed up around it. We had to cut the trees down to get it out, and all that good stuff. And I just wanted to build something different. I'd built a truck earlier, that was different, a ton dually truck. That's my trucks is what I like to build, pickups and dualies. And I wanted something that was unique and different, but it's something I could use for my business to tow trailers with and stuff. And anyway, and I had a body shop, in my business, but I have to pay the guys to do my stuff too. So I didn't want to take the time away from the shop. So I thought, well, I'll do something that's all aluminum and don't have to pay the guys to, because I'm not a body man, I'm a fabricator. And so I just thought I'll do it all aluminum, and that way I can do every bit of it myself, and I don't have to have the guys take up time or anything. Do it. I mean, it is a 1-ton truck. It's got a C30 Chevy crossmember in it, 24-valve Cummins, and we did a little piping, just kind of silly. When I first got it mocked up, it looked kind of empty in there. So a friend of mine is a stainless welder, and this is all out of the scrap bin where he works. And I said, I just want to make it just kind of fill up under the hood. And I made all the fenders. I plasma cutted the sides, and I English wheeled all the metal out on the fenders and all the panel. And the only thing I used from the original truck was the cab, and this is actually the top of the radiator. And I bolted that, and I made some stanchions off the frame, and then made the sides. But all the bow work, I just wanted it, aluminum, and that way I could polish on it myself and not have to worry about paint. And I hate painting cars sometimes because you got to worry about them. And one thing about it, if you bend a panel, I can unbolt it. These are all bolts. So I can unbolt it and fix the panel. It's all 10 by 24 stainless button heads.
Jamie's truck is nearly 100% custom everything. You get the idea, but the description doesn't do it justice. The aluminum pops, so if you see Jamie and his truck at a show in the near future, you don't want to miss it. Next up, Teresa DeSantis' broomstick, or rather her 85 Peterbilt 359, which is called the Witch's Inn after some choice words spewed her way on the road.
It was nighttime. I stopped at railroad tracks, hauling hazmat, and I got called something other than a witch, which was not kid-friendly, so
Sure.
I went with the witch. I'm the witch. That's my inn.
Teresa's truck is decked out with a number of nods to witches.
Oh, well, we got the boots and the broom.
For steps?
For steps. It's so not skid resistant. We got the witch's hats on the back of the mirror. Of course, the witch's hat on the number 7, because this was our 7th truck we ever bought. So the witch's hat. What else we got? We got the boots, of course, in the bumper. The witch's hats in the grill. And then the boots on top are candlestick holders. They tapped into them, and we siliconed them up. And I don't have my trailer here, but it's got the theme of Dorothy with the witch looking in the globe, and the eyes from the witch are high enough, they're over my bunk.
Oh, that's
So there's a light bar, and they light up at night.
Teresa said she gets a lot of thumbs up on the road. So does Michael Manuel's 2015 Peterbilt 389, which is a rolling tribute to autism awareness. The attention to detail, immaculate, all of it inspired by Michael's daughter.
Yeah, she's autistic, and, she's 32 years old, and she still lives at home, nonverbal, epileptic. And, we built, hot rod show trucks, and one day I just said, hey, I think I'm going to build a truck for her. And my wife's like, well, where'd you get that idea? I don't know. We're going to build it out of puzzle pieces. That day I picked up the phone, I called over here at 4 States and said, hey, we're going to build another show truck. And they're like, what? And I said, yep, we're going to build it out of puzzle pieces. And we took off and built it.
The truck's theme centers around puzzle pieces, and if you give the truck a second look, you're almost guaranteed to see something you missed the first time around.
Every one of them puzzle pieces are welded onto a piece of aluminum, and then they have to be individually painted a certain color, covered up perfect, and then paint the next color, cover it, paint the next color. So we had over 700 hours in the floor and the deck. So I had a total, and we just end up just cutting the chop tops on the doors with puzzle pieces, and it's still 10 years later, and we're still adding parts. We'll come up with a new idea and put on it.
As far as ideas go, Kenny Ziegler's got a few. In fact, he had a lot of ideas for his 2007 Peterbilt 379 for a while. He just didn't have the time or the money until recently.
It's 2007, started as a car hauler. We run it for several years after changing it over. Run it like that in the oil field, pulling tankers. And last year we really started getting into it, fixing it up, tearing it down, changing it over, stretching it, painting it, just building everything that we could. The only piece on here that we didn't build is the shock box cover. That's from Roadworks. Everything else is hand built.
Kenny's truck named Scraping By.
Well, this is the first truck we got. It got us to where we're at now, but times are tough, and especially for truckers, and there was times to where we didn't know what we was going to do, how we was going to make ends meet. So we were literally scraping by.
From scraping by to winning awards in short order, Kenny's truck won top honors at Super Rigs earlier this year. That's something Crystal Novosad knows a little something about as well. She walked us around her Doc Holliday-inspired 2007 Peterbilt 379 at GBATS.
Doc Holliday is kind of special to us. All of our trucks were kind of theming towards the tombstone theme. And all throughout this truck, we've got little sayings throughout the movie. These light covers resemble top hats. Underneath the hood, which is not open right now, but everything, there's Doc Hollidays painted on the firewall. It's kind of been a special truck to us. We did the Double Eagle sleeper. We entered this truck in the Shell Rotella a couple of years ago, and it actually won Best of Show. This truck has a little over 1 million miles. It is a working show truck, so it hauls in the oil industry. We chase the pipeline around, so it pulls excavators and dozers and side booms and trenchers, so it is a working truck.
So is Jimmy Clark's 2023 Peterbilt 389. We found the leased-on owner-operator in front of his barbecue cooking up some ribs. Jimmy's appreciation for GBATS was quite apparent.
Oh gosh, it's like a grown man died and went to heaven here, and this is heaven, and there are all kinds of angels around. It's just the beautiful trucks everywhere. The brother and sisterhood of all the drivers, we get together, I feed them, they come by. It's just like they don't know who you are, and they'll walk up and talk to you and just start shooting the bull. And then Brian himself, bless his heart, doing this for all of us drivers, you couldn't ask for a better boss man.
Brian is Brian Martin, the boss man. GBATS is a brainchild of Brian and his brother Bryce, both of whom got high praise from attendees throughout the weekend. Their show has grown substantially over the years, from a handful of trucks their first year to hundreds now. Marty Ellis, driver of the OOIDA tour truck, has been to more than a few GBATS shows over the years, along with countless other shows in other cities and states across the country. Ellis said he likes them all, but GBATS sets itself aside in one respect.
This one's kind of unique because the way it's spread out now. And then, I mean, this year especially, they're working more and more with the Petro, and the Petro has, put their jamboree with it. So, they're doing their jamboree at the same time. So it's all kind of one big party. But just because I'm over here in the Petro lot, right now, I have no idea what's happening in the other several lots that they're using, because they have to spread it out so much for how many trucks come in and all the stuff that Brian and the gang, and I know it's not just Brian, but then we always point to Brian but he's got a great group of people, puts this on, and he's always trying to find something new. And that's pretty unique. Most shows get kind of in a routine, I won't say rut, but in a routine where they just do the same thing and it works for them and fantastic. But Brian and his gang are always looking to add something on, so you never know what's going to happen the next time you see it.
A big component of GBATS is the convoy, billed as the world's largest convoy for Special Olympics. Dennis Simon was driving his 66 358 Needle-Nose Pete on Saturday night, one of the hundreds of trucks that participated in the convoy through Joplin. Simon has participated up in the Iowa convoy for Special Olympics several times, representing his youngest son, who has special needs. This was Simon's first time taking part in the GBATS convoy.
The convoy, Special Olympics, is huge. My son is 21 years old. He's been competing for probably the last 16 years or so. Does basketball skills, track and field, bowling. We do a lot of fun things. And the opportunity for the individuals, the participants, in my world, we talk about the abilities, not the disabilities. I'm fortunate my son is extremely high functioning, but I also have friends that aren't as fortunate, and whether they're kids or adults, give them the opportunity to compete just like a regular individual. And it means so much, whether they win or lose. It's the act of being involved in the sports and the support we get locally, and I'm sure it's the same way down here in Missouri, is huge. You can't say any more about that.
All the proceeds from the convoy go towards Special Olympics Missouri. Haley Blevins is a Southwest Area Development Director for the nonprofit.
This is one of our biggest fundraisers that we hold biannually. The partnership started several years ago, I guess about 8 shows ago that they've had, and we have grown this convoy tremendously. So when we first started with them and we were doing the convoy on our own, we had about 16 trucks and we made about $800. And so now we are reaching about 400 trucks and making over $100,000 every time we do this.
The money raised goes directly toward the athletes and the dozens of sporting events they take part in every year, made possible by the truck driving community attending GBATs. The first dozen spots in the convoy were auctioned off, as they always are.
10,000, 11, 12.
With the first spot going for $11,000.
So, I mean, just the number of drivers that we have just speaks volumes to the trucking community and how they get behind individuals with disabilities and individuals that are involved in sporting events. Our athletes, they just want to participate like everybody else, and these truckers really seem to take that to heart, and they are huge supporters. I have some trucking companies that even on off years from the 4 states event, on the off years, I still have them reach out and ask for ways to donate and support outside of this event. So it's something that they've taken near and dear to their heart, and it means a lot to us. And so getting to keep those partnerships and those relationships with the truck drivers and the different trucking companies year round, and even on off years for the 4 states event, it's still really awesome to see how much that they really just care.
The convoy ended in downtown Joplin, capped off with a downtown street party, trucker light show, and music from Chad Cooke Band and platinum-selling country recording artist Colin Ray. And that was that. Another GBAT's in the books, and Brian Bossman Martin, who runs a show alongside his brother Bryce again, summed up his feelings about the whole thing like this.
I gotta tell you, all day long, I've had the biggest smile on my face when I ride around this campus. I go over to the Petro. So many of you came out to spend the weekend with us, and on behalf of Bryce and I and our whole team, man, we're in your debt. This is awesome. You guys are awesome. Dave said it. You are the reason we are doing this, and we are happy to do it. But big round of applause to you guys. We've parked trucks in places this year that we've never parked trucks. To be honest, we thought we would never need to use these way back fields or over in this corner. Brother, they're full. We got trucks, tractor trailers everywhere, and that's what it's all about. So we have, despite trucking and for a lot of us, it's tough right now. Freight rates aren't that great. Super high paying loads are few and far between, and we know but for you to come out in numbers, take your time off working to spend it in Joplin amazes me.
So there it is, Ashley, another Guilty by Association truck show in the books. This was the 13th one.
Oh, wow.
When we talked with Brian Martin a month or so
Yeah,
ago,
a
he
while
wasn't
ago.
quite sure. I think he had
How
lost
many?
track.
13.
I'm sure they all kind of blend together
Yeah, they
after a while.
probably do.
But you'll have to wait until 2027 for the next one, which I'm sure will have more of the same and a few things, new things going on as well. The convoy, we should mention, by the way, we did hear back, raised $70,000 for Special
That's
Olympics
awesome.
Missouri. It is awesome, and money that will be put to great use
For
there
sure.
as well. So there you have it. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more show right after this.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. An interesting story out of California. Police recently spotted a vehicle do an illegal U-turn, so they pulled the car over, only to realize that no one was actually behind the wheel. The Associated Press reports that
Is it a ghost?
It was not a ghost.
Oh.
Well, no, not a ghost.
Okay.
The Associated Press reports they were doing a DUI operation early Saturday morning when a self-driving Waymo made the illegal turn.
Ah, the Waymo was
I don't know
drunk.
if it was like going towards the operation, seeing that they were doing DUI testing.
Well, that's a red flag.
It is a red
at
flag.
a DUI checkpoint when you see someone turn around.
Yep. Officers, of course, couldn't write a ticket. They did contact Waymo to report what they called a glitch. They posted this on social media. A lot of comments of people upset that they didn't find the company.
Yeah.
But there's obviously some like language and stuff, and I don't think that's possible yet, though perhaps we could see that down the line.
That's a huge question, right?
Huge
With all
question.
of these robo-taxis.
Yeah.
I was in San Francisco recently
Oh,
and
yeah.
saw...
And they have a lot of them, don't they?
They had a ton of them. They were everywhere. And there was the very first... We got out of the train station, the very first street we came to, we saw one, and we were kind of like watching it, and there was like nobody in it. There was no passenger in it.
Yeah.
And then it just randomly just stopped in the right turn lane and had a blinker on to go left.
Oh, my God.
But there was traffic coming. It sat there. We were waiting for our ride share. And it sat there
driver.
with a human driver, yes. It sat there for 2-3 minutes. And there were people kind of coming up behind them. And you honk at it, but...
What's it? It's not going to do anything.
The robo-taxi
it's
doesn't
funny,
care.
but at the same time, it's terrifying.
It's weird.
scary.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the Uber drivers about it, and he seemed actually okay with it. He's like, "This is the way it's going. And like, this is the future." And I was like, "All right," but
dang,
super weird.
Yeah,
We're in a weird,
super concerning.
We are in a weird place
We are
right now in
yeah.
terms of all this new stuff going around.
I agree.
As long as we're sharing stories, this
right.
one popped out to me. And it kind of reminded me of Jim Hill of Libby. We talked to him about audiobooks.
Yeah, he was great.
Huge Stephen King fan.
Yeah, very big.
Before we get to that, though, do you have like a song like that's on repeat, like you always go back to it and play it a lot, like an earworm or anything like that?
Oh yeah,
because Stephen King does.
Okay, what's his song?
Well, what's yours?
I'd probably have to.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, yeah.
We'll go around the
Put me on the
class and we'll
spot.
come back to you.
All right.
Stephen King's is Mambo Number 5 by Lou Bega.
Oh my gosh, what a classic!
Which came out in 1999.
Yep.
That song is so divisive. Either you
Absolutely
enjoy
love it.
or you absolutely.
I'd like it.
You're on the love it
Oh,
side.
yeah.
Well, you and Stephen King are in the
We
same
have something in
book.
common.
So he's promoting a new novel called Holly. He told this story to Rolling Stone about how he's apparently, I guess he's got the dance mix of the song, which has a bunch of different varieties, like
This is
instrumentals and
surprising.
things. So he basically for a while, and he didn't say how long it was, but was playing the song over and over and over and again
Mhm.
to the point where his wife said to him, "If you play that one more time, I'm going to bleep and leave you."
She means business.
She hasn't left him. They've been married
That's
since
good.
1971. So good on
Going
good on
strong.
them, going strong. But it just reminded me, and anytime I see a story like that, it reminds me, celebrities, famous people, rich people, whatever.
Yeah.
still have the capacity to annoy the living daylights out of their significant
That's
other.
hilarious.
So it makes you realize, hey, we all put our pants on one leg at a time.
That's true.
Yeah,
All
Stephen
right.
King. There you go.
October 2nd, big day, National Smarties Day.
Oh, okay.
So this is one thing. So if you didn't know, from Canada, moved to the U.S., this is one thing that
What? You're Canadian?
boils my blood about
Oh,
Smarties.
okay.
They're not called that in Canada. They're called Rockets in Canada.
Rockets?
Rockets. And
Same exact product?
Same exact product.
Okay.
I feel like they're like Tums for children, like the chalky sort of.
Sure, yeah.
I don't hate them. They've been around since 1949 in the U.S., but I never really knew why they were called something. Well, Smarties in Canada are something different, which is why they are not that.
I'm so confused now, Ashley. They're not the same, or they are the same?
They're not the same.
Okay,
There is
gotcha.
okay.
Similar, okay,
So the company who makes the Smarties
yep.
in the U.S. They wanted to expand into Canada, but they couldn't use the name because it was already trademarked by Nestle, who makes like Smarties in Canada are like almost like an M&M. They have like a hard shell with chocolate in the middle of them.
What are you guys doing up there?
Well,
okay, go on. I'm
I
sorry.
think they're good. Anyway, so then they're called Rockets.
So that's why they're called
Yes.
Rockets.
Sorry, did I not explain that well?
Why? Okay, yeah, Smarties to Rockets. Okay, Smarties. Halloween coming up.
Yeah.
Halloween candy. Do you have a favorite Halloween candy? We'll come back to you on this one too.
I'll have to answer all these
Maybe
questions.
next episode.
But yes.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, big fan over here. Real quick, there was a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit. People sued them saying that the themed Halloween themed candy, the spooky face that's on the cover.
Yeah.
They said that there wasn't a spooky face on the actual
the
chocolate.
pumpkin ones. Yeah, I saw that.
So a judge dismissed that case last week and said you have to show some economic harm in order to get that.
Which I don't think there is, because everybody loves those.
No, yeah, and to my point, it's like,
who cares?
Who's buying?
But somebody saw they were on another package, so like the technology's out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Maybe Smarties or Rockets or whatever, and Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Who knows? If you have if you do have a spooky Halloween story,
please let us know.
Let us know. 1-800-324-6856. That number will come up again here in a moment. Podcast at oida.com. And that's our show for today. Ashley,
drive safe.
Say goodbye. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Thursday, 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 Thursday.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.